Just in time, I finished my dinner that I forgot to eat. Oh yeah, right. I'm in the standby mode. I forgot I did the standby thing. Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, I'll just go put this in the sink then. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Fine. Alright, so it's perfectly fine. All right, gamers. Oh. Oh. All right. I mean, fair enough. It is fair enough. I can't be upset about that. Actually, I don't need. Ugh, so maybe I just need to keep these fewer and farther between. Maybe that's the real play. All right, let us commence forth. Awooga! Yeah, stream. Oh boy! Turn that off. Get that out of here. I'm here to stream, not rock out to tunes. Even though that's all I'm gonna be really doing. So today, take out my headphones. I don't need that anymore. We got the. It's more oshi-push time in gamers. We got the oshi-push demo decks that I need to cut out. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that live. We're gonna cut and yap. Hope you like cutting and yapping. This is my Reddit AMA. Now, if you notice, we are on the backup cam, and the reason we're on the backup cam is because obviously we need the table cam. Silly goose. So we have that. Thought I had to burp. I don't have to burp. It just feels weird. We got the paper. Ooh, we got the scissors. And now we can start cutting. And then, oh, I should probably do the, hold on. I gotta refresh the chat cache just in case this starts breaking again. Because you know the chat box, it loves to not work. Its favorite thing is not working. Okay, I'll put these off to the side. And we'll begin. The absolute arduous process of cutting stuff out. Normally I do this at an Office Max, but A, I didn't have time, and B, I was like, you know what? This will be fun on stream, maybe. Why not? Why the heck not? Every time I end up playing Deer Days, I just end up yapping for, like, the entirety anyways, and I can't even, like, pay attention to what's going on in the game, so... Might as well, if I'm gonna do stuff. The way I see it, if I'm gonna do stuff, it's either I do it while watching an anime, or I do it while streaming. And one of those things makes content, so I figured, yeah, you know, might as well stream. I don't know why I'm going so slow. I'm not. These proxies are for my testing only. I don't need to be the most graceful person ever with this. The really annoying part though is that this game is the cards are rounded, the corners are rounded, and I can't be leaving no little corner bits. So I gotta trim all of this. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great. I love trimming corners. It's my favorite thing ever. I swear. Oh. But this is just, you know, this is just a small glimpse into my twisted life of a man with friggin' crippling autism. I don't know what it is, but something inside me compels me to print out 8 billion cards for card games and then play them. But you know how it'd be. That's how that's how it is for a lot of us. Chat, I'm sure you feel very similarly. I'm gonna cut the corners off in the over here so that way I can just swipe them off at the end. Boop. Oh, that was already done. Bam. Bop. All right, money. Only 90 something more to go. 92, I think. Let's go. Ah. I need mods. Keep a mods. Keep a card counter. Oh, I do need the box. You can't see chat at all. I thought I can get away with not having the box. I was wrong. I was so wrong. Give me this. Copy. And then oh shoot. Back to the table. And then we paste it. And then under chat. There we go. Now we can see. Bing bong. Oh, I gotta put some stuff. Yeah, I thought it'd be funny if I shaved for the thumbnail. And then I looked at myself in the mirror and went, dang, I look a lot younger. Normally, I didn't last time. It's kind of weird. It's kind of trippy. You go so long, and then all of a sudden, boom. You look 10 times younger. It's a little odd. I'm not gonna cap. It's a little weird. It's a little weird. But you know, decisions were made, and now we're here, and that's how it is. I'm just gonna move this here, and then boom. Okay, chat's fixed. Now we can actually see chat. Let's go. Oh yeah. So yeah, no, it's a super real card game. It's a very real card game. That's why I'm gonna make videos about it. If this wasn't real, I would not care. I would have no interest if this game was not real in any capacity, but it is. So here we are. Also, did I put Merryweather in last place? Go watch the video. What do you mean? You don't even have to watch the video. Just skip to the end. You can see. But no, I did not put Merryweather in last place. I put Merryweather in second to last place. There's a difference. It is a difference. There is a difference. It is different. What? Second to last place. How is Merryweather gonna do worse than? Let's be real, all right? How is anything gonna do worse than V card? Okay, how is anything gonna? It's gonna be it's gonna be difficult to do worse than V card. That's gonna be an actual chat. Like it'll be a feat. If you can manage to like publish a game that's worse than V card, I'll give you like $10. It's honestly impressive. Are these overlapped? I think they are. Man, L template or whatever. Ooh. I should have just made my own. I don't know why I printed it through them. I should have just made my own print and play. Because then I could have used the updated art, not the sketch. But whatever, it's fine. I'll set that over there. It's fine. It's okay. Ugh. Pop. Did you want me to put Merryweather lower? If you do a lot of proxy investing on those paper guillotine things, yeah. So normally I do this at Office Max, and they have one of those, and it makes it easy. But when I was cutting these, A, I didn't have time, and B, I figured, you know what, I'm either gonna cut these out at home while watching anime, or I could stream it, and one of those things is content. So I figured, let's just do it. Let's just do it here. Do I know the rapper Cupcake? That sounds familiar. Oh wait, I have a corner cutter. Hold on. I own a corner cutter. I really don't grab it because it's not that hard, but like I think I do own one. I only really bust it out though if I need to like actually round the corners. I just need to chip off the corner bits. So I don't need to be like super precise, but this works, I guess. But then I have to like, it's kind of tough though, because I have to like wedge it in, and then it doesn't even like work. I think these are too thin. This won't work. This only works on like hefty card stock. This isn't gonna round anything. Oh, I lied. I'm a liar. Oh yeah, there he goes. I don't know if it's easier though, because then I gotta put down the scissors and pick the corner. It's whatever. I can get one for $10, but I can also just do it for free at the Office Max. Which normally I do it at the Office Max, but I was like, you know what? I can also just stream this for funsies. And I did again. I didn't have time. I don't really want to go back to the Office Max with my stuff. But I figured this is a good opportunity to just sit and yap for a stream, because anytime I try to stream Deer Days, I end up just catching myself ranting and raving anyways and not being able to pay attention to the game. So I figured this is kind of the best of both worlds. I've heard of the rapper Cupcake. I don't think I can name a single song, but yeah. Don't say dang. Don't act surprised. Don't say, what have you carded? Last place? Don't act like that's a shocker. I'd put it in less than last place if I could. I wouldn't put it on the list if I could. But it has VTubers on it, so it technically fit the bill, but only barely. Only barely. Calling that a game is honestly an insult to games, but you know, here we are. Here we are. They're funny? Okay, bet. If they're humorous, I'll find out. Ugh. Come on. If they're a rapper, I probably won't listen to them. I'll listen to them right now. What's the best Cupcake song? I won't play it on stream because YouTube go crazy with the demonetization, but give me the best song and I'll listen to it right now. And then I'll rate it. I'll tell you if it's good or not. I'm a music aficionado, all right? I'll tell you if it's a banger or bust. I'll tell you if it's boom or doom. They have my Oshi there. Yeah, I'm aware, but it's terrible. It's not even a game. It's just butthole. So like, I get it. I mean, you can buy it. You can get it. Get your Oshi. Just buy your Oshi card and move on. You know, that's what you got to do. But I was ranking these on the premise of them being games, and V card sucks butt. All right, here we go, chat. Here's Squidward knows. Everybody, listen along at home. This is not going to be as good as Glorp. I'll say that right now. There's no way it's as good as Glorp. At least I think is it Glorp? Yeah, Glorp. There's no way you're beating Glorp. I know it's horrible. Just yeah, it's Fancy War. All it is Fancy War. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep. I'm not gonna use the corner cutter. I can just use this. The scissors are already in my hand. No, you missed me tweaking out because I only say so. To preface, I know two VTubers. I know Fillion and Pippa. Luckily, Pippa's in this game, so that's cool. And I could have sworn Fillion was in one of these games because I remember seeing it, but I couldn't for the life of me figure out which one it was. And I spent about like 20 minutes like genuinely tweaking, trying to figure out which card game she was in. And unfortunately, the answer is she is in one, but also not in one. So it's even worse. So that was devastating. It was quite sad. This song is... I think my Face Connect would be the one actual card game though. So I think also too, Face Connect is just set 1. I think set 2 is supposed to be indie VTubers. Like I think they're supposed to branch out to more agencies and different kinds of YouTubers. I'm pretty sure Face Connect is only set 1. So like that's kind of cool, whatever that means. But that's kind of cool. So luckily it's not just Face Connect the card game. It's supposedly going to have more of your favorite Oshis. Yeah, so it's like Weiss Schwartz for Oshis, I guess, is like the way to look at it. Which is nice. I like that a lot. Maybe they can put Fillion in this game. That'd be awesome. That'd be so sick. I don't even know. Is Fillion part of like a group or like a company? Is she part of anything? I know like next to nothing about VTubers. Wonder if all the VTubers have participating in other card games signed non complete. Yeah, right. I have no idea. I would like assume, but who knows? Wait, is she indie? I feel like I don't know. Maybe I only ever see clips. I have no idea. I'm not familiar with the lore. Um, I would assume she is. It's like she could be here. It'd be kind of cool. She's giving indie. She's giving indie. She could be in here. Could be chill. Because she's on a V card. She's on a promo. So, and like it doesn't like mention her. She's just on the art. So like maybe she'll be in V card at some point. Hopefully not. Fingers crossed. Okay, I just finished Squidward Nose. I'm gonna listen to CPR because okay, first off, I'm gonna listen to CPR because it's her number one song. Second, I'm gonna listen to CPR because I think I actually do know this song. I think I've heard this song on TikTok, and this is the song I think it is. I know this song. I do know this song. I do know this song. I have heard this before. Um, okay, because she is independent. So true. Oh god, we should do like Vanguard opening. It could be a bop. It could be a banger. It could be a banger. I okay. Cupcake review. Cupcake review. Cupcake music review. So I'm not gonna cap. All right. I listen to every music genre. I listen to Metro Card with Kanye West. That's something. Maybe not. Maybe not him specifically. Maybe not after those tweets. I don't know. Uh, uh, well, we can. Kanye would be a double faced card, right? It's Kanye, and then Kanye flips into Ye, and then Ye is written, with a bunch of slurs in his effect text. And then Kanye has to wake up and like do damage control. Cupcake review. So I listen to a lot of music genres. I listen to almost all of them. There's a couple I don't like, but the two I mostly do not listen to is rap and country, and definitely more rap than country. Country is my least listened to genre by far, by far. Um, but I'm not a I'm not a big Cupcake fan for the same reason I'm not a big country fan, in that I think all of the songs sound a little too similar. Are they bops? Sure, I could classify them as bops, but they are not bops in which I would personally partake in. Um, and because her music is so similar, you get into the situation of if you like one of her songs, you're going to like all of her songs, which is great. Uh, but if you don't like one of her songs, you're probably going to like none of her songs because they're very similar, which is fine. That's totally okay. So I would give Cupcake, yeah, right. Sounding similar is the point. Yeah. So I would give Cupcake the rating of not for me, right? Um, I'm a big melody guy. So like there's some rap I can do that goes pretty hard, but then there's a lot of other rap that's just like I can't do the like really punchy almost spoken rap vocals. It's just like kind of whatever for me. It doesn't scratch the itch in the brain. It doesn't tickle the brain the way I want it to. So it's just kind of like And I feel like if that's the kind of music I do want, I can hit like shuffle on Spotify new rap and be satisfied with whatever it gives me, right? Like I feel like if that's my kind of music, it's really hard to be picky. Which is for people that like it, great thing because you have so many good songs to listen to, so many good songs. Almost all the songs are good. But if you don't like it, you're kind of out of the genre, unfortunately. But that's okay. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. That is that is a-okay. So yeah, feeling being a combo deck. So here's the thing. I'm sure a lot of people didn't. I didn't even mean to last night on stream. We ended up just playing Oshi-push, which I had no intention of doing. It kind of just happened. But filling as a combo deck technically doesn't work. This game can't really have combo decks. They don't really function inside the rules. I mean, you like theoretically could, but it'd be kind of like wonky to pull off. So I don't know if you could do combo. Pippa's giving mid-tier grind deck. Pippa, I have strong thoughts on Pippa. I have strong thoughts on Pippa. Because we played last night, and you know, I could just suck. I could just be terrible. That's why I need to play more games before I can make a final official statement in the video. That's why we're doing this. That's why I'm printing this out. But I think Pippa might be really butthole. Well, is Yu-Gi-Oh shown with enough effect text, even a slow MTG come to be a combo fest? Yeah, right. It's up to the effect text, but like I don't think oshi-push is gonna get anywhere near that, and if it does, then that's gonna be kind of a disaster. Because the whole point, like, trying to get a combo in oshi-push is like trying to get a combo in chess. Like, you can kind of do it, but your opponent always has the opportunity to play after you make a move. So actually, like, getting a bunch of cards to chain together is going to be incredibly difficult and kind of unrealistic. There's a way they could engineer it with some card effects to make a combo happen, but it would be a little tricky. It'd be a little tricky. I think they could do it, but it would take some engineering. That's what I'll say. Are you doing proxies? Yeah, I need to test more. I have strong thoughts after last night. I need to test, so I needed to print proxies, and luckily they had a print and play, so I just ripped that instead of making my own. But in hindsight, I probably should have made my own because the print and play still has like some of the sketch art proxies, and I could have used the new art, which is unfortunate, but it's fine. oshi-push new? Yeah, oshi-push not even out yet. It's not out. The Kickstarter product and I think the retail product, it all ships out in May. So we still have a couple months until the game's actually out. I don't even think set one's fully revealed yet. I think they're still doing reveals right now. So game very new. Very new game. Game very new. Have an effect that adds more move. Yeah. So you could do it like via card text, right? You could do it via card text. But like the game's systems are predicated on your opponent being able to take an action as soon as you take an action. So as soon as you disrupt that with effects that don't care, it gets very strong very fast. And so like I would say like the second this game gets a Yu-Gi-Oh level combo, one of two things is going to happen. Either it's going to be gimmicky and cute but terrible, which hopefully is what happens, or it'll literally be Duelist Alliance for oshi-push and will change the game irrevocably forever. So could see them maybe doing combo decks, but not positive. Why am I not surprised that I'm playing the rabbit? Okay, hold on. If you watch the VOD, go back into the stream VOD and see what happened when I said, what deck do you want to play? What deck do you want to play? And Caden went, I'll, and pick, and you know, if anything, blame Tabletop Simulator because it spawned me in across from her, all right? You know, this wasn't my direct choice. This was the will of Tabletop Simulator. It just spawned me in the Pippa seat. Had to do it. I have the other deck too. I have both. I printed out both. This is just the one that was on top. So it's the one I'm doing first. But I have both. I got both of them. Because I need both to be able to test. Oh, that's the fun part of card games though. And Power Creep Deck Horizon Fortnite. No, that's not the fun part. That's like the worst part. It's fun for like 2 seconds. And then you go, oh, we're just doing this forever now. Okay. Alright, cool. That's nice. That's great. Yeah, I had to play like standard Magic last night. That was an experience. They've pushed some of those. Some of those cards are a little ooh. All right, we're like playing modern. Literally the hype moment. That like I don't know. There's I mean, there's an audience for it. There are people that love it. There are people that love it. I'm personally not a huge fan of when a game's core systems change forever. I more appreciate it when you know, they play how they're designed to be played. I shaved for the thumbnail because I thought it'd be funny, and then I went, man, I look like a child. I didn't think I would look so young, but I do. So we'll see if I keep it. I might. We'll see. I'll think about it. It was in a Game Magazine's catalog. That's kind of sick. I didn't even know they printed magazines anymore. I didn't know those were still around. It's the power of beer. Yeah, right. Finger beer looks so old now. Yeah. Because I remember, because I grew like a little bit a while ago, and then I shaved it, and I didn't notice at all. I thought I looked exactly the same. So I did it again, and then I shaved the day and went, oh, wait a second. Now it looks different. Maybe it's because my hair is different. That might be why. Around the table. Okay. Interesting. That's cool. I wish there were more, like, magazines. Dude, I wish I was alive before the internet, when the only info you had was from, like, from the Magic the Gathering magazine. That'd be so fun. That'd be so cool. That's an experience that unfortunately I can't experience. I don't think the height you're describing comes from power creep, but rather doing something so powerful it stomps over your opponents. But like that, but 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 that comes from like a place of power creep. Subscriber towards you. Yeah, that makes sense, right? They get shipped still, for the hobby shops, and they find some interesting games. Oh, okay, so it's like okay, that makes sense, like a product catalog for stores. That's fair. Yeah, card game magazines, if they came back, that'd be so sick. It seems to be the anti-Yu-Gi-Oh! Vanguard. Instead of going fast, coming like crazy, you get to really slow and take your time to collect millions of subs. Yeah. It's very well paced. It's a lot more like Star Wars. It's any of the games where you pass actions. It's paced very nice, and I like it a lot. And you can like play aggro, like you can go fast. But like the whole game is based on you play a card, your opponent plays a card, you play a card, your opponent plays a card. So actually, like, chaining stuff together is going to be tough. But I like that because it means that if you do want to chain stuff together, you have to also plan around your opponent being able to also play cards in between your combo points. So I think that's really interesting. So, like, imagine modern Yu-Gi-Oh! But every time you play a card, after you resolve it, your opponent gets to go. You can have card effects that'll resolve and start new chains, and, like, you can combo them together, but also you and your opponent would kind of be like comboing at the same time, so your interruption points would vary. I think it'd be interesting. I think it'd be really cool. I think it'd really be sick. At this point, going back to MG player demographic thingy, I'm the combo player. I mean, that's fine. I think combo plays very differently in Magic. Like, I think like a next in grocery item catalogs. Haven't seen hobby category until recently. That's valid. I think a combo in this game would function more like Magic, where it is a combination of cards that you have to get on the board at the same time, and then their effects interact with each other in a way that does something. So the problem is not quite slightly die. So here's the thing. Okay, I'll make this point here. Let's differentiate Magic combos and Yu-Gi-Oh combos because they're very different, right? In Yu-Gi-Oh, a combo is how you kind of set up your board, right? It's how you get all your stuff on the field. It's how you get your big guys out, right? The combo is how you get the ball rolling and you kind of get your engine set up, right? In Magic, a combo is normally the reason you do a combo in Yu-Gi-Oh is because it gets your board set, right? The reason you do a combo in Magic is because it instantly wins you the game. I don't think there's any like not a lot of I guess in like Magic there are like combos as in two cards that just kind of work well together, but most people will be like, that's not a combo, that's a synergy, and they'll get really pedantic about it. But normally when Magic players talk about combos, they tend to refer to infinite combos or some kind of combo that instantly wins you the game, because that's just how Magic cards work. It's rare for cards to like combo together and not like win the game. It's weird, just kind of how the game works. MTG combos basically your aims to get your opponent off, pretty much, yeah. So if you look up like Magic combo decks, they're all combos that'll either like they'll generate you infinite mana, they can draw you infinite cards, so you can find something to kill people with. All of them kill your opponent, whereas in Yu-Gi-Oh they kind of get you going. Fun part is Yu-Gi-Oh is fighting each other with hand traps, interaction, playing almost every fighting game. Yeah, no, it's fair. Like Yu-Gi-Oh has like I'm not saying that like Yu-Gi-Oh sucks and it's a bad game. Yu-Gi-Oh has its points of like it has its good points, right? I'm just saying that like oshi-push can't have those same points because of how its mechanics work. So if oshi-push did have a combo, right, it would function more like a Magic combo where you would play a series of cards that's effects interact together in a very specific way that instantly wins you the game. So either like they loop together and generate infinite whatever the stars are called, infinite influence, right? Or like you can draw a billion cards, you can get like infinite, maybe there's like an infinite money glitch, right? That's kind of how this would work.
Does it have mana ramp? It does have mana Pippa mana ramp. Technically Pippa mana ramps, sort of. But she mana ramps when she wins, so she's a win more kind of card. But yeah, there's mana ramp. You can ramp. You can get extra money. The color green is all about shocker. Green's the ramp color. Green is the economy color. Green is all about getting funds and getting money to spend on stuff. So if you play green, you get a lot of income. I'm a hate. What? What do you mean? You're a hater? It's not like okay, so here's the thing. Okay, let's get this out of the way too. Let's get this out of the way. It's not ramp in the sense of magic. It is so this game is a lot more like oh what am I trying to say? Netrunner. This game's a lot more like Netrunner, where you get money. I think oshi-push you can yeah, you ramp by gaining money. So in this game you get money. Which you get like chips, right? You can represent it with like poker chips. In the game, they give you little tokens. I think I have them in the back. Yeah, you get these. Um, you get money chips in this game, and then you'll spend them to play cards that have cost. So this costs like 7 chips, and then your VTuber at the beginning of every turn, technically it's end of every turn, but during your resource phase, you'll generate this amount of money every turn, right? So ramping isn't like yeah, go check the rules. The rules will help a lot. So mana ramping isn't like in Magic where you're just permanently one step ahead of your opponent in resources. In this game you just have an extra resource to spend once. So it's almost like if in Magic, instead of like land ramping, you instead like got a coin from Hearthstone, where it's like a land you can spend. It's like instead of thinking of it as mana ramp, it's like getting treasure. The whole game just uses treasure from Magic, right? And mana ramp is just generating extra treasure than you would at the start of your turn. Every turn you generate 3 treasure, right? And ramping is being able to generate more than 3 treasure, right? So that's like a better way to look at it. So you're not like ramping and then permanently ahead of your opponent forever. It's just you get a little bit of extra income to spend, but like once you spend it, it's still gone, and then you're both back to the start. So it is nice. Is there a half dopamine low currency deck? Sort of. So here's the thing too. We only have these 2 demo decks right now. The set's like maybe a fourth spoiled, so we only know what like some of the leaders do, or like the personas, and some of the cards do. So we don't have a lot of info to be like, there's this kind of deck and this kind of deck. We just know generally what the colors are trying to do and like some of the genres, but we don't have like super like locked in deck types yet. Um, but when we do, I will talk about them. So I assume there will be a high dopamine, low currency deck, right? Pippa's the opposite. Pippa means a high dopamine, high currency deck, if you can believe that. But I have thoughts about her that we'll get into later. It took inspiration out of Battle Spirits of all things, or BSS. No. I think the only thing related to Battle Spirits is there's colors and cards have costs. OS is that red? Because that's what I call a combo deck, kinda. Yeah, right now there's like no real like combo decks. There's like card synergies, but there's no like combo in the sense of like I if I get infinite money glitch, or like a way to win the game, or like a way to like play more cards than your opponent. All of the like so like if this game did have combos, it would be just 2 cards that kind of like work together to like get some kind of like bonus, right? That would be like your so and actually an example of a combo, if you can even call this a combo. Here's kind of what we're rocking with, right? Let me see if I have it here. It might be in the other deck. Okay, cool. Yeah. So there's this, right? So there's this location or this platform. If my camera will fix itself, which it might not. Hey bud, autofocus. Or don't. You could also not. That works too. I can do it for you. I can do it manually. I'm not some boomer. I can do this. There we go. All right, so we have this, and it says Clash Reward. Return 1 content card from your trash to your hand. So it means whenever you win a battle at this location, you can return a content card from your trash to your hand. Now, one of the content cards that's in this deck, these are in both decks, is this card Debut Stream. So Debut Stream says you can discard it to move your persona to this platform. Use it only during your clash. So what you can do is you can say, let's say these two platforms are on the board. You can clash at this platform, right? And let's say you win it, right? And like no one's over here. It's like you and your opponent are at this platform, you clash, cool. You go to check this, you go to resolve this platform. When you resolve this platform, you can then you can discard debut stream to move your persona over to this platform. And then now that, because you're the only one there, you have influence, your opponent doesn't, and you instantly win this one as well. And you get the clash reward to bounce a content back to your hand. You bounce this back to your hand to then loop it again next turn. So you go somewhere else, and then as you're resolving, you pitch this to go here, insta score it, and get this back to your hand. Like, that's something I did last night. And like that's probably the most like combo this game will get. It won't be full Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm going to play this one card and it gets me like +3 cards on board. Right? I doubt we'll get that far. It's definitely more about outmaneuvering and out attritioning your opponent. I hope, at least. I hope it stays that way. If it doesn't, I'll be sad, but no, I don't make the game. It's not my decision. Let's swap that back to auto and then hope it fixes itself. Oh, I need water. No, I mean, they took the whole let's make our resource system an actual item that isn't a card, just like BSS and oshi-push money. That's fair. No, that's fair. I would compare it more to Netrunner, because it's like currency that you spend. Battle Spirits is unique with core in that you not only spend them, but you also place them on top of cards to level them up and give them buffs. It's like that's super unique about Battle Spirits. But I see what you mean. The resource system is an object. Ugh. Give me a turn 1 flash fire pressure aggro deck. We riot. I'm sure we'll get something like that. I like how everyone is worried about combo. What about the worry of control in a game where all your cards can respond to your opponent's cards no matter the card type? Yeah, that's the fun part, right? That's the fun. If you want to play control, you can totally play control. I would assume, honestly, we might end up... So, if we want to do the classic, like, let's take a look at history. We can look at the most recent example, Star Wars, my favorite game that I keep talking about. Does the same thing. It's the same action system. You play a card, your opponent plays a card. You play a card, your opponent plays a card. And there is a hard control deck in Star Wars in set 1. And what ended up happening with aggro actually ended up being the best deck. Because you could put... And it was for the exact same reason that aggro is good, beats control and magic. It can just establish way too much pressure way too fast before your 1-for-1 pieces actually start accruing you value. And by the time you can stabilize, you're already dead. So I would imagine that in this game, we're going to see something similar, where aggro is going to be pretty strong at the start, where control probably won't have enough tools to stop it. But we'll see. Be wanting to get into the swooks. Actually, Dulling Stars and the aesthetic mattered to me a lot. Literally, that was the literal title of my video is Star Wars Unlimited is almost the perfect game. I just don't like Star Wars. But it is S tier in my heart. Like, if it wasn't Star Wars, I'd be all over it. But again, yeah, like you said, I don't like Star Wars. And I need a good aesthetic. So yeah, aesthetic and association matter to me more. I'm super on board with that. I'm in full support of that. I completely understand. I completely get it. Now I'm able to look past it because I have like a crippling addiction, and I can ignore it. That's why I'm playing a VTuber card game, and I know nothing about VTubers. But the aesthetic's cute, and the game's really fun. And like the Star Wars one is like, yeah, I don't like Star Wars, but luckily Star Wars, I know less about. I'm much more of a Star Wars fan than a Star Trek fan. But I'm like a very passive. Like, I like the movies. I like the first 6 movies. That's about it, though. Like, I'm a very passive Star Wars fan. I know nothing. I've never seen Star Trek. I've seen a couple Star Trek movies. Didn't like them. Not my thing. Definitely not my thing. Also, I keep an eye on VTuber. TCG off to make a good one. Right here, bud. Right here. This game's sick. If you like Yu-Gi-Oh, you might not like this one. You can go play Rift Runners. You'll like Rift Runners. That game's just Yu-Gi-Oh. But yeah. Ain't no way we saying Star Wars aesthetic look bad while building proxies for YouTuber TCG. I didn't say Star Wars look bad. I just don't enjoy the IP. So like here's like I was saying, the thing that lets me play Star Wars Unlimited is that Star Wars is such an expansive IP, and Star Wars Unlimited goes like so deep into the references that if you know nothing about Star Wars, it literally just looks like a space game. Like it just looks like a sci-fi themed game, and then sometimes Darth Vader shows up. But if you know next to nothing about Star Wars, you can definitely come across some cards that you would like probably not even know they're from Star Wars if you're just not unfamiliar, which I like, and I think that's really really cool. Um, I literally know none of those VTubers. Oh, I mean, yeah, that's gonna be a hard part. Is if you don't know the VTubers, it's gonna be tough to play the VTuber card game. Um, that does make it a challenge if your whole bit is aesthetics. But I mean, you're probably gonna be stuck with V card then, and that's a fate I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. If we're being real, that sounds terrible. That sounds actually so bad. Um, why do the chats keep getting deleted? That's so annoying. I don't like that YouTube does that. That makes me upset. It's not the top chat thing, because if I even oh yeah, if I do live, it still does it. It's like I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's so annoying. I agree that Sue's art's pretty mid. It's like not. I think it could be worse, but it's also not the best. It's also an anime, so that doesn't help. Can only the aesthetics thing while taking the art is good. Yeah, yeah, right. So it's really a to each his own kind of thing. Okay, give me none of this VTuber. The only thing that might actually make me want to play Swoo is the fact that I know a guy who played BSS before, and I thought he was cute, and I don't know how shallow the reasoning is for wanting to get in the game. I mean, hey, whatever, whatever gets you into it, whatever gets you there, go for it. You might love it. You might be like, man, this guy is actually kind of mid, but this game rocks. This game's goated, and you might be like greatest game of all time, greatest game ever. Yeah, Rift Runner's literally Yugs. It's literally Yu-Gi-Oh, but like 8 times more complicated for like no reason. For like no reason. But yeah, it's just Yu-Gi-Oh. So if you like that, the problem though is I think it's gonna play a lot more like edit. I actually haven't read the card effects. I could be wrong, but I'm going to assume it's gonna play a lot more like for like troop dupe to like Edison format, basically. It's not gonna be like modern combo fest. Like you're not gonna be doing a whole lot of stuff. You're gonna be like tribute summoning a lot. I think the only reason I play Vanguard is because yeah, right. And I think Vanguard has like the best aesthetic of all the games, which is why I play it. I literally only play Vanguard because I love the art and lore so much. The actual game is terrible. Vanguard sucks. Vanguard is such a bad game. But like my new Roa stuff came in yesterday, so here we are. Right? Like my Roa deck is updated. But like it's terrible. It's so bad. I hate it. Every time I play it, I'm like, why do I do this to myself? And then I look at the cardboard, I'm like, oh, but it looks so good. It looks so good. It looks so good. Oh, that Vanguard some fave TCG is Vanguard. Yeah. View card is the best garbage in TCG history. It's super obvious Shiley didn't pay attention. Yeah, no, it clearly had no idea. I actually didn't know Shiley made it. That's what's really funny. Like it's impressive how it's honestly impressive how bad it is. Look, like I don't know how you manage. Like you have to, yeah, like she said, she definitely didn't try. You have to not try to get something that bad. Yeah, the problems that plague Vanguard are horrendous. They're so bad. They're so bad. But like, man, you show me some good art. You reveal then I'm like, dang, this game sucks. I'll quit for real. And then they reveal some stupid new unit that looks awesome that I'm not gonna get to play for like 5 months. But I'm like, man, that looks good. Hand traps to Vanguard? That won't do anything. What is that gonna do? No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. That's terrible. Stop. That doesn't not no. No, 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 no. We are not doing that. If anything, you can say that a PG is a hand trap, right? It'd be funny. It won't do anything. That fixes nothing. That makes it worse. Yeah, the staple price is really problematic. I still don't have my Brave shooters. Um, I still don't have. I'm still missing my Brave shooters. You want interrupt? Wait, interruption. There's nothing to interrupt in Vanguard. Just block. You don't interrupt stuff. They give you a number, and then you give them a bigger number, and you say, "I guard, idiot. Now give me my turn back." I don't know what you need interrupt. I don't know what you're interrupting. Unless you want to be like stop other people's plays, but then like you enter like an area where like you can stop someone from like this is why they had to get like they have to be really careful that don't print things that can retire in battle phase. Because like ending someone's turn in Vanguard is like kind of disastrous. It's not as like okay as it is in Yu-Gi-Oh. Like it's a very different beast. So being able to just like delete someone's attack is like really strong. That's why like lock is like balanced as it is. So I don't think interruption is very good in Vanguard. Weren't G units kind of like battle phase hand traps and everyone liked it? No, G units were extra deck monsters that you would ride during your main phase. Not they were no G Guardians. Yeah, G Guardians. Right. That's what I'm saying. Is like if you really want to like be pedantic, you can say that a PG is a hand trap. Like that's interruption. You interrupt the attacks. Like yeah, no, G Guardians were awesome. Like they were great. I love G Guardians. I wish we had them in standard. I think it'd be really helpful because the shield value is so abysmal. I want to negate so I can say screw you to that one card that does everything in your deck. I guess, but like then you hit the problem of like if you do hit the card that does everything in their deck, now they have no plan. They can like stop their then their deck doesn't do anything, and you're barely playing the game, and then you blow them up. Like it's just like it's too zero sum, right? This is why they have to be as careful as they are about not printing battle phase retire because it's a little too good. You kind of just shut the turn off and they explode. So you have to be like very 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 careful with that, and it probably wouldn't even fix the problems because you'd just like I don't know, draw a second copy. You know what I mean? And like everything does everything now. I don't think hand traps would actually. I get that you're memeing, but I don't think they would actually do anything. Um. Okay, card preparation. I think the time we can tire opponent on their turn is cool. It gets cool when you can do it, but like you can't just make every deck able to do it because being able to shut off an entire column is very very powerful. Because effectively it's a PG, and removal. But it's like so it's you just gotta be really careful. Cowards for not leaning there. It's just they have to build that means they have to build redundancy. Well, not with battle phase retire. That's because you're past your main phase. You can't play any of your effects. You have to have like I guess battle phase attackers, but that means if you don't have battle phase retire, then they get the multi attack, which is terrible. Like so we're creating answers to problems that don't really exist. But then what happens is when you balance around those answers, okay, now when you don't have that answer, your problems get exacerbated, right? Because if we're going to introduce hand traps, well, we need to print decks that can play through hand traps, right? Or else no one would play. Everyone would just get blown up. But then if you have a deck that can play through hand traps against a deck that didn't draw the hand traps, well, now it's just doing extra good. So we should just avoid the situation entirely, not print hand traps, and just kind of let decks play how they play, instead of it being this kind of like RNG thing of, did you draw one of your four ofs? No? Well, your opponent's going to pop off now. And if you did, congratulations, you shut them down, right? It's much more cleaner to just not print them at all and let the game work how it's supposed to work. Instead of decks, but so the decks would still build themselves. That doesn't fix that problem. That problem would still remain. The decks would still build themselves because they're still addicted to archetypes and ride lines. So that doesn't change. When everything in Yu-Gi-Oh, when everything does everything, we'll finally become. We do not want to become Yu-Gi-Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh exists for a very specific reason, and if you want to play Yu-Gi-Oh, go play Yu-Gi-Oh. Do not try to make other games Yu-Gi-Oh. It's not gonna end. It's not going to end. Well, it's actually what we need in Vanguard, though. We don't get enough problems for people to solve in the games or just building the obvious deck. But, like, that's not the kind of problem you want to be solving. It's not even, like, a problem to solve. You're just creating more issues for when you don't see those cards that the whole game has now been balanced around. Right? We'll just be adding hand trap. Yeah, no. But, like, there's no game that's successfully turned into like here's the other thing too, there's no game that is successfully turned into Yu-Gi-Oh, so that also it doesn't really work. I guess Duel Masters is probably the one example. Duel Masters is probably a game that is successfully turned into Yu-Gi-Oh, if I think about Japan. So yeah, Duel Masters and Battle Spirits are two games that have successfully turned into Yu-Gi-Oh, because they're really popular Japanese games and they have Japanese power creep. So but every game over here, not really. My problem with Vanguard is that the game is hard coded to be aggro tempo focused. Any control like can't exist in Vanguard. It like does not work. Oh yeah, buddy fight. Well, that game's dead. So that fits my point of the game died, and they killed it very purposefully. Buddy fight was really fun until they went, you know what? What if we kill the game? And they went, wait, before we do that, we should get as much money as we possibly can out of this. And they went, oh, you're a genius. And then they power crept the crap out of it, and then it blew up. It blew up and died. You know, Vanguard, like, by its nature, can't really have control decks. It's like the people that say, like, Kagero is a control deck. Like, not really. There's another thing. Remember I was talking about the thing that makes me mad about Vanguard is, yeah, for our rest in peace, Buddy Fight. I love Buddy Fight. I also called that game was going to die literally, like, the day before it died, which is very funny. And I have it documented, so I'm not even lying. But this goes back to my old thing that really, like, the thing that makes me the maddest about Vanguard is when players use nomenclature from other card games that, like, doesn't work in Vanguard at all. They're just saying it because they wish they were playing a different card game. A big one, this happens in Yu-Gi-Oh! Too, when people try to take control, aggro, and mid-range from Magic and put it into games like Vanguard and Yu-Gi-Oh! They just do not have those archetypes. Like, that's just, those are things that do not exist in those games, and it cannot exist because those things mean very different things. So everyone's like, look at my aggro Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, that, it's not a thing. You can say you have, like, a going second deck, like, that's a Yu-Gi-Oh! Thing, but don't come and tell me you have, like, a control. I have a mid-range deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! That doesn't exist. That's not a thing. You can try to really force it to be a thing, but it's not a thing. It's been having more interactions than blocking, but, like, that's how Vanguard's, like, coded, right? That's not like a issue with, like, the card design. Vanguard is just kind of built on that foundation. So when you try to add Yu-Gi-Oh! To it, it kind of falls apart immediately. Actual hand traps would be a necessary poison in Vanguard, like imaginary cards similar to Ash Blossom, breakthrough. Yeah, right. Like, it wouldn't help anything. It would help nothing. It would only make things worse. It's like when Yugs puts, like, a bunch of, like, random cards to 1. It's like when they put Called By to 1, and it's like, what are you fixing here? Yeah, we took this problematic card and turned it into a sacky 1-of. Like, great, because that's what we needed. That was helpful. Like, either ban it or keep it at 3. I hate when they put random stuff to 1. Like, this isn't, like, old school, like, 2007 to, like, Edison era where we had, like, the power traps. Like, that made sense to put those at 1. But, like, stuff like Called By is very cringe. Ugh. But, yeah. Like, thinking your opponent's popping, like, just do, like, it sucks, right? But, like, that's how the game works. It's like it's the same thing in Pokemon, right? Like, that's just how the game is, like, coded at its core. So if you try to change that, you're just making it a different game at that point. And at that point, sorry, go play a different game. Which, luckily, you have Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is, like, perfect, right? Very similar to Vanguard aesthetics. I think the art isn't quite as good, but it's very, very, very close. So that's perfect, and I don't think it needs to be, like, a replacement for it, or nor do things need to be like it. Right? I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is its own unique thing, and it should continue to exist that way. Vanguard is an aggro tempo coded game. Control X would be so crippling, it would hurt the game. Look at Lock. Yeah, right. Like, but, like, but, like, control, like, doesn't work in the context, like, that. It doesn't make it, like, the definition doesn't make any sense. It doesn't, like, the definition doesn't fit. So, like, the concept of Lock, that's more like stun. It's not like control, because you don't really, you can't influence what your opponent's doing, right? You're not controlling the board. You're just, like, locking zone. You're just turning off stuff. So it's a little more like stun, right? Which is like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Term. But you're taking away options, which you can, like, kinda, if you really twist the wording, you can, like, kinda make it fit the definition of control. Link Joker's Floodgate. Like, yeah, right. So Link Joker's not Floodgate. I don't think they have any Floodgate cards. Oh, they have the one. They have the one deleter that says you can't turn cards face up. But that's the only, like, Floodgate. Link Joker is more about just, like, stunning your board down for a turn, and then it just buys you a turn. So it's almost more like stun stall. Because you just, like, shut it off for a turn, then it floats back up, and then you can try to relock it on your turn, but if you don't, they're going to swing at you. So yeah. Doesn't credit, yeah. Also, yeah, not crediting the artist is kind of cringe. It's kind of lame. That's pretty lame sauce. Luckily, oshi-push. Credit to the artist. Boom, right there, baby. You can't really see that, but I can. So I can confirm. But like that's not it's like not control. That doesn't fit the actual like definition of control. It's like this is why I have an issue with it. Is people talk about it and try to force it into this definition that it doesn't fit in. So they just like it's they try to put the square. People calling Vanguard decks control decks are putting the square in the circle hole. Yeah, if you push hard enough, it'll fit, but only because you either break the circle hole, or you either break the circle hole or you rip the corners off the square. And at that point, it's no longer a square in a circle hole. It's a square busted through a wall, or it's now a janky circle, right? So yeah, if you really cram it, you can be like, well, this is a control deck in Vanguard, but like, not really. You're shoving the square in the circle hole. It doesn't quite work. Keep that definition to games that are Magic likes. What am I cutting? What is corners and what doesn't have corners? I'm still lost. Bug Clan's more again, not really a floodgate. It's stun. Actually, it's quite literally stun. It taps stuff down. There's like resource denial, but like floodgates are like prohibiting your opponent from doing a thing. Floodgates are prohibitive. I guess it doesn't let you stand. Okay. Gridora is a floodgate. Gridora is a flood. Okay, yeah. Gridora is a floodgate. The new Gridora Stride, that's a floodgate. So that is correct. But again, we cannot describe an entire clan based off of a singular card. But yeah, Gridora is a floodgate. That's an example of a floodgate. Your opponent cannot call outside of like normal calling from hand. That's a floodgate. It is preventing your opponent from taking what would otherwise be a normal game action. So you can maybe call, but it's like stand isn't a floodgate because you're only targeting a unit and you're stunning it down. Right, a floodgate would just be like, so there are the floodgates that are like cards in this column can't stand or cards in this column can't intercept. Those are floodgatey, but like the intercept ones suck. So the cards that say cards in this card's column can't stand, that's a floodgate. That would be a floodgate. But a card that says like choose one of your opponent's rearguard I can't stand next turn, that's not a floodgate. That's just stunning. Because floodgates need to be continuous. They need to be constant. They need to kind of sit there and do the thing, right? I guess there are Magic floodgates that only work for like a turn. Like I guess you can say like. Right, would you call Dimension Shifter a floodgate? Maybe? Floodgate hand trap? Right? But like, again, you're kind of like stretching it. It's like, I think a floodgate kind of needs to sit on the board, have a continuous effect that prevents your opponent from taking otherwise normal game action. Anything else is kind of a different thing. So you can maybe say like Shifter is like a hand trap floodgate, but that's about it. I don't know. I'm yapping. Put Rift Runners as your second lowest game. We got to fight. Did you see it? Did you hear me talk about it? Did you hear me talk about that game? I want to put it higher. When I started making the video and I said, "Hey, when I started making the video, I was ready to put Rift Runners in S, and then I reread the rules and I'm like, I can't in good faith put this in S. I can't do it. I can't allow myself to do it. I would be betraying myself. But yeah. All right, let me catch up. I need to play my games to understand these terms now, or if I had the money. Yeah, it's just tough. It's really hard because people are taking things from other things and forcing. They're taking the squares from other games and putting them in the circle holes, and it's just like, oh man, I don't know. There we go. Let me fix that. But it's this. It's something else. What do you mean? It's a fast game. You can't kill your opponent grade 1. But if your definition of fast is kill on grade 1, you're correct. I don't even know where that concept came from. I don't know who said it was a fast game, but like, if your definition of fast is kill on turn 1, then like correct, then it's not fast. Most people's definition of fast is like turn 3, right? The only game where you kill people on turn 1 is like Yu-Gi-Oh, where you can is like Yu-Gi-Oh and like Legacy and Vintage Magic. But like a fast Magic deck is like I can kill you on like turn 3 or 4. In Vanguard, you kill people on turn 3 or 4 nowadays. So like yeah, it's pretty quick. It's a pretty quick game, and you breeze through the early turns. You literally go, if you go first, you go ride grade 1 pass, grade 2 swing, grade 3 off to the races, right? So it's pretty briskly paced. But if your definition is specifically kill on turn 1, then yeah, sure, you're correct. It's not that fast. Let's be real here. If you don't play, or at this point you're not playing. Oh yeah, I mean sure, in premium, yeah, for sure. I'm just saying, I don't know if we want to attribute one card to an entire clan, but I get what you mean. Like, yeah, when you have a card that strong, obviously, if you play the clan, you're playing the card. Because otherwise, in classic Mega Colony fashion, the deck's terrible, because as it should be. But then, you print a good Mega Colony card, and we get crap like this with Ghidorah, so it's just an absolute freaking nightmare. That makes really tough. If you played Yu-Gi-Oh, Rift Runner is easy to learn. Sort of. Yeah, you can like figure it out. Yeah, if you played it, figured it out. But like, that's the thing though, is you read the rules and you're like, I don't. Coming from someone who's played Yu-Gi-Oh, I'm like, why are half the things in here in here? A lot of the rules just do not make a lot of sense when I read them. So like my biggest issue with Rift Runners is I think it could be perfect if they just like streamline the rules more. Because right now they're kind of a mess. Yeah, like it's great if you've already played like a bunch of card games and you can like get past a lot of the confusing parts because you already understand what they're trying to. Here's the thing. Rift Runners is really easy to understand if you know what they're trying to say, right? But if you don't know what they're trying to say, it's incomprehensible. And that's my I didn't realize my mic is like really far away, and it has been this entire time. There we go. That probably sounds way better now. Oh boy. If you can figure out what they're trying to say, it's not too terrible. But if you don't know what they're trying to say, it's almost incomprehensible. Or honestly, I'd maybe even say it's a little too comprehensible because there's a little too much for a just core gameplay rulebook. Like they put a little too many comp rules. They have a little too many things that should be in the comp rules document that are in the main rulebook, and it kind of bloats it up to an extreme. If you want to play Edison, play Lestrals. Yeah, Lestrals is great. Don't say yuck to Lestrals. I mean, the art, it doesn't look good. I don't think the art's great. The card frame's nice. I don't like the art, and that's why I don't play it. I can't get past it. But, like, the game's pretty good. Like, the game's pretty great. And especially now. Especially with Moonrise, the game's pretty good. I must say. Like, props to Lestrals. If you want just, like, a good game, yeah, go play Lestrals. The game's great. The art's a little but if you can get past the art, like, yeah, game's fantastic. I guess you can see that I definitely get to play more Tony TCGs, and trying to parse bad rulebooks, right? So it's like, if you're used to parsing terrible rulebooks and like you've played enough card games, it's not that big a deal. Because when I first read the rules, I didn't really like, I noticed some stuff that was funny because I'm like, that's not how you're supposed to write that. But I like looked past it. But when I sat down to like take notes on it for the video, I had like an entire page of notes and was like, wait a second, there's something wrong here. And then the more I read, the more I was like, yeah, a lot of this just doesn't really make a lot of sense. And it's really hard to comprehend. So like, just judging it as a game, I had to put it down lower. Because like just trying to even play it is so difficult. If it was easy to jump into, it would probably be an A tier. It would be A tier. If Rift Runners was parsable, it would easily be A tier, maybe even S. But as it is right now, very difficult. One pretty wants to run with V Royale, but I feel like you could do better with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic hybrid. It's a yeah, V Royale's like tough. V Royale's a really tough one. Very rather make Aleshiel's the V card arts and I'll stop being a hater. Yeah, right. It's a little too safe for me. It's like, it's hard to review, right? It's like everyone's Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic clone. So it's hard to like place, and it's one of those games where like all of the actual like interesting parts of it are going to come from the card effects and how the cards interact with each other, which means if I want to actually like review it for real, I have to sit down and play a bunch of games, which I don't have time for. So that's why it kind of gets stuck in that like lower tier of like just complete middle of like, it's probably fine, but like it's entirely dependent on what cards they make, and it can easily be broken, and it could very well be great. But it does have a couple issues on the outset that bumped it down a couple notches, right? It wasn't like, this game looks great, but maybe bad. It's like, this game looks fine. There's a couple things that are really weird about it, and then I don't want to read all the card effects. So that's why it gets kind of a middle of the road score. It gets a score of play it if you like Merryweather VTubers out of 10. Right? If you like them, play it. If you don't, there's not a big reason to play it. There's not like something that's like really stands out about it. It's like, this game's amazing. It's like, no, if you like the Merryweather VTuber gang, play it. You probably will have fun, but if you don't, probably not going to care. Yeah. Is the new art better? Is the newer Velustral's art better? I need to look at it. I've seen a little bit, but I need to look at it. Kind of like teaching a card game. I always forget everyone knows TCG jargon. Yeah, it's fun. Teaching card games a good time. It does get tough when you do run into people that like are really clueless. You kind of forget that like for you sometimes it's like breathing air, and you gotta sometimes you gotta teach people how to breathe, which gets a little awkward. It gets a little awkward sometimes. You're like, oh yeah, I forgot. You probably don't even know what that means. And then you have to figure out how to explain to them what that means, because for you it's second nature. So that's always a fun thing to do. If you're always about instant bottom tier, I get that people hate Merryweather. I'm not familiar, so I don't really understand the hate like comprehensively. I tried to Google it, but I couldn't find anything. But I was just reviewing them as games. I was reviewing them as just games and games alone. But yeah, is Yu-Gi-Oh! MTG with the limitations of Vanguard and then some? Pretty much. I wouldn't call it the limitations of Vanguard. It's more of like how old Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards were made. In that like you could play anything and everything, but eventually got to a point where like you had to kind of prevent 5-card like just good stuff piles from existing. So you had to kind of start locking things to limit it. But yeah. Yeah, right. Some comments just be appearing and disappearing. So that's why I have to make sure I'm looking up here and not at my actual chat. Cause I don't know why it keeps doing that, but luckily it's all stored here. I just have to make sure I don't like miss stuff. Unless was too slow for me. Game was Ash Rapid for set 3, first 3 sets. Most of the game, 10 on your ability. You through those background. So you're absolutely correct. Who has the ego to put your own face on your own TCG? A-Drive did. A-Drive has a card that's just himself. I don't think that I wouldn't call that bad, putting yourself on your own TCG. I think Shiloh's in her own game. Like, I think that's fine. I don't think there's a huge problem like that. Who likes Merryweather? I don't know who likes. I don't know. People that buy the game and that, you know, are on the cards probably like Merryweather. But yeah, new Full Art Majesty looks pretty good. Okay, I'll have to look at that. I saw some of the new art and it looks like fine. It's not as bad, but it's still like, I don't know. We'll see. I gotta look at it more. Yeah, right. Context on Merryweather. I literally have no idea. I literally have no clue about Merryweather. I tried looking it up. I couldn't find anything. I found like one thing that was like what it was like kind of medium. I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of medium. But yeah, the alt art Elestrals look really cool. The stained glass are sick, and I really like the old Pokemon art style they did for those promos. Those I really love. So they do some stuff that's fun. Moonrise to change it up. Yeah, I hate Electros recently. Just play beatdown background. So yeah, that was the problem. Early Electros kind of sucked because it was fives. Fives was like the best deck, and it was basically Gemini Elf Turbo. It was Gemini Elf and then tried to beat out back row, which was very problematic, but also, you know, very emblematic of early Yu-Gi-Oh! I think Moonrise, I haven't looked into it too much because I kind of like stopped paying attention to the game, but it definitely makes it so fives I know is no longer the best deck. Like actual decks are good now. And you actually like do things in the game. So it's no longer like vanilla beats. It's no longer vanilla beats.game. Which is nice, which is super, super great. So the game actually like plays now. But I understand it being too slow. It's like old school Yugs. But then again, one of my friends has 11 decks from 2007 and they say they really love they love that gameplay of like trying to 1-for-1 and trade into back row and like eventually get through your opponent's sets and then kill them. Like some people really like that style of gameplay where it is just like someone's going to set 5 and you have to play through it. There are people that really, really, really enjoy that kind of gameplay. So, you know, it's a personal flavor thing, whatever you like. I know how Yu-Gi-Oh! Field Center slowly become BCG game terminology for expensive card. Sort of. When people say Yu-Gi-Oh! Field Center, what they mean is just shiny card that has no like game piece viability, so you just use it as a field center to show off the bling. So it can be an expensive card, but it means like expensive useless card is more what it means. That's when people say like V card is for buying field centers. It means that the cards themselves are not functional game pieces. You're supposed to just put them on your Yu-Gi-Oh! Mat to show your opponent how much you love your Oshi, right? Or how much of a gooner you are, whichever you're feeling. But yeah. I was playing Boomer Fight just now and hope they add 3 to 4 sets DLC. Played Barry. I hope they do. If we get Limit Fight, I love Old Vanguard. Old Vanguard is so fun. I hope we get the Limit Break stuff. There's so much good stuff in Limit Break. I mean, it does just become like Ezreal Turbo format, unfortunately, at some points, but still, stuff like Rage would be so fun to play. It's such a blast. It's such a blast, man. Oh yeah, Kidani's on a card. Yeah, there's a Kidani card. The CEO of Boishiro, he's on a Vanguard card. It's like a promo, but it's a vanilla grade 3, but he's on a card. So yeah, people be shoving themselves on cards. Having your face in your card game is fun. Just don't his face. I mean, fair enough. Yeah, if you don't like him, don't play it. You know. But yeah, Minimus is based on back row clear, but it costs 3. Yeah, 3's a lot. I don't think you're supposed. Yeah, so like there's back row clear, and you probably don't want heavy storm in your format. And I think you do want to incentivize players to not just. You don't want to make it like draw heavy storm turbo. I think it like a card like that at 1 is fine. But you probably would rather incentivize people like playing through the back row, right? And there's a big skill gap there, and who can navigate that, and who's knowledgeable enough about like the meta and what people are setting to be able to play through things. I think that gets really fun and interesting sometimes. Yeah, Elestrals is, I would say Edison. I almost say more like 2007, like Troop Dupe, because there's no extra deck. Edison's like so focused on synchro summoning. Not like focused, but you do so much synchro summoning Edison. It's a little more like Troop Dupe, but yeah, it's like old Yu-Gi-Oh, no extra deck. Very normal summon, very back row heavy. And it's all about just kind of like trying to like effectively trade cards into back row to out like attrition people. Which, you know, people love. Some people really, really like. Some people really hate. Some people think it's slow and boring because, you know, they're Gen Z Zoomers and they just want to combo off while they watch Subway Surfers. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with wanting to Rizio combo while you have Subway Surfers and Family Guy clips in the background. Some people just really find that fun. And, you know, if you find that fun, you should go out, do it, and enjoy yourself. Don't take that as blatant advice, though. That's just for card games. That's card game only advice. Card game only advice. Do not clip that out of context. Card game only advice. Yeah, Majesty's Blood. Blood Moon? Ew. So, oh. Okay, that's kind of neat. A little gross, but kind of neat. Okay. Anyone card Exodus? Yeah, Exodus was cool. I think cards had effects eventually, right? Yeah, they had card effects eventually. But yeah, at the beginning it was very much vanilla beats. But that game was fun enough to like play vanilla beats because the mechanics were interesting. That like you had it was just fun enough to play with the mechanics that like it didn't matter if all your cards are vanillas. It was just fun to play the game. And then eventually they added card effects. But yeah, unfortunately that game didn't take off. That game kind of fell off the face of the earth almost immediately, which is very sad. But like, man, Exodus, that was when I was in middle school. That was so long ago. Yeah, I was in middle school when Exodus came out, or at least got revealed. I don't even know when it came out. Cause it like floundered around for a long time, but I have no idea what happened to it. It's kind of gone. For JK, I feel like they're not the only one appearing and disappearing. Yeah, right. So it's just like there's a couple that'll just like pop in and pop out. I have to leave it. There's a couple. Yeah, there's a couple that are going in and out. Let's just like GX. Yeah, let's just like GX. Some people adore GX. Some people hate GX and never want to go back. That's fine. Uses overpriced adventure token instead. Just the one guy from against using on the floor. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's the same thing as like token. Like people will use shiny stuff as tokens all the time. There's like plenty of Yug duelists out there they'll open their deck box and there's like 2 like $1,000 Weiss cards just J chilling in there. Like, oh, this is my Nibiru token. So that's normally what people mean by that. DMOC pre-errata. It's kind of sick. Like playing Subways, yeah, but and it's, you know, it's a blast. Sometimes like I'm doing driving, that's great. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I believe it's the guy with the big muscular arm driving with the steering wheel on his phone. That meme's phenomenal. But that's you. That's you. Exodus on indefinite hiatus. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I asked A-Drive if we can get an extra deck or a companion. Turns on Chanting Leshros to water. That's kind of fun. So it's just Elestrals, right? So you can still out it with back row. That's cute. I like that. Like that's a fun effect that interrupts your opponent's board, but it's also very outable. I guess I wonder how big is it? And it's still a 3, right? I think that's a fine effect on a 3. Like when our baseline is like Chronodile, right? I think that's a pretty okay effect to put on a 3. That's a lot of investment. 614, okay. That's a fun boss. That's a fun boss. Time to hit it with my 1-of Earthquake. Ooh. Say ooh. Ugh. I'm kind of here for that. That doesn't sound too cringe. Yep, 3 specialists send pretty easily. It's a Poseidon deck. Yeah, like you can get to it, right? You can special to it pretty straightforwardly. But I'm okay with that being that much investment for that kind of effect. I think that's probably okay. Trying to think. I think that's okay. I don't know I also don't know the card pool, so like it could be super outable and I don't know. It could also be like super broken and I have no clue. But time will tell. Time will tell. Also, I don't play Elestral, so really, no, not who cares, but will I find out? Maybe. I'll find out when like all the Yu-Gi-Oh adjacent players that also play Elestrals talk about it. I'll get an MBT video and I'll get like a MBT YouTube short in my homepage and I'll click on it and watch it. All these send like a special sense. There's 2-card combo. I think that sounds about right. That sounds accurate. MBT the GOAT. I love MBT. If I ever have a Yu-Gi-Oh opinion on almost anything, it like 90% chance it comes straight from MBT. I'm not even gonna lie, because I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh. At least not like modern Yu-Gi-Oh. It's really sad that outside of a Gooner game, there's no alternative for Vanguard. Well, yeah, Vanguard is an extremely unique game. You're not gonna find an alternative. Blue Cross is probably as close as you're gonna get, but even then, that game's different. Yeah, there's really nothing similar. It depends on what you're looking for specifically. Like if you like guarding, if you just like guarding in Vanguard, you can go play a Trackable Fusion World. That kind of acts similar. But outside of that, it's like, yeah, there's no real replacement for Vanguard mechanically or even aesthetically. All those games are kind of gone, which is really unfortunate. No one wants to make it a cool original IP anymore except Grand Archive. So yeah, if you like Vanguard aesthetics, I guess go play Grand Archive, but have fun sweating. And if you like sweating, then by all means. By all means. Dog, we're building a VTuber. All right, let's pause right here. Okay, what's more Gooner? All right, what's more Gooner? Where's my internet tab? You're going to make me do this. Let's play what's more Gooner? What's the Goonerist? Why did I just type in VTuber? I'm slow. I gotta make use of this studio mode. I think I have it under gaming. Oh, why do I have it under gaming? I'm just gonna add a display capture here. Yeah, I'm just gonna add a window capture so I can just pull it up and make my life easier. Yeah, here we go. I can just add the internet thing here. Window. There we go. Home. Oh, let me put this under everything else. Sorry, gang. Bear with me real quick while I get this. I didn't think I was going to have to go on the internet today, but here we are. Doing what must be done. All right, let's play a game here, chat. Let's play a game. Let's play a game. What's more Gooner? What are we gooning to? Oh, that's a lot of Goon. Fire Emblem Cypher. Yeah, Fire Emblem Cypher would be cool if it was alive. If the game existed and in English. That game died in Japanese. If I'm guarding, just play whatever Bandai's cooking. Yeah, that's why I'm saying Fusion World. One Piece does not feel the same at all. But Fusion World, like the card advantage matters a lot, so it feels like kind of similar. Yeah, Moment of Silence. You're emotionally gooning? What does that even mean? Emotional gooning is still gooning. It's like, how do you emotionally goon? Well, yeah, obviously you just print Nami half naked on all your cards and you make money. That's how this works. You make money. So here's the problem with One Piece guarding is that your opponent can just say, I'm gonna put all of my Dawn on my leader, and now it doesn't matter what's in your hand. You can't do that in Vanguard. All right, you can play like DP, but like we have perfect guards. Like for the most part, like One Piece has guarding, but you skirt around it so fast that it's just like it's not the same. It's not the same. Like Fusion World, you kind of more care about like the card advantage aspect of it, and like keeping cards in hand to guard with, and trying to like chip through your opponent's wall. Where One Piece, you just blow them up. I think the kids call it parasocial gooning. It's a weird term. The worst part is you're probably not even that wrong. You're probably not even that wrong. But yeah, you just print Nami on cards and you make money. That's how this works. All right, what's more Gooner? All right, what's more Gooner? Let's look at some of these girls. All right, it exists in Japan. It's not alive. No, it's not like being printed. Cypher's gone. Cypher's dead. They killed that. That's gone. I've seen the different fight videos. That stuff. That's over. That's Jover. They got rid of that. But what's more Gooner? All right, we got, you know, girl with clothes on, girl with clothes on, girl with clothes on. You know, a little bit of cleavage, but girl with clothes on. Fully clothed. Fully clothed. A little bit of shoulder action, showing some shoulders. It's a little, you know, showing some shoulders. It's a little much, you know, a little belly. It's a little okay. All right, we're pushing it a bit. Pushing it just a little bit. I think Vanguard is the best when it comes to guarding because it's perfect guards. Yeah, no. Vanguard is the perfect guarding. You're not gonna beat it. I'm saying the closest you could possibly get is Fusion World, but like even then, it's not it. The Ultimate Gooner game, Build Divide. Well, that's just like that's like Weiss now. That one doesn't even count. There is the Ultimate Gooner game, and I can't put it on stream. Being parasocial is gooning? All right. I don't know if I'd equate it to gooning, but maybe, depending on your definition. No, we can pull up screen over again. But like all right, we got fully clothed women showing a little bit of shoulder action, which is, you know, a little much. That's a little much for my taste, but you know, I can get past it. I can control myself. Let's go over to, I don't know, V card. Let's look at some V card. I'm gonna hide most of this behind chat just in case. But let's go to V card. All right, we have oh yeah. This is great. I can actually just, you know, this is gonna be the worst way to do this. I'm just gonna transform. I'm just gonna flip the screen. Yeah, here we go. We got. Yep, definitely. I don't even know if she's wearing clothes. You can't even tell. You can't even tell if she's wearing clothes. This one, I don't know if a belt counts. I make jokes about girls wearing jeans that are shorter than my belt, but like this is actually taking it to the extreme. I think we can agree one is a little more. One's a little more gooner than the other. All right, one's like we got this, right? We got this. We got compared to this. I think one's a little more. I think one's just a wee little bit more gooner. Just slightly, mate. Just slightly. But you know, I think it's safe to say that the gooner scale tips a little further on one of them than the other. This one's much more tame. Which I love. Which I like. I appreciate. Okay, you just called that XXX. You just called it XX Xenophile. I don't even have to look that up to already know that that's going to be something I cannot put on the internet ever associated with myself. I don't even want to attempt to figure out what that could possibly be. I know enough from the name. oshi-push is virgin compared to something VCar. Hollow Life feels more like a Gooner game than oshi-push. Yeah, right. Like this game, I think this is pretty tame. This is pretty fine. This is pretty okay. ZX exists. ZX exists. Yep. Luck and Logic. Some of those cards were like, I guess you can print that on cardboard. Sure. Forgot how Gooner this game is. So oshi-push the most normal V2. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's the most normal one. Maybe because it's made by like an actual company, like a game company. This is Japanime Games in association with what's his name? Who worked on Soulforge? I forget his name. But like, yeah, actual like card game designers that understand that you need to sell this in a store and, you know, play it in public. But, you know, maybe that's just me. Actually, that makes sense. Yeah, right. Doesn't V-Card have a... Dude, oh my gosh, some of the V-Card... Yeah, I just showed you like not even the worst part. They did like a cyanide and happiness joke. I'll pull it up. None are a child. Yeah. Well, they don't... Okay, hold on. You don't have to be a child. It doesn't have to be a child to goon over. That's terrible. Don't insinuate that. Please don't insinuate that, because that's crazy. That's wild. Yeah, of course none of them are children. That would be weird because like half their selling point. Yeah, she has an OnlyFans. That definitely can't be a child. Yeah, but like, oh my gosh, we'll pull up the worst one. Let me go to the card list. They did some cyanide and happiness spoof. That's just, I don't even know. Maybe it won't load and I'll be spared from this. Oh, nope, it did. What even is this? I can flip my screen back around. Flip forward. Like, this gotta be a bit. This isn't real. This isn't real. You didn't put that on a card. And then there's another one. You can get a full art one. Like, what is this? This is crazy. Like, this is satire. This is satire to the extreme, right? Like, actual gooning here, but like, I don't even know. I don't even know. Let's go to the good game. Let's go to the good game. Let's keep cutting out the good game. I don't want to think about V-Card anymore. I did my piece on V-Card. Maybe V-Card deserved to be bottom tier. Yeah, maybe it does. You should go watch the video where I talk about it. You should watch the V-Card segment. I literally opened with V-Card because I needed to get it out of the way. It's an actual disaster. You should read the rules. Have you read the rules? Have you read the V-Card? Have you seen a game of V-Card played? I don't know if you have, because I think you'd be singing a different tune if you had. Yeah, SoulForge does not look good. SoulForge does not look great. But I mean, that's just a kind of a me thing. You missed the V. How'd you miss the V-Card content train? I thought it was everywhere. I thought it was literally everywhere. I couldn't escape it. My whole sub box was nothing. It's still it. My homepage is still like a V-Card video every now and again. I am watching a video without any Vine Boom. Well, I'm not going to put Vine Boom in it, but I put timestamps in the description. You can go just watch the V-Card part. You don't have to watch the whole thing. You don't have to watch the review of all 5 games, but I do urge you to at least go read the V-Card rules. You're in for a treat. You're in for an absolute treat. I will say that. I will say that. oshi-push doesn't have children. Oh, I see what you mean. Never mind. You're normal. Thank you. Yeah. Right. All the oshi-push characters, they're all legal adults, I would assume. So that's very nice. W-Phase Connect for that. You know, they're the real ones. So that's go, dude. Swear to the memers in Yu-Gi-Oh! Using the peanut waifu. Yeah, I would not be surprised if someone slapped that on the field center. I would just be like, all right. Trying to finish mother. Imagine working on videos. Imagine making videos. Making videos. That's silly. I would never. Sometimes you do just wake up and go, dang, I ain't posted one in a minute. It's been sometimes you wake up and you're like, yeah, it's been a while. I gotta make something. That's the worst part is I need to make more video essays. I have an entire note of like ideas, but every time I look at it, I'm like, man, I don't want to make this. I just want to snap my fingers and have it exist so I can post it. I don't want to actually go and film and edit and script all this nonsense. Just let me snap my fingers and have the video be real. It's just, it's so much work, and I'm lazy. Call me sloth. Yeah, my life. Yeah, for right. It's just like, oh man, it's a struggle. It's a struggle for real. So much harder than a 9 to 5. Am I right? So much harder than a 9 to 5. Oh man, this means the normal dog, people dog. Gooner content. No, like this isn't Gooner content. This is all right. I don't think you're understanding here. I'm understanding. Nova Kimmy's gonna be playing V Royale on the stream. When's she gonna play Oshi-push? Let me play Oshi. Let me teach her Oshi-push. Let me show her a good game. It'll be great too because now she's played V-Card, then V Royale, my 2 bottom tiers, and then we can go straight to S with Oshi-push. It'll be great. That'll be perfect. Content idea acquired. Oh, Oshi-push is so good. No, so yeah, here's the thing. The V-Card drama wasn't Gooner content. So actually the V-Card drama has nothing to do with gooning whatsoever. It is the rules are so horrendously awful that it looks like the equivalent of the Hawk to a girl's crypto coin pump and dump scheme. Like it's like suspiciously terrible. So everyone's kind of like ranting and raving about it because like it's honestly impressive you could design a game to be so bad. So that's why it was blowing up everywhere. Like the rules are shockingly terrible. Like you kind of have to watch it to understand why it's so bad. But yeah. So yeah, no Valkami. Figured no. Is she playing Merryweather card game? I don't know, man. Ask the VTuber. I don't know VTuber things. Go enter chat and be like, oh, Merryweather. Actually, maybe don't do that. Maybe don't do that. How do I get the proxy images? So they're actually on the oshi-push website. You can find them on I think both the website and the Kickstarter. You can just download them. Normally I make them myself, but they had them ready. Oh, I didn't want to do that. They had them ready to print, so I figured, you know what, screw it. I'll just print their version. Which, and it's like fine, but if I did it myself, I could have added like the updated artwork, so I do regret doing that, but it's honestly whatever. Too normal to do that. All right, whatever, man, whatever. You're just missing out on the fun experience that is reading V-card rulings. Trying with V-card isn't the gooning part so bad. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's the gooning part is like, honestly, you don't even notice how bad it is because you read the rules and it's mind-boggling. And then you look at the cards and go, wait a minute, these are gooner cards. But like, the gooning has actually nothing to do with the controversy. He did not call me the Rotovisor player. I hope I don't get known as the Rotovisor player. But yes, that's me. That's me. I'm the Rotovisor player. That's in the flesh. You're looking at him. Fun fact, actually, a little anecdote. My friend actually scammed me into buying the Rotovisor support. So I now own the Rotovisor support, unfortunately. As much as I don't want to. Maybe I'll, like, I don't know, maybe I'll set it on fire, give it a Viking funeral or something, I don't know. Ship it off to sea. I'll put it in a bottle and throw it into the ocean. Yeah, I did not want to buy that. I got scammed into buying it. But yeah, I'm the Rotovisor player. That's me. That's me. V-Card's not a real card game, it's just a field center promos. Yeah, right. And like, okay, here's the thing, right? Another dead card that I want to get starters for is Buddy Fight, but like, they're not there. You can't find them, and if you do, they're $1 billion. It's actually gonna be extremely difficult. I'm lucky I just have all my old stuff. Finding Buddy Fight product is going to be an absolute challenge. Your best bet might honestly be buying the new buying the new stuff in Thailand. Like, it's actually gonna be so hard. Even Rotovisor mains hate Rotovisor. I'm not a Rotovisor main, and no one should be. There should not be a soul on this earth that's a Rotovisor main. That's like the next level down from actual self-harm, all right? No one... I need to make a anti-Rotovisor hotline. If you ever are thinking of playing Rotovisor, call this hotline. I'll give you, like... I'll just link it to an email, to like my email address. Just call this hotline, and I'll talk you off the ledge of playing Rotovisor, all right? I will save you from that experience. No human should ever subject themselves to the horrors of playing Rotovisor. And that's something I'm very passionate about. And I don't think, anyone should have to go through that. And, if you're ever struggling with, Rotovisor and contemplating playing, if you're ever contemplating playing Rotovisor, there's, it gets better. This isn't the end. Just, I'll have a hotline. You can call me. And I'll help you through it, all right? No one should ever have to deal with that, but I get it. It happens. It's sad, but, it gets better, and I will help you. So if you're ever thinking of playing Rotovisor, just call me. Yeah, exactly. Rotovisor main derogatory. You play Rotovisor? Have you seen my Rotovisor? Okay, actually, I need you to go... Oh, wait, because it's not titled that. Okay, I need you to go exit the stream now. So I need you to exit the stream now. Go watch... If you haven't seen it, go scroll down, watch my video, Argo Siren Made Me Crash Out. You need the lore. You need the lore. Scroll down, go watch Argo Siren Made Me Crash Out, get the lore, and then come back, and then you'll understand what I'm talking about. But go, anyone in chat who hasn't seen it, leave the stream now, go watch the Argo Siren video, and then come back, and you will understand exactly what I mean. This TCG, so this is oshi-push, this is a VTuber TCG. I made a video where I ranked all the VTuber TCGs I could find, which is 5, and this is by far the best one. So I am proxying it up because I need to play it because I want to make a video about it. But I need to learn it a bit more before I can make a video and confidently say the things I want to say. I would call it a D1 crash out. So here we go. It's a D1 enough crash out that this is the video that kickstarted the channel to getting as big as it is now. That was the pop off. The Argo Siren video was the pop off. I didn't make content for like a year. I made this Argo Siren video because I literally had to. I had to just make this video for my own sanity. I posted it and then it popped off and I started making more videos and now we're here. So if anything, I have the Argo Siren video to thank. I have Rotovisor to thank for where I am at in my YouTube journey. As much as I hate that deck with every bone in my body. No one should ever have to play that deck. But yeah. Oh, would you play a Lorcana TCG with idols? What does that mean? I would pay for Lorcana Waifu Edition. Like, yeah, I unfortunately owe my success to Rotovisor. Not a glaze. I owe my success to Rotovisor derogatory. Honestly, I think we should. I think we should actually start considering the word rotovisor a slur, and we should cancel anyone that says rotovisor. So, you know, I'm gonna make that should be a banned. I'm gonna make rotovisor a banned word in this chat. If you say rotovisor, you get timed out. That would actually be hilarious. So I timed out anyone that said a rotovisor. I should do that. If I ever get mods, I'm gonna have them time out anyone who says rotovisor, because I think that's really funny. And honestly, that's a slur. That's calling someone a rotovisor player might as well be a slur. Might as well. I saw a chat I need to respond to. But yeah, I need to get actual art. Just AR right now. I mean, yeah, AR it's fine. So wait, what do you? I'll come back to that. Yeah, because of the right, it's the rotovisor siren video. That's the one. That's the one. That's the one. So yeah, no, I've played rotovisor. Oh, I've experienced it. I've been down. I've played these games before. And I'm here to tell you that it gets better, and you don't have to do that. It gets better. What do you mean by waifu Lorcana? Exactly. Like, exactly the same game? Maybe? If the waifus were, like, good looking enough. Because, like, Lorcana is, like, kind of boring. But, like, if I liked the IP, I'd play it. Like, it's fine enough to play, but I need... So, Lorcana is a game that's, like, fine enough to play, but I need something external to get me into it. The gameplay alone won't hook me, but it's enough to, like, I'll be satisfied playing it. But, like, I need something extra to get me in. From the BSF desk? Okay, sick. That was a good video. See, that was a good one. That was a good video. That video took way too long to make. Only because I kind of just stopped making it for, like, 3 months, and then I decided to make it again. But I'm glad I did, because it did well. So, let's go! We're gaming! Have I heard about Trinity Draft? I have. So I saw the Nexus Core tweet and I responded to it because it has Overlord, the Overlord artist who literally just redrew Overlord but as like a giant mech, which is sick. I didn't get too far into it because it's like on like a Japanese Kickstarter. It's like a Japanese crowdfunding thing, and that's a little too much for me. If it gets like officially published, I'll look at it. And if it has like any chance of coming to English, if it has any chance of coming to English, I'll look at it. But if it doesn't, I'm probably not going to care too much because I don't plan on learning how to read Japanese anytime soon. So I've seen it, though. The art looks great. I was talking to myself and I was like, you know, I think they should sell this game on the premise we have the best art of all time. And, you know, I think if they just if they pilled the game on we have the best art ever, I would buy it. I would buy it and I would play it. But I think they could genuinely just be like, we have the coolest art of all time. Buy our game. I'd be like, sign me up. Sign me up. I think the art in that game is so good. The art looks so cool. It looks so cool. I really like the art. I had the idea for a non-battle card game where you and the opponent collect points. Oh, so see, that's my least favorite thing about Lorcana. I think it can be done well. But it's difficult. You have to not make a magic clone. That's the thing. If it's not a magic clone, you can do that. Like oshi-push is a point scoring game. This game's all about scoring points. So like you can totally do that. But I think Lorcana's biggest problem is that it scores points and tries to be a magic clone. And I think that makes the game not fun. But that's just my opinion. But I think the points is fine, just not in a magic clone. In any other sense, I think it's fine. Like oshi-push scores points, and I think it's great. But that's probably fine. Rotor Visitor Mr. Onhead himself, someone wins regionals. Would that person deserve to be played $1 million? I'd call them a cheater. I would actually genuinely call them out for cheating. If you checked the over trigger if you win every die roll and check over OT on turn 3 every single time, maybe you could win an event, but like that's about it. Otherwise, I would genuinely think you're cheating. I don't see any other way that happens. I don't see there's any other way you go like positive. If you go positive with the rotovisor, I don't know what you're doing witchcraft or something. I don't know what you're doing. When I started digging through the internet to find rules for Grand Blue Fantasy Tag, that's what you're too deep. Yeah, I need to keep myself out of being that deep. I need to not go there. I need to not go there. You see the MetaZoo? I sure did. MetaZoo is one I didn't follow because I have literally less than 0 interest in it. So it's like, why am I moving on? I like, that's one I genuinely, I don't even care. Because it's one of those games, like, even if it was, like, good, the aesthetic is, like, whatever to me. So, like, I honestly, like, I don't know. I have not looked at it. I've heard of it, and it's whatever. I would assume it's not another NFT scam, crypto scam, because why would you try to do that again? I assume this is someone who's like, I really like Metazota's game, I want to make it a game. But I don't know. It's not really for me, so I've not really looked at it, but maybe it's good, maybe it's fine. It has 5 stages, 4 monster zones, and 4 spell zones. Okay, what's a stage? I know what a monster zone and a spell zone is. I don't know what a stage means though. That's unique. You're gonna have to explain that one, bud. I get monster and spell zone. That's like it's like Elestrals right there. That makes sense. I just been playing Vanguard for a long time and afraid to step in a new TCG since gone too far. Yeah, no, it's so yeah, you're extremely correct. Most of the time a card game will come out and immediately fall off the face of the earth. Which is unfortunate, but sometimes, you know, you play enough card fight Vanguard and it gets to a point where you really start to think that you will take whatever you can find. Even if that game is, you know, the VTuber card game that isn't out yet. Like, if anything's going to fall off the face of the earth, it probably should be this. But here we are. Here we are. This is what we're doing now. I'd play Metazoo if the art doesn't look like Pokemon on drugs. Yeah. I mean, I think that's, to be fair, kind of the point. But I understand what you mean. And I'm not a fan of it. And, like, cryptids are cool, but I'm not Wendigoon. So it's like they're neat. I watch Wendigoon video. I watch his videos, but love Wendigoon. That's my actual goat. But I'm not like a huge cryptid fan, so it doesn't really, the aesthetic doesn't appeal to me and the gameplay doesn't appeal to me, so it's like really hard to want to look into it any further, especially when it already has that like garbage awful history, right? And that makes it really hard to like look at, like even like give a glance to. But whatever. Stages are things like lands, play once per turn, except more like you can play as many cards as possible that have that many levels or lower. Oh, like Wii Cross? So as you play stages, you like level up? Maybe. You can play as many cards as possible that have that many levels. Yeah, so I'm assuming it means it's like Wii Cross. Each one has its own effect. Okay. That's neat. I'm here for it. Yeah, it's not bad. I'm here. I had to think about it for a second. I had to run through my head checklist real quick. But that's neat. That's cool. You know, as far as reading these rules, feels like a VTuber card game. Yeah, no, like this is like the VTuber card. Like the whole point of the game is you are a VTuber, you are streaming, and you win the game by hitting 1 million subs. Like the flavor is immaculate, unlike every other VTuber card game, which isn't a bad thing, right? Like I think Rift Runners not being flavorful actually works in its favor. I think it's really good that Rift Runners, you can't tell it's a VTuber card game. I think that really plays to its strengths, but it is cool that this game like really leans into that, which is unlike the Merryweather game and V Card, which is like we put VTubers on cardboard. And Hololive, where they're like, we turn the VTubers into or Hololive is just we turn the Pokemon into VTubers. Like it works, but it's a little uninspired. So like this is really cool to see. I like it a lot. It's like Pokemon and how it feels like you're actually Pokemon battle. Well, I would argue that Pokemon feels like Pokemon. Like the Pokemon TCG really like feels like playing the video game. Like it's pretty on theme. And then by that logic, Hololive is also very Pokemon-like. But I would argue the Pokemon TCG does feel like playing the Pokemon game. You just kind of take extra steps. But like at its core, it is very similar. You can steal your opponent. Stealing points, if you're going to make a Magic clone, I think you do need to kind of be able to steal points. It's a bit of like a rickety bridge, but I do think some form of interaction with your opponent's way to win is a little important. In a game, like if the game's a Magic clone. If it's not, then it's not as bad. Like oshi-push, you don't need to be able to interact with your opponent's points. It's pretty irrelevant. You should be able to score and feel safe. But like Lorcana, I feel like you really do need a way to interact with that resource, or else the game gets kind of like messy. Which feels like your VTuber Pokemon feels you're playing Pokemon. Yeah, right. Crazy concept. Yeah, right. It's crazy concept when we could just reprint Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic over and over and over again. And like I understand why games do it, but it is kind of refreshing to see something like this that really feels pretty unique. And a lot of the times too, like a game will come out and you're like, man, this feels so fresh and unique, but really it's just not Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh, and that's why it feels so fresh and unique. Which is really funny. So hey, if you're ever trying to make a game out there and you want people to be like, wow, this game's so innovative and new and different, literally just don't make Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh, and there's like a high likelihood someone will say that. And you know, go play some dead card games. There's a lot of cool stuff you can probably steal, right? There's a bunch of stuff you could steal. I need Crypt to make another video of 5 mechanics you should steal from dead card games. Those videos are sick. I love those. I want another one. Make another one. I demand it. Make another one. Hold on. Let me finish cutting this. Let me finish cutting this. Have you watched Kodok Cygnus Fight? Yeah, the album came out like 2 days ago. Yeah, I saw it. I've been okay. Kodok is my goat. That's my Kodok is my Oshi. If we're being real, Kodok is my Oshi. It's kind of like videos. Yeah. So I've seen it. It's really good. It's super good. Right on the nose. Right on the nose. X Vanguard player understand. Dude, since Vanguard is unique compared to TCGs, it's kind of hard to get into any TCG unless if it's weak cross, maybe OP. Yeah, right. It's really tough. It's really friggin' hard. And like every single game you play has some kind of problem with it. If there was a game with no problems, I'd be playing it. Every game has some kind of issue that makes it kind of tough to play. Like I'd love to play Recross, but then you just get some of them cards. And you're like, man, I'm not a gooner though. And like, I can look past it. I have like enough media literacy to like look past it, but at the same time, it's like, man, I swear I'm not trying to goon. The game's just fun, but I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. It's a tough line. It's a tough line to walk. What makes it hard? Crazy Cat's the ruffle, yeah. And the number 1 Glazer. Playing something else is an MPG New Yu-Gi-Oh code is good actually. Yeah, it's super nice. And you know, being Yu-Gi-Oh Glazer is fine. A lot of people will call you cringe, but I understand it. I think it's totally okay. I have no qualms with it. I think it's totally fine. I don't think so here's the thing, right? Pokemon is supposed to be playing the video game, and there's no interaction in Pokemon the video game. So like, it makes sense that there's no interaction in Pokemon. And then I said this the last stream. I don't think the lack of interaction is the problem. I think it's just like how long turns take because of how you build your board. I think that's the biggest issue, in my opinion. But it's not an issue that can like it's not like a solvable issue. That's the biggest thing, right? It's not really solvable. So talking about it doesn't do a lot of good. It only works if you're trying to make your own card game and you're trying to see what to avoid. Then it's valuable. But other than that, it's like whatever. I think association makes stuff like that kind of difficult. Yeah, right. So it makes it's a little tough. And it's like, yeah. So it's one of those things that's like WeCross, enjoy it in the comfort of your own home. Play it for like fun locals, but I would not be like, I'm gonna become a WeCross YouTuber. It's like I'm not gonna do that. I'm definitely not gonna do that. Unfortunately, but I'm not gonna do that. See, Pokemon not having interactions is justified for the flavor. Yeah, right. Like Pokemon, like it's supposed to be like the video game. You have your active, you have your bench, that's your background Pokemon. Like, it's not really, you're not supposed to interact. I think the issue comes from other things, not just the lack of interaction. You can tap to engage with your opponent. You check the top card of your deck, and it's, add its levels to your engage level card, and you steal that many points. Like just whenever. I'm not saying this to like shame the WeCross YouTubers. I think they're great. I've watched several of them. I think they're good. It's just that I'm saying more of that's not like a brand I think I want my name attached to, if that makes sense. That's not a brand I want to represent, right? I don't want to rep it as like, yeah, I'm a Recross player. I'm like, no, I love all card games and I tried it and the game's fun, but like it's a little too gooner for me. And I'm not saying that's like you shouldn't enjoy, you know what I mean? It's a personal preference thing, and I don't want my name associated with that, and that's totally, and that's totally okay. And if you do, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not trying to say you should be ashamed if you're a WeCross YouTuber. I think they're probably great people, but for me personally, it's not something I'm gonna parade around. Yeah. So it's just tough. I like to be able to play my games in public and not have to answer a bunch of questions. I like to be able to play my games in public and not feel like I have to defend myself. You know, I think as soon as you have to get defensive of the game you're playing, then it gets a little awkward, right? but it's fine. Main step. Okay. So you're gonna hit a point. So now this means that like if you can just do it whenever. I don't know the full rules. To be fair, I don't know the full rules of the game. So I shouldn't do some stuff. Saying someone is recursion is derogatory. Yeah. So it's because of its interactions and mechanics, not because of your work. I swear. Yeah. I swear. I just play because the game's good. I just play because the game's good. I don't care that I don't because some of them are slay. No, that's a good excuse. Like some of the high rated, like we did the opening, right? Some of the cards look really good, and then you open the next card and you're like, oh man, I don't want to put that in my deck, right? So it's tough. It's just tough, and I can look past a lot of things, but WeCross had a little too many just oh man situations for me personally, and that it is what it is. It is what it is. So I don't know the rules of your game, but what can end up happening is if you can steal points whenever you want, you're gonna hit this situation of it's like, well, if like let's say attacking gets me whatever lore, I get 2 lore, right? Well, on my opponent's next turn, they're just gonna tap and steal my lore, and then I'm gonna tap and steal it back, and then you get into this like weird game of chicken of you don't want to go get lore because it's going to get immediately stolen. So you have to like engineer the board state to be like, okay, now I can attack to steal just enough lore that I'm okay if it gets stolen because then I can steal it back and then still get more to then win. And you're going to get in these kind of like almost Magic the Gathering board stally situations where everyone's kind of like looking at each other, waiting to commit. Because whatever they commit to is going to just immediately get stolen on their next turn. So if you can, so stealing my game mechanic is a little awko. It's a little bit better if you have cards that do it. But if it, if it's like Magic, then you do need to be able to interact. This is why I don't like lore. This is why I don't like points in a Magic the Gathering clone because it gets so messy. It gets really messy, really fast. I would just be careful if you could main phase steal out anything. You might end up in situations where people end up stalling because they're scared their stuff's going to get immediately stolen whenever they commit. So yeah. Like any TCG where you get immediate bombastic side eye when you play this mean. Yeah, right. So it's just like, yeah. It makes it tough. It makes it really tough. Saying this is well, Yu-Gi-Oh's fine. Yu-Gi-Oh, especially in America, we censor everything. Konami censors like a lot of stuff. So Yu-Gi-Oh's pretty okay. You're gonna be really hard pressed to get some weird looks for Yu-Gi-Oh. If you get a weird look for playing Yu-Gi-Oh, it's just people think you're a nerd. Like that's about it. They're not gonna think you're a gooner, and if they do, they're just wrong. Like that can't really be inferred by looking at a Yu-Gi-Oh card. The problem is with WeCross, it kind of can be to an extent, so that makes it really hard. I can't read fast enough. Yeah, you're fine. Take your time. Take your time. I'm just a yapper. Your company can do it back, and you both do it, and the loser destroys the losing and the losses points equal to the total level. So there's a lot of stuff. Still some 9+. Yeah. 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 Think about our Weeb's crypto. That's a take. That's that gives me the same vibes as people that call booster packs loot boxes. And you're like, I mean, I guess I can see where you get that from, but not really. But I kind of understand what you mean. And then yeah, and people complain about the censorship. Well, it probably helped. You're correct. Yeah, you're very correct. I keep looking at the wrong chat. I keep doing this. The only game where I play the no quite interaction. Oh, no. Shadowverse has interaction. Shadowverse has instant speed. You have the quick play spells. No, Shadowverse has interaction. It has like removal spells and stuff. Yeah, Shadowverse has a lot of interaction actually. I don't know what we're talking about here. Yeah, no, there's some that's grooming. Okay, I don't think that's how that works, but sure. CCG, not the TCG. There's no quicks in the online. I guess there's maybe not. No, there probably isn't. Now I think about it, I haven't played it in so long. No, I think you're right. I don't think there is. I think it is just your turn, their turn. Oh yeah, 'cause it's Hearthstone. You're right. Because yeah, it's literally Hearthstone. Yeah, right. Yeah. So I don't think I'm honestly like 9 plus, 12 plus. I can check right now. At least on the American boxes, if they do have a difference. Oh, hey bud. I got 15. I got my box says 15 plus. So maybe they used to. Well, also like age things is different in Japan. Like they just increased the age of consent from 13 to like 16. So that stuff's probably lower in Japan. 9 plus Battle Spirit Saga is 9 plus. I just saw that. Battle Spirit Saga is 9 plus. No, so We Cross in America is 15. I assume in Japan it's probably lower because their age of consent laws are lower. 15 is just PG-13. That's kind of boring. Yeah, right. That's fine. But yeah, her stance against nudity for kids. Yeah, no, I think any reasonable person should be hard stance against nudity in their kids. And granted, Wecross doesn't have like nudity in it. Like let's be at least fair to Wecross. There's no actual nudity, but it skirts the line in a way that I'm not like super comfortable with. You're confused for Vanguard, but I would believe it if the Japanese boxes said 9 plus. That would probably make sense. So if you got it from there, I would understand. I think you might be right. It might be 9 in Japan because that's the English box. But yeah, Vanguard's probably 9 plus. Yeah, no, you're correct. Yeah, that's it is. Yeah, no, you're right. You are very correct. There's no way Toby thinks they can target the Pokemon demographic. Well, it was supposed to target girls. It was supposed to be the card game for girls. It was for magical girl fans, kind of. Well, it was for more like Madoka fans, which I guess are not little girls. But like the game was supposed to it was originally pitched as the card game for girls, but you know, as anything that's pitched as X thing for girls tends to not go that way. But it sort of just is what it is. Yeah, it's magical, but it's magical girls, but in the sense of Madoka, so it's a little dark and more of like a deconstruction of the magical girl like genre. But the anime is really good. If you haven't seen the Wecross anime, go watch the first 2 seasons. They're really, really good. They fall off after the first 2, but the first 2 seasons are very, very good. Very good anime. Just like as a show, the Wecross anime is very good. I highly recommend. Think y'all will enjoy it. If you like Madoka, you'll like it. Nowadays, goon to magical girls. She's just sad. Dude, gooners will goon to anything. That's why they're gooners. They don't care. If it's goonable, they're gonna goon to it. That's just how it works, you know? That's just how it is. I want to say that magicals have always been a little tragic. Yeah. And she tries to forget. Yeah, right. So it does a lot of that stuff. It does a lot of that. And it's very good. It's very solid. But it's not like bubbly girly pop magical girl. It's more Madoka. It's more Madoka anime, girls. Almost done cutting. Let's go. Let's go, gamers. Oh, I deleted it again. You don't even think about it, the origin of magical girls, the destruction of magical girls, making magical girls about. Yeah. Heck yeah. Absolutely. How long do I think Vanguard will last? So are these proxies? Yeah, so this is the print and play demo decks, which is like all we have access to right now. So even if I wanted to, I couldn't build anything a little more robust. This is literally what we have to work with until set 1 drops in May. So this is what we got. How long will Vanguard last? Here's the thing, okay? Vanguard has mine is also all women. Oh, perfect. Well, people love women, right? People love the women. So Vanguard's interesting because Vanguard has proven So Vanguard applies to, it depends, right? It depends. Vanguard applies to this very specific niche of players that you'll notice are primarily washed Yu-Gi-Oh players. Vanguard is nice because, so a lot of Vanguard's like advertisement is anyone can win, right? Anyone can win a game of Vanguard, and competitive players take that as it being a little too sacky, but casuals really love it in that they can play whatever they want and still feel like they have a chance at winning the game. Whether or not that has anything to do with the cards they played or what they or how they play them, regardless, people like winning. And roundabout V, they decided to really start appealing to casuals. And then they hit D, and they really started appealing to casuals. And they really invested in it being a side game. So something to note, in Japan, I'm not sure how it is in like Thailand and Malaysia and all that, but I know in Japan, card games are incredibly like normalized. It's like playing a TCG in Japan is like sitting down with your family and playing Uno. It is a very normal hobby. So it was very common for multiple people to play multiple games. And Vanguard got really popular as everybody's second game. And of course, there are people that played it as their main game, and it was their main squeeze. But for a lot of people, Vanguard is more of a sideshow, and was a lot of people's second game. And that's what got it really popular, because it was really fun, and you didn't have to like take it super seriously. Because it was a little sacky. You could get at it if you wanted to, if you really tried, but it was definitely a game you played more for fun rather than I want to get sweaty. So a lot of people would play it as like a break from Yu-Gi-Oh or something, right? The reason it got popular in America is that it came out during Dino Rabbit format, and a lot of people Yu-Gi-Oh players are fed up, so they moved over to Vanguard. And then, so you'll notice a lot of Vanguard's player base is old Yu-Gi-Oh players. But it's still kind of happened. Like, so Vanguard has still been growing and stuff, and the player base ebbs and flows. So you'll notice a lot of people quit a lot of people quit in Legion, a lot of people quit when V started, and a lot of people quit when D started. But yeah, we're still getting new players. And a lot of those players are washed Yu-Gi-Oh players who come to Vanguard because they cannot win a game of modern Yu-Gi-Oh. And you will notice that because whenever they talk, they act like they're playing Yu-Gi-Oh, even though Vanguard is nothing like Yu-Gi-Oh. So as long as the fan base remains dedicated and Bushy keeps catering to casuals in the way that they do, I think it has a chance to keep going. It has no sign of stopping, but I think there might be a sign of, I think it'll stop growing at a point, especially now, like if you look at America, right? Look at all the Bandai games that get popular. Americans love to sweat their balls off at card games and be the best like no one ever was, if they can help it. So a lot of games like Vanguard aren't really going to take off in the States because people can't get really sweaty at them. But then again, the fan base Vanguard does have is a very dedicated one. And oftentimes you'll notice that the loudest voices in the Vanguard community are often some, I don't want to say the worst players, but the more casual variety. In the West, I feel like they're going to discontinue it. Right, so yeah, so that's the thing, right? You still get sweaty people sometimes. And all the sweaty people you get are people that wish they were sweaty in a different card game and then play Vanguard so they can pretend to be sweaty. And that's like the big distinction. So, there's two ways it can go. As the West pivots into this more like sweaty mindset, this like more competitive mindset, what'll happen is either everyone will stop playing Vanguard because you can't play it competitively, and taking Vanguard seriously is kind of a joke, or Vanguard's going to become a refuge for all the people that want to maintain a fun, casual game, but keep getting like bullied out of games like One Piece because they're not taking it seriously enough. So I could see Vanguard sticking around, but it's going to exist in a space like Final Fantasy and Force of Will, where it's not going to have the largest audience, but the audience it does have is going to be very dedicated to it and isn't going to go anywhere until a better game comes out. So really, Vanguard is kind of at the mercy of casuals. And they really have to keep appealing to casuals. I'd like for them to make the game more competitive, but I know they're not going to, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. That's totally fine. But that's just kind of how it is. Vanguard Uno, Vanguard bet greater than Uno. It's just sad. I mean, I'd say Vanguard's better. I'd play, to be fair, if we're being real, I'd play Vanguard over Uno, right? I would definitely do Vanguard over Uno, but I see what you're saying. So Vanguard's a tough one to pinpoint. I feel like we want Vanguard to grow more player base, but at the same time, it's not that big. I feel like be less serious. Yeah. So I think my final takeaway. So Vanguard, it's very up in the air where it'll go. It's hard to pinpoint. I can't make an exact prediction of if it'll live or die. It's gonna live or die by its fan base, like every other card game. But I think if we do see an increase in Vanguard's player base, it's going to be casuals from other card games. It's going to be people that are fed up with their main game and want something a little more chill. And they also have to be weebs. I know some Vanguard players that don't watch anime. Very weird, I know. They exist. But for the most part, it's going to be weebs and casuals that want to be casuals. Which there's a humongous market for, right? 90% of Vanguard players are casual weebs. Like, it's been pretty proven. Become Yu-Gi-Oh players and become Vanguard players and become Uno players. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, a better game would be a game that's more weebalicious and almost more casual, right? To beat Vanguard. It would have to be, so what it has to be is it has to be just as weeby, and it has to be more casual in a sneakier way, right? It can't just be casual where it's, well, I love Vanguard, but it really is just pulling the slot machine and being, oh, I got a trigger. It's going to have to be have a lot of variance and be casual in a very sneaky way where they don't notice it. And they're like, well, this game's like Vanguard, but I don't have to worry about triggers and I can still win. Ooh, right? That's what's going to beat Vanguard. Duel Masters? No, not Duel Masters. You have to, Duel Masters isn't that sacky. Especially now with Japan, it's just Yu-Gi-Oh. Duel Masters in Japan is just Yu-Gi-Oh. You win games on turn 3. It's a little out of hand. But I would not say Duel Masters isn't sneakily sacky. Duel Masters, you can be very good at Duel Masters and beat people. There is you do kind of have to be good to win. Sometimes sometimes you can just get blown out. More weeby, more casual. Primal. Okay, here's the thing with Primal. Okay, the art isn't. It's not weeby enough. I don't think maybe not weeby enough, but I don't think the art is good enough to beat Vanguard. I really don't like Primal art. But I don't think it's beating Yu-Gi-Oh. Doug doesn't watch Yu-Gi-Oh. Okay. Cool. I don't know what you mean by that. That's fine. Not gonna tough demands, even try to make that niche. Yeah, it's really hard. It's not really a niche worth making. You don't want to be the next card fight. No one wants to be the next card fight Vanguard. I'll tell you that right now. That is not what anyone is shooting for. Everyone wants to be the next One Piece. No one wants to be the next card fight Vanguard. I was gonna say Duel Masters. So yeah, aesthetic. Yeah, no, it has the aesthetic lockdown, but it's not like sneakily sacky. And it's way more like Yu-Gi-Oh now, at least in Japan. So it doesn't quite hit the niche. Like, Vanguard players will look at Duel Masters and be like, what is this combo nonsense? I'm out of here. And go back to Vanguard. Which is, kind of just how it is. Some of these are upside down, but I don't care. It's whatever. They're reversible. You never know. You'll never notice. Yeah, so Primal is the Naruto. It's the remake of the Naruto CCG, which I think one of the greatest card games ever made. I love the Naruto card game. It's so good. That game's peak. Naruto CCG, one of the greatest games ever. But unfortunately, I really don't like Primal's art, at all. So I can't get into it. I cannot bring myself to invest in it at all, which is unfortunate. But yeah, no, I know you meant DZ, but I'm like, what do you mean he doesn't watch doesn't watch the anime or watch Yu-Gi-Oh videos? I doubt he watches Yu-Gi-Oh videos. He's too busy spinning wheels. DZ's too busy making wheel content for casual Yu players, for Yu-Gi boomers, and just casuals that don't want to play Vanguard. Ooh. Oh, I probably missed something, didn't I? Does it look like the happy broccoli guy? Yeah, no, I love Duel Master's art. I think Duel Master's art is such a vibe. It's so silly, and I love it. I think it's great. And it's because it's made for kids. But I think it's great. Next card of Vanguard is card for Vanguard with how They reinvent themselves? Yeah. No. No, they've planned out. We still have they said there's 8 seasons. Or no, is it 9? They have 9 seasons of Overdress planned. So like if we even got a reboot, which I don't think we will, they've said they've said they're not going to reboot it anymore, but who knows if that's true. But even if they do go back on their word, it's not going to be until like 2029. Yeah, they have like 9 seasons of anime planned. So we still have at least, I think, 2 or 3 more years in Overdress. So like 2027, 28 is what they have planned out till. So even if they do go back on what they say and they choose to reboot, it's going to be a very long time. And by then, I don't think it's going to matter. It'll be pretty irrelevant. And I don't think, like, the reboot isn't the problem. Overdress or Divines, I think Overdress. Yeah, at least 9 seasons of mid-anime, literally. I think it was Overdress. I'm not sure. I think the Naruto is all right. However, it feels like your hand just disappears for how many cards you spend in a turn. You play one. You play a ninja. You play one ninja, and then you get then you can play your jutsu and missions. But you don't play that many jutsu or missions. You only actually play like it's what 8 jutsu and like 8 and like 7. I think it's what it's a 7-8 split is the math. I watched an old Kudoku video. I know the math. I think it's supposed to be like a 7-8 split of jutsus and missions. You don't even have that many. So like, I don't think you burn through that many cards. Because you get 1 ninja a turn. So like your math ends up being very similar to like Yu-Gi-Oh! If I recall correctly. But I don't think you burn through your hand that much. So V's a funny story. The conspiracy theory I heard, I don't know how true it is. I don't have a lot of faith in this theory, but the people that have told me are very confident. The only reason V exists is because D wasn't ready when they ended G. When they ended G in 2018, D wasn't ready yet. They were still working on D, so they made V as an interim. Now, I think that's kind of bogus and doesn't make any sense, but that is the prevailing theory I've heard as to why V exists at all. Is V was there to buy them time to iron out Overdress, which, with as terrible as Overdress is, that doesn't make any sense. But what I've heard. Yeah. Right. So I don't know if it's 9 more. I think it's 9 total, and we're in like season 3 or we're in like season 4 or something. But it's a lot. It's a long time of Overdress, unfortunately. All new art. So it's not that. It's that they decided they were gonna reboot, and by the time they needed to start like making things official, D wasn't ready. So they had to pivot, make V, right? Throw V together. And then once they had V like rolling, then they ironed out D in the background. And then once they had D figured out, that's when they bum rushed through G to get all of the like retrains done. So that's why they bum rushed G, and then we got D in 2021. So it's not like 2018 rolled around and they're like, D isn't ready, quick, go get the V art. It was like, all right, guys, we know we're gonna reboot a couple years from now. How's D looking? Like, dude, I don't think we're gonna make the timeline for this. I'm like, all right, what if instead we just like reboot back to V, and then that'll buy us time to iron out D. But even I still don't think that makes any sense. I have problems. I have problems with that theory. I have large problems. So, yeah. I quit around the last stage of G. Doesn't have a chance of taste. Satisfied. And like, here's the thing, right? I doesn't have yeah. So V was not great. It was fine. I think V was fine. V was the last time Vanguard was okay. Yeah, but V does feel like forever ago. That's back when I had like a big locals. I wasn't a fan of V, but I played it. It was whatever. I miss G. I know people hated End of G, and End of G competitively was terrible. And you can tell, Bushy definitely wanted to reboot like early 2017 is when they like kind of locked that in, because Bushy, you can tell when they want to either kill a game or end a game, they'll release a set and they'll just power creep the game as much as they possibly can to make as much money as they can. So you'll notice with GBT 13 is when it started. and they just kind of went balls to the walls, just giving every clan like kind of a not a broken deck but a playable deck, and just kind of like putting them at as high as they could go, which meant like competitively End of G was awful. And every new set was some stupid tier 0 meta menace. But casual End of G was actually immaculate because every single clan had a playable deck, which was so much fun. I guess the only thing that didn't probably was like Grand Blue Pale Moon, because whatever they're called, Rummy Labyrinth, like missed out on that era. But other than that, I think almost everything was pretty playable. Oh, like OTT wasn't. But I'd say no. Well, it was. It was meta for a second, then it got power crept out. But I think it was like fine. Kitchen table. I'd like a new series of Grown Up Aichi. I mean, yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. That's not well because this is the final. It's supposed to be the final thing. Like if the conspiracy theory holds, V was always meant to be V had a shelf life. Right? Once V caught up to G, it's like, where do we go next? We saw this with Zero. Once it caught up, they just went, all right, game's over now. Bye, guys. Like, these things had a shelf life. So it makes sense that D is going longer because D is actually like an original thing. They can make new cards for it. But V definitely had an expiration date associated with it. So it was going to go away at some point. It was just a matter of when. P1 Country said playing premium is like playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Without 10 hand traps, but all type premium. Yeah, well, first off, no one outside of America even touches premium. Also, you're correct. I think premium's kind of a nightmare. Premium, in my opinion, is kind of a mess. It does feel very like Yu-Gi-Oh! Without 10 hand traps. It's just everything. It's very like if everything's broken, nothing's broken. Everyone's doing some flavor of absolute nonsense. And some people really like it. Just like how some people like playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Some people love premium. I think it's the best format. I think it's a little much, so I don't really look at it ever at all. But I understand why people like it, and will not shame them for it. But I don't really like playing it. I was thinking of the more passionate time is via expiration date. Oh, that's fair. They did also. They only made it to break right before they started speedrunning stuff, to be fair. Like, they skipped Legion, went straight to G, and then they gave us the extra boosters with some of the Legion cards. So, like, they definitely sped Random at the end. Could have made new cards. Like, yeah, they could have, and they made some, but, like, that was a flashback spinoff, right? They definitely showed no signs of branching out past G. It was either going to be any new thing we had, they would just lob into a set, or would be from flashbacks. Yeah, Brawler's got nothing. So sad. Oh, it's so sad. Premium have up to the time. Dude, premium crash is disgusting. So premium doesn't have energy. There's no energy isn't in premium, so you don't get that. So a lot of cards they print in standard don't work in premium because premium doesn't use energy. So that's great. But you can use crests in premium, which are absolutely disgusting. Like the new Harry deck is foul. It's actually so bad. The people want to play premium, they didn't get that much support. Well, yeah, no, yeah. So that's the thing, right? Bushy, it's pretty clear that Bushy Road wants to kill premium, and they're doing it in the same way they killed V, where they're just gonna not support it, wait for everyone to complain, and then stop playing the format, so they can be like, well, no one plays this premium format, so you might as well get rid of it because like no one's playing it. It's just that with premium, since it's their eternal format, it's going to take a lot longer to kill, but eventually it will die. They will get rid of it at some point. Maybe it'll hang on by a thread, but probably not. The premium is going soon. It's about to get out of here. Just sad, but it is what it is, you know. Grand Blue Fantasy mod for Vamp. No, I didn't even see it. I think I saw like an ad for it, but I didn't look into it. So I don't know anything about Grand Blue. I've seen Versus. I've seen the fighting game, but that's about my knowledge. That's my extent. Game Pass GBT 5, I believe. So Niners and Harry introduction premium. No, it's just VWG. Yeah. Night Rose was meta. Then they like did the thing in GBT 12 where they just printed Vanquisher V Buster and said bye. And then Harry was like never good. So they missed out at the end. But then they got the promo strides, but they were like, okay. I think they probably made the decks playable, but not to a great extent. But yeah, Premium is now just V deck with G Zone. Sort of. Well, that's what people were complaining about at the start of V. It's not that bad. I'm trying to think. You play a bunch of V cards in it because D cards are terrible, right? You only play them in because a lot of the D cards suck. Like, most of them are awful. So like that is more just by like process of elimination. But yeah, you're pretty much correct. The crests are a disaster. I hate the crests are very problematic. But yeah, Granblue is really good art. Rabbit keeps complaining about Premium not having energy. It probably shouldn't have energy, but it's just weird. It's just like, it's very weird that it doesn't. But I agree. Like, I don't know. Should it? What do you even get? You maybe get some stuff, but I don't know. It is odd. It's very odd that there's no energy in Premium. But again, I think it's another indicative thing if they want to kill it, because they're just going to keep printing more and more D cards that use energy. So now Premium can't even get support from newer sets, so it's just going to kind of like get stale and die. And they keep making the worst ban lists of all time. So like I think the writing's pretty much on the wall. They're doing anything they can to get rid of Premium, which is like, I mean, whatever. Here's a miserable place. Yeah, it's really bad. Either have the ride deck with energy crest or just shut down entirely if you're not going to support it. Yeah, like they want to kill it. They're doing everything they can to kill it. Shouldn't have crests? Absolutely. Yeah. They shouldn't have crests. But they want it to die. They just want to do the same thing with V. No one was playing V. They stopped supporting V. Everyone stopped playing it because there's no reason to play it. Because you could just go play Premium or Standard. Like V was like the weird middle stepchild. There's literally no reason to play it. And they went, well, you know, no one's playing this format, so I guess we won't have it at BCS or Summerfest. We'll just, you know, you can have it as a side event. For all those people that are really hardcore into it, you can have a side event, but... And that's what they're going to do with Premium. Eventually, Premium's going to get reduced to a side event, and then it'll go away forever. It's going to be the side event that replaces V, and then it's gone forever. It's just going to take a lot longer, because right now it's their only Eternal format, and if you know anything about card games, you can't kill your only Eternal format. But they're going to try their hardest to get rid of it, because Bushy hates Premium. They want it gone so bad. But yeah, RIP Vanguard. New angle unlocked? Heck yeah, brother. We got that table cam while I sleeve my proxies, which I should probably like have like over here. I haven't even been like thinking about the actual camera angle. Ugh. Oh, Vanguard comes to oshi-push, but that's how Vanguard goes. Every time someone brings up Vanguard, I just start complaining. That's how it always happens. Stupid Rotovisor video. Oh man, look at Bushy replace Premium with Hololive. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think they can, because I think Hololive. Or no, they can, because it's like Shadowverse. Yeah, no, they could. They totally could. I would not be surprised. They're just waiting for Hololive to kind of pop off, and they'll be like, "Oh man, everyone wants to play this Hololive game, and we don't have enough space, so I guess we have to get rid of Premium because no one's playing Premium." Uh-oh, and then just Hololive. It would not surprise me. I would not be shocked. They are dedicated. Yeah, no, Premium players are dedicated. You know, good for them. They're doing it. They allow archetype crests, which are busted. Don't allow energy, which is more. Yeah, right. It's very indicative of they just want the format to die. By like whatever means necessary, and if they can kill it, phenomenal. They'll find a way to get rid of it one way or another. Isn't confirmed for Summerfest. Yeah, like right. We have no Premium for Summerfest. It's what yeah, they got rid of Premium for, right. Yeah, I think it's gone. I think it might be a side event, like a single. I think it might be a single side event, because it's Standard and Weiss on the 2 days, and then there's Shadowverse, and then the Lyrical Cup. But I thought that, no, there's Premium, because I think the Shadowverse and Lyrical Cup alternate, right? No, that wouldn't make any sense. Shoot, I forget what it is. I can't remember if Summerfest is Premium or not. There's a baseball game. Well, they can do that in Japan easily. Not here though. They can't print that here. They can't print that over here. They can't do that. That baseball card game, which bro waited 4 hours. I'm so glad you saw that. I'm so glad you remember that. That was a fun night. That was I stayed up like 4 a.m. just for the freaking baseball game. It was some too much brain power on it. Probably it probably is. You're probably correct. It probably is way too much brain power for them to manage it. I should move this over here, so that way when I look, I can look at the thing. There we go. That's better. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember it. I don't think so. Because I know, like, the Lyrical Cup alternates with something, but I think it's Shadowverse. But that's weird to have Shadowverse alternate. That's something that should be at every Summerfest. So I'm not sure why that is. That's very strange. Godzilla TCG? Oh, great. Yeah, Godzilla TCG really is who asked. Baseball game better than One Piece? Well, I mean, you know, anything's better than One Piece, so, like, you're probably correct. Maybe anything's better than One Piece. So no, you're right. Baseball game, I would definitely play the baseball game before we play One Piece. But baseball game doesn't have Otani, my goat, or doesn't have shoot, what's his name? My actual goat. I'm not gonna remember his name. Monkey Never Cramps guy. Shoot, what's his name? Oh no, it's my goat. I guess he's not really my goat if I don't remember his name, but it's been so long since I've paid attention. I almost want to say Nakamura, but that's not right. What's his name? Nuts. Shadowverse doesn't doing it in time with the art. Card frame is busted. The card frame is like, I mean, yeah, it's not great. I like the art. Card frame's like mid, but I mean, it's supposed to be super watered down because it's Hearthstone and paper. It's just like it is, kind of is what it is. Since of Ride archetype, I'll take anything out of Ride Line archetype, please. Ultraman's already out. Ultraman is a thing that already is released. New Order, yeah, Dream Order. Dream Order is the baseball TCG. But yeah, Ultraman's out. Ultraman is out, printed. You can go buy it in English. I saw it at a locals a couple weekends ago. So if you like Marvel Snap, go play some Ultraman. It's better Marvel Snap, but it's pretty close. Why you look different? Yeah, I shaved for the thumbnail because I thought it'd be funny. This way. We got Godzilla TCG waiting for Sonic. Could be chill. Sonic card game could go hard. And now that the movies are popping off, I think Sonic needs to make a good game before they can make a TCG. Once they make a good video game that everyone really likes and pops off, then they can print a TCG. But I think if they just print a TCG, all the comments of that reveal trailer are going to be, how about you make a good game first and then make a trading card game? Until chat mentioned it. I'm sure no one knew Godzilla existed until chat mentioned it. Frontiers was good, but it wasn't like a cultural phenomenon. They need something to like explode. Frontiers was close, but like they need something to really... It's got to be like on par with the movies. Once they make the next Sonic Adventure 2, then they can make a Sonic TCG. Oh, my voice. How streamers talk for this long? I think they announced new. Can I last bigger fantasy for something like One Piece? Sort of, yeah. Like their Monster Hunter World Mario Odyssey? Yeah. They need something huge. Something big. Because like the movies put Sonic back in like public, like mainstream, like the mainstream eye, but you need something to really hit it. You need something for people to not comment, why don't you make a good game first, right? So everyone's gonna be like, where's the new Sonic game? Why are you making a card game? Make the next Sonic Adventure 2. So never? Well, as Justin Bieber would say, never say never. For Pop Stars TCG, so I can stand Taylor's. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Go play HoloLive. That's like close. They're like idols. They're meant to look like idols. The card game is their good game. I mean, that's fair. They could say that, but I'm just saying. I feel like you should make a really good game and then make a card game. But that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. TCGs. Well, that makes no. The Yu-Gi-Oh, like the animation Chronicles thing. That's sick. That's super cool. And Yu-Gi-Oh started as an anime. Yu-Gi-Oh was an anime first, or a manga first, and then an anime, and then they went, wait a second, people like this card game. Let's make it just about that. So Yu-Gi-Oh actually started as an anime. Dude, the Taylor Swift Secret Lair, that has to be coming. We got Miku. Hey, we have better than Taylor Swift, okay? We have the actual GOAT Hatsune Miku. This is Hatsune Miku walked so Taylor Swift could run, okay? Let's be real. Let's be real. All right. And even now, Hatsune Miku is still running faster. Sonic Adventure remake? I don't know if I'd say remake, but like they just need something big, something to really pop off and be like, oh, I forgot the Sonic games are so goated. Right? No, VTuber. Well, sorry. Here we are. How many VTuber TCGs exist? Fun fact, 5. And I think today posted a video where I reviewed all 5 of them. So if you want to hear me talk about VTuber card games for an hour and a half, go check that out. I gotta plug my own content. Miku the original VTuber, no, that's Kizuna Ai. That's the original VTuber. I know that. See, that's a piece of VTuber lore I know. Kizuna Ai, I think, was the first VTuber. 5 too many? I'd say maybe 3 too many. Yeah. This one gets to exist. This one gets to exist. This one gets the pass. If any of them get to exist, it's this one. Hololive makes sense. Hololive gets to exist. And V-Card's an abomination. VRL is like fine. And I think Rift Runners has the potential to exist, to be able to exist. It's close. Rift Runners is close. It is very, very close. What's the name of that card? You can read. Ah. I hope you possess reading comprehension skills. If not, that's gonna be awkward. I assume that's the VTuber girl's catchphrase. VTuber archetype exists. Yeah. Oh, I didn't mention collabs in the video. I did not do collabs. If I did collabs, it would be like 9. But I did not do collabs. That doesn't count because I was reviewing the games. I play card. That's honestly, you're so real for that. That's so true. That's so true. I can't read either. I guess you're not that much of a VTuber if you know the origin of VTuber to some extent. To some extent, I know things. I know stuff and things. Sometimes anything I know about VTubers has just been from me like being on Twitter and just kind of like permeating information in my brain. None of it is from a place of I want to research VTubers. It's just I'm on Twitter and I'm like, what is this? And like, oh, it's Kizuna AI, the original VTuber. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I watched an Oculus VR. It's kind of sick. Yeah, VCard is an abomination. It's an absolute disaster. Skeleton with no meter substance VTuber TCG that is Yu-Gi-Oh abomination because too much stuff for no rhyme or reason. Yeah, it's yeah. Oh yeah, Rift Runners. That's the Yu-Gi-Oh one. Yeah, the Rift Run. It's rough. It's close to being good, but it just has so much stuff. It has so much nonsense in it, and just a lot of bloat. But like just looking at the cards, it looks really cool. But as soon as you try to play it, you're like, what is going on? It's a nightmare. So yeah, no, correct take. Absolute correct. What does the push mean in the name? Well, it's not a mechanic. V-Card's OP, don't make me choose. That's the worst. That is the worst would you rather of all time is V-Card or One Piece. Is it to play or to like exist? Because I think it depends. I think that depends. All knowledge I have about VTubers not actually, yeah, right? All knowledge I have about VTubers I was not actively searching for. I just kind of stumbled upon.
Ugh. Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't like V card. Oh, V card of One Piece. That's hard. That's hard. That's not easy. Oof. Oof. Yeah, that's a lot. The VTuber Yu-Gi-Oh one is also, I think, fair. Um the VTuber Yu-Gi-Oh one is really funny too at Rift Runners because it's very much like when you read the rules, it's made by it's made by a Reddit thread that thinks they can fix Yu-Gi-Oh because they do a lot of things that like are very famous jokes in the community that like people are like, you should do this, and it's like, you literally can't do that. Like they have the biggest one is they have hard ones per turn and soft ones per turn like printed on the card as a mechanic. Like a effect will end and it'll go parentheses H1 PT for hard ones per turn and then S1 PT for soft. So that's really funny and gimmicky. They like keyword a bunch of stuff that doesn't need to be keyworded. And there's the argument of like they should just add keywords to Yu-Gi-Oh and that would solve everything. And it's like, no, it wouldn't actually. It would not be great. Like people think they should keyword the Madolche effect that makes them like spin themselves back to the deck when they die. And that should be like the Madolche keyword, but it doesn't quite work like that. But like this game tries to do it, and it gets really awkward. They also like misunderstand vanilla monsters and try to make them really special when that was never their purpose. So it's just kind of eh. V card does, actual based take. V card does have better source material. You are very correct. V card absolutely has better source material. If it was game, I had to actually, you know what? No, I think it's V card. One Piece or V card, it's V card. Because if it's game to exist, it's absolutely V card. If it's game to play, I think it's still V card. Because I can at least laugh at how bad it is. One Piece, I just have to suffer through the whole time. Sweet Escape is Madolche Q. Yeah, right. And they're like, you should do that. It's like, that's not how the game works, actually. I solely don't like RPG because of the community. Yeah, right. The community's terrible. It's so bad. But the game is fine. Sure, nothing special, but it's okay. It's more casual friendly. No, I'll give it. Like that's yeah, right. Oh, my main gripe. I think like out of all the complaints I have about One Piece, I think at the end of the day, the game is mid. The game's fine. It's very 5 out of 10. Like it's playable. It's very fine. But people glaze it like there's no tomorrow. And it's infuriating. It's so annoying because the game's fine. It's playable. The game's literally just playable, and everyone's like, "That's the best game ever." And it's like, no, it's literally just playable. Like it's fine. It's so fine. Should I get Rush Duel? I love Rush Duels. Oh my gosh, dude! If they gave us Rush Duels, that's all I'd play. I would just play Rush Duels. I love Rush Duels so much. Oh, I wish we had Rush Duels. Don't even get me started. I love Rush Duels. If we get Rush Duels in English, I think the world will finally be at peace. We'll finally find world peace if we can get Rush Duel in English. It's actually like the best game ever. I love Rush Duels so much. Rush Duels are so fun, man. They're so fun. They're so good. I could glaze Rush Duel forever. I honestly would. I would glaze Rush Duel forever. I feel like I wanted this one such much if I did. It was for One Piece fan hype, so much like you can enjoy it. Yeah, right. That's I say it all the time. They act like it's God's gift to TCGs, and it's not. It's so fun. It's just another Bandai game. It's literally just another Bandai game. It's fine. But everyone's like, this is the best game ever, and it's like, no. And then if you have like a counter opinion, you're automatically wrong and a moron and dumb, and you're just like, it's like, all right, whatever, dude. I don't care, because it's the same thing for the anime. It's the exact same thing for the anime. I don't like One Piece. I don't like the anime either. I think it's mid. I think One Piece is kind of mid. But you say it to a One Piece fan, they're like, it's the greatest anime of all time. Oda is literally God's gift to humanity. It's the greatest manga ever. And it's like, all right, you can stop glazing, please. It's okay to like things, but like, it's okay to like things. Just don't pretend that they're objectively the greatest thing ever. Right. I think at the end of the day, you can like whatever you like, but as soon as you start objectively saying it's objectively the best thing of all time, you gotta chill. Yeah, if Rush was in English, the instant Vanguard replacement, the perfect Vanguard replacement, immediate Vanguard replacement. I love Rush Duels so much. Oh, I love it so much. It's so fun. It's such a blast. Oh, I miss it. I miss Rush Duels. I used to play so much when I. When it first came out in Japan, I was all over that. And then I just kind of forgot about it. One Piece placing the card killing takes the meta card. Well, so that's like true. Their One Piece cards with 2 lines of text are meta cards. Like those cards do exist. Like that's not like a weird opinion. Like that is correct. Like they have cards with 2 lines of text that are broken. Like that's correct. Oh, Rush Duel so badly. It confounds me. It's so weird. It's so weird we don't have it. There's got to be some reason. There's just some weird reason why we don't have it. But like, oh, it's so good. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's a crime we don't have Rush Duels yet. It's so evil. But I'm sure there's some weird reason. Or they're just scared of speed duels, but it's like that's a can of worms and completely different. But whatever. We dubbed the anime. How do we dub the anime and not get the card? I don't know. It's so weird. Because then why would you make dub an anime that kids are going to watch and can't buy the product for? The whole point of these anime is to be an advertisement for the card game. So why dub this, put it in English, and then not sell the product it's meant to advertise? It doesn't make any sense. It just don't make any sense. There's no text that are broken. You get cards with 1 line of text that are broken. Yeah, right. Like, yeah, some games have cards with 1 line of text that are busted. Like, it happens. It happens. Oftentimes, actually, a thing you can count on in card games is normally the less text a card has, the better it often is. This was a big thing in Vanguard for a while. People would say back in like G, it's like if you see a Vanguard card with like a couple lines of text, card's probably pretty crazy. And when you get a card with like a wall of text, probably sucks. But for a Vanguard, it was true for the longest time that normally the less text you had, the better the card ended up being. Did I miscount? I think I miscounted. That sucks. No, I didn't. I'm the GOAT. Never mind. I'm the GOAT. I'm the GOAT. Kids watching anime are gonna be so upset. Yeah, right? What the heck? I want to, Mom, buy me a Sevens or a Magician. They're like, honey, I literally can't. I don't know how to do that. The thing is, speedrunners already can't. No, I'm saying that like they're scared they're gonna like it's gonna bomb like Speed Duel did, but Speed Duel bombed for entirely different reasons that have nothing to do with Rush Duel. But I'm scared they're gonna think like, well, Speed Duel didn't do well, so we probably shouldn't import Rush Duel. And it's like, no, they're completely different. They're completely different. But I don't know. There's a lot of reasons Speed Duel failed. Speed Duel was messed up out of the gate when they were putting packs of 4 cards that didn't have rares that were sold at the regular price of a regular booster pack. It was an absolute disaster. Old Yu-Gi-Oh is boring. That's fair. Some people do think that. Some people love old Yu-Gi-Oh. You know, that's very much personal preference. TCG players keep taking rush art, making TCG customs of the art, and whining about the TCG not getting. Dude, the art in Rush Duels is so good. Rush Duel has some of the best art, hands down. I love Rush Duel art. It's actually peak. It's like forcing to show us on the cards or the card scanner. Yeah, exactly. It's like, what are we doing here? You're literally going to dub an advertisement and then not sell the product. Come on. Come on. All right, it's time for the real meat and potatoes. Actually playtesting oshi-push. Like I said I was going to do. I just had to cut and sleeve everything. Yeah, because of Duel Links, but like... Oh, that went down the wrong pipe. But like the anime doesn't say... And maybe it does, and I haven't watched it, but... Because I watched it, I watched it subbed. The anime doesn't say like, go play Duel Links, right? I would hope it does. The anime says go buy some booster packs and get some cards. All right, maybe kids will figure out that it's in Duel Links, but it's still very weird. It's super weird to dub an anime as a Duel Links ad. Their side game better than their main game. Now they're scared of releasing outside of Japan. I mean, yeah, probably. They probably are. It's a good game. I know people that don't like Rush Duels and prefer... Actually, I know people that prefer 2007 like GX Yu-Gi-Oh! Over Rush Duels. So it really... Different people definitely like different things. But I think it's fine. There was a cool balance between being badass and cute while someone getting some Gooner art somehow. Yeah, I love the art. I think the art's so good. It's honestly peak. It's definitely like the next step down from Vanguard art. I think like it's like if you want a game with Vanguard art and you don't want to play Grand Archive, which even doesn't even actually come close, Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duels, probably as close as you'll get. Does it go money from Duel Links? It does. It does make a lot of. They do make money from Duel Links. That is true. They make a lot of money from Duel Links, which is fair. But still, print the cards in paper. Print the dang format in paper. I want to play it. I want to play the game. It's time to play the game. All right, chat. Raise your hand if you actually know how to play oshi-push. How much of this am I gonna have to explain as we go? What the heck? There we go. I feel like they do have Vanguard artists on commission. They don't have my favorite Vanguard artist though, unfortunately. They might have Shosuke. No, does he do any Rush Duels? They don't have my favorite Vanguard artists, but I think they do have some. I gotta move these. Now, earlier, I think I did measure this out so that these will fit on this table. I somehow imagined that I owned a table that I don't actually own. I don't know how I did it. So we're doing this on the desk because I don't actually own the table. I mean, yeah, lack in any game is actually is phenomenal. So that's fair. I would argue GA is better than Vanguard's actually. I like G art, looks like they are from actual anime or JRPG. I say this in regards to Grand Archives is a little heavily themed, right? So it's like, unless you like specifically Arthurian Legend, Steampunk, or Three Kingdoms, you're going to be missing stuff, right? Vanguard, I think, has the best art with the best spread of themes. Like, you get dragons, robots, waifus, knights, demons, right? You get a little bit of everything. Grand Archive, you have 3 distinct themes, and if you don't like any of them, you're going to be a little hard-pressed to find stuff you like. But just in general, like, anime art, it's very, very, very good. It's really, really good. But yeah. Oh, in regards to the Vanguard conversation a little earlier, Bushwood forgets that the reason the franchise took off is because of Magic Pokemon Yu-Gi-Oh! Being in fairy beds. Yeah. The whole reason they started playing it was because Yu-Gi-Oh! That's why 80% of Vanguard players are Yu-Gi-Oh! Players, because it was a Dino Rabbit format, and everyone quit. And they're like, well, let's play Vanguard, and then had a blast playing Vanguard. So yeah, no, that's why a lot of Vanguard players are Yu-Gi-Oh! Players. Absolutely true. Do they hire artists to make TCG art or just commission sometimes? In regards to which game, because I have different answers for different games. Normally that answers the same thing. Yeah, you hire an artist to make TCG art, and then there are artists that are known for making specifically art for TCGs. But yeah, which is fair. People like 2007 Yu-Gi-Oh, but not Rush Duel actually makes sense because Rush Duel. Yeah, no. I feel like yeah, they said they really liked the like 1-for-1 trading, trying to grind your opponent in like a battle of finite resources. And I'm like, totally get that. I love being able to build a new board every turn, and like I love playing in the series of hands where I like draw a hand. I'm like, all right, this is what I'm working with this turn. Build a board, break my opponents, then they break mine, and then we get to go again. And I build a board, I break whatever they build, they draw, they build a board. I think that's really that gameplay loop is really fun and addicting for me. So I think Rush Duel is like my favorite gameplay loop. If I may ever made a game, I'd probably try to emulate that. I think it's so addicting. Actually watching Sevens, then going, wow, let me download and play Duel Links. Yeah, right. It's like I don't know if kids are gonna be like, let's go play Duel Links. I don't think it's gonna happen. Pippa's odds, Tenma's evens. Sick. 10 was going first. I didn't even see that. I gotta grab some stuff. Let me just double check. Fudge. Okay, I need to move these then. Put these here. Put that there. So these have to go somewhere else. That's okay. Daisuke Iizuka is the best artist of all time. That's my GOAT. That's my Oshi. That's my artist. Oshi is Daisuke Iizuka. I love Daisuke so much. His art's so good. Daisuke are busted on over design units. I love it. I love it so much because you see a piece of Daisuke art and you're like, that's Daisuke. That's my boy Daisuke. You can instantly tell when art is drawn by Daisuke. It's so good. He also loves to just make the same dude over and over again with different flavors, and it's so fun. It's so fun. I think he's the goat for that. It was so funny when they made that one Dragon Empire card, the one like grade 2 triple rare Dragon Empire card. You could tell he had just finished drawing Glow in Battle Spirits like 7 different times and just went, screw it, I'll just draw an 8th Glow and put it in Vanguard. It's so funny. It's so funny. Oh, it's great. I wanted to play Duel Links often, but man, that game is too money hungry. It's so yeah. It's you kind of have to be rich to play Duel Links. It's pretty tough. It's not ideal in like any way. Oh, what is this? Ah, there we go. Yoink. Okay, so I need this. And this the Vanguard is the Daisuke Dragon from Link Joker. Raging Form Descent. Dude, any Daisuke Dragon is so good. I mean, when you look at it, it's all the same dragon, but they're so sick. Daisuke is an MTG, but he does like his he does his like Fire Emblem style for a lot of his MTG stuff, I think. Because he did I think he did a Planeswalker, if I remember correctly, but it's in his Fire Emblem style. Which is like still good, but I prefer when he's drawing giant freaking dragons. I think then that's when it's peak. Ugh. Ugh. Oh boy. Now the main reason I want to play this game, does the guy who did Siegfried do Vanguard art? Which Siegfried? Because I think a lot of Siegfried looks like a lot of the Siegfrieds look kind of like Butthole. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Blangmeier's sick. Blangmeier's cool, but Blangmeier is such a Daisuke has drawn Blangmeier in Battle Spirits like 4 times, which is so funny. Like he has drawn Blangmeier before. It's very Daisuke. Like he has drawn that guy before, which is really funny. So the main reason I want to play oshi-push, I'm not even gonna cap. Oh, I totally missed some stuff. Chaos Breaker encounters are coming in D, I feel it. People are saying that, but people think that's why we didn't get Ezel, is because they're going to give us, there's some lore reason that I don't know, but they said they didn't give us Ezel because they're waiting to give us Scissors and Chaos Breaker, which maybe, is the video buffering? I hope not. Let me check and see if my stuff's good. Oh, it says I have excellent connection, so it might be a you thing, because I think I'm good. Yep, Orphis is Daisuke. Orphis is Daisuke. Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My goat. Let me pull up. Yeah, let's real quick, side tangent. Let's see who does Siegfried. Thunder Emperor. I can't type. I'm just gonna guess and hope it fixes it for me. Do you mean Siegworm? Siegworm's the Thunder Emperor. Siegfried is the OG boss monster. So this is Siegfried. This is the OG boss, which looks kind of like Butthole. I think you're thinking of Siegworm, who's the Saga guy. This dude. Who is drawn by... Where do they put their artists? Illust. Sure. Ah! Copy. Okay, yeah, same guy. Yeah, Seagworm is just Charizard by, yeah, pretty much. It's the big dumb fire dragon. You've asked me to Charizard art. Let's find out. What's KG got? What's KG got for us? My anime list. Okay. Bro does manga. Robotics notes. I like robotics notes. I like the anime. I don't know anything else about it. I know it's a visual novel, but I like the anime. Okay, that didn't help me out. Rail Wars. Okay. Okay, that wasn't super helpful. The Volcanus Daisuke, and he looks familiar. Yeah. You'll notice Daisuke art. When you see Daisuke art, you're like, oh. Oh, yeah, that's Daisuke. Why is there TCG player products? Oh, this is art? Shoot. See, there's a lot of stuff for battle spirits. He does the Starblade Dragon, who I love. I love Starblade Dragon. This thing's sick. Does it say artist here? Oh yeah, it does. Look at that. I didn't know you could search my artist on TCG Player. That's super cool. Wait, does that mean I can? Yeah, this Planeswalker. He does this for Magic, but it's his Fire Emblem style. Wait, this is actually so sick. This is actually so cool. He did a lot of light novel manga adaptations. Okay, sick. That makes sense. And you know the saddest thing about Daisuke? He does One Piece art now. And the worst part about it is it's so good. It's so good. But also it's Daisuke. Card is bad? Yeah, card's bad. Card's really bad. But I love Daisuke so much. But it's also freaking One Piece. But it's Daisuke. And he does this, the Clover Technician. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I love Daisuke so much. Look at this. That looks so cool. Daisuke and Shosuke are my two favorite card game artists of all time. Shosuke mostly does Duel Masters art. He's the goat. Okay. So he does like a lot of battles. He does mostly just battle spirits, it looks like. Okay, that did not help me at all. Yeah, looking like battle spirits and light novels, baby. That's about it. That's about it for the goat. All right. Boop. Why did that blow up? What the heck? Pro's main frontline? Dude, Daisuke's in everything. Because he's the goat. Obviously. Obviously, because he's the goat. Look up TC Koki art. Say less. Say less. Let's see if I can do the TCG Player thing, because that was super cool. But a Digimon. Right? Let me double check that this is actually going by the artist and not. Okay, yeah. Okay. Oh, wow. That's a lot. Is it all Digimon? Product line? Oh, 2 Vanguard cards. Oh, Token Rampu. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. But the Digimon stuff looks good. Oh, this looks dope. I'm a fan. Not a big Digimon fan, but I like the art. It looks nice. Oh, yeah. That looks good. That looks good. Kind of miss. I think you and you alone miss having a new Varina card every time we get a new Vanguard set. I don't know how anyone misses that. Art's favorite Invisimon? Dude, bad. I think I typed in too many letters there. Ooh. That's what artist, yeah. That look pretty good. Look pretty good. Yeah, right. We're getting another one. We're getting Token Rambu Part 2. Get hyped for that. Everybody get excited for Token Rambu Part 2. You do OPTCG rank, ready to have a death battle against OP. I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm so down. I hate One Piece. I literally do not care. I could not care less. It literally does not matter to me. I don't know if I will, because that'll be a generational video. The video's gonna be so long, but maybe one day I'll do it. But I'm down to just be a passive One Piece hater and like never give any reasons. I think that's way funnier. If I just hate it for like never state a reason, just be a hater. That game needs some haters, all right? Like, too much glaze. That has more glaze than Krispy Kreme, all right? Still baffles the Vanguard's getting Token Rambu 3. Yep, you're telling me, bud. Yeah, it's crazy. It's something else. It's a good adventure story, but pretty. Yeah, it's like fine. One Piece is fine. I think it's fine. Like I watched it. It's fine. I wouldn't say God's gift to anime. It has some good parts, but like people just glaze it so much. But yeah, big hater, bro. Hate One Piece TCG, but haunted by the whole world. I'm so down. I'm so down. This is a safe space. See, my stream, my channel, this is a safe space for One Piece haters. All right, I try to be a safe space for all One Piece non-enjoyers. Where's the middle of my screen? Probably around there, ish. Yeah, around there. Oh, and I guess it's kind of not really the middle. Chat's on the way. Whatever. It's probably fine. We'll just keep it there. We'll just keep it there. English gets next 6 months late and it'll be completely outclassed. Oh, without a doubt. Absolutely. Without a doubt. It's going to be completely irrelevant. Completely. Alter Nami and just destroy it. No, I'm not going to do that. That's I don't like doing that. I think that's a little lame. I don't like the people like, I'm going to buy this card just to rip it up. I think that's a little lame. I'm not going to lie. Call me a loser for thinking that, but I think it's a little much. I'm good to just hate in silence. I'm good to just hate on my own. But I will never stop being a One Piece hater. I will always be a One Piece hater. I don't think anything can ever change that. Unless like the community becomes normal and then maybe I'll think about it, but who knows if who knows if that's gonna happen. Oh, I gotta stay hydrated. There we go. The voice was going. So I'm not gonna lie. The entire reason, not the entire reason, a big reason. I need to go get some monkey fights, smartest One Piece glazer. I'm down. I should watch some videos. I haven't watched any because I don't care about One Piece. I watched some of his old stuff. I think about like Hat, and there was something else. I think he did like a history of Forcible that was fun to watch. You keep trying to saying V card's better than One Piece. I could say that. No, I don't want to get labeled a gooner. I'm gonna say oshi-push is better than One Piece. I'll do that. I'll say this is better than One Piece. I don't know about V card. That's tough. That's a little rough. I don't want to be put on Team Goon. Go ahead, monkey fight. I'll do it. So here's the thing though, like, it's so good. It only takes 233 episodes to get there. Then it might not be that good. That's the thing. It's like fine. It's fine. I get why people like it. I don't think it's not wrong to like, but when people call it the best thing on the planet, it's like, all right, come on, be for real. It's fine. It's completely fine. I think what would happen though, if I genuinely like argued with a One Piece player about why I don't like it, I would just, you know, the people that's like, for dropping Vanguard for One Piece. I mean, I believe it. I think who hasn't dropped any card game for One Piece, you know? That's every One Piece player. Do we just hate One Piece because of the fan base? No, I do have genuine issues with the game. So here's the thing, right? Yeah, though that's what it was for me. I didn't like it, and then I got to Arlong, and I'm like, okay, I can ride this out, and then I did. But yeah, if you don't like it after Arlong, do not watch it. You will hate it. If you can't get past Arlong Park, do not waste your time. But also getting to Arlong Park, dude, getting through Syrup Village. Oh my gosh, I dropped it. I dropped it at Syrup Village, and then I came back and then kept going. I hate this. It was so bad. But my issue with One Piece comes down to a place of, I think both the game and the show are mid. They're fine. Like One Piece, the anime is like a 7 out of 10. Like it's good. It's great. And then the One Piece TCG is a 5 out of 10. It's fine. I have issues with it, but it's fine. My problem is whenever someone talks about One Piece, they talk about it like it's an 11 out of 10 in both categories. And that makes me upset. And that makes me want to be a hater. So I have taken a stance of hating. Because my actual opinions on One Piece is that it's just a 5 out of 10. But everyone thinks it's over here. So I need to hate it to bring it back down to like where it should be. I need to balance. I need to tip the scales, right? I need to balance it out. Right, I think One Piece is just fine, but they keep saying it's great, so I need to put some pressure on it to bring them back down to earth, right? Like find me a One Piece meta where people weren't complaining about something being broken in Tier 0. But it's just as good as any other Bandai game at the end of the day. But people talk about it like it's the greatest game of all time. Do we just summon r/pirate folk here? I don't even know what r/. Is that a One Piece Reddit? Is that the One Piece Reddit? Yeah, but I think the game is just fine. But that's what makes you so mad. Is everyone's like, this is the greatest game ever. And I'm like, no, this is just the first card game you've ever played, or you just are really bad at other card games. Like, it's fine. It's like, oh my gosh, a game where I make decisions. This must be the most complex thing ever. It's like, no, it's just okay. It's okay. As you can see from my profile, are long did hook me? Yeah, no, that's fair. Oh, I see. Yeah. So, like, I don't hate people that like One Piece. I hate people that glaze it to the moon. That's what I have an issue with. Got an idea. The only what to defeat One Piece is Fairy Tail gets a DCG. Okay, but Fairy Tail's like actually bad. Like that's and it would be so gooner. That would be Omega Gooner. I can't defend a Fairy Tail TCG. And then I'm talking from if that would happen. So like my thing. So what I'm saying, if I ever did like argue. Oh yeah, the only way to defeat One Piece. If I ever did like argue with a One Piece player like Monkey Fight, what would happen is if you've seen the memes that's like, when your message deleted by Stream Elements, what did you type? Oh wait, no, that was in the thing. View deleted message? Why did Stream Elements delete something? Hold on. I wonder if my Stream Elements is like doing weird moderation stuff. I should double check that. That might be what's happening. Can I change that? Let me see if I can change that right now. I wonder if Streamlabs is being weird with the moderation. But I don't even remember how I set that up in the first place. But I feel like there was a button where it said like, it'll police chat for you. How do you want to do it? And I set it like pretty much as low as I could. Not low. I set it to like moderate, but I think even then it went a little too far. If it's not in here, I'll just have to change it later. But that might be why chats are getting deleted on YouTube and not on my stream. I'll have to look at that. When I heard the rules for One Piece, I was immediately turned off by hard card lock. Yeah, the hard card locking I hate. I don't like that at all. I don't think it's a bad. Yeah, right. It's not like a bad game. It definitely has issues that I don't like. But I wouldn't call it bad. Oh, it is my Streamlabs. Okay, I know how to fix the chat thing. I know how to fix it, but it's only saying it here and not here. Okay, I know how to fix chat. That's good. At least I figured that out. Game where I make decisions is only mind-blowing for Candyland play. Yeah, right. But that's a lot of people. This is their first. It's a lot of people's either first card game ever, or they're swapping from like a game they were bad at. One Piece Reddit that roasted OP fanbase by itself. Oh, okay. That is OP enjoyers. You don't overglaze and. That's good. That's nice. I appreciate them. They're the goats. I like that subreddit. That's nice. And you can admit the yeah. I don't think anyone can disagree the anime has bad pacing. That's pretty objectively true. But I think it's like overall just like fine. Because eventually I stopped watching the anime after the time skip. I stopped watching the anime and I just read the manga. But even then, I just like personally wasn't into it, so I wasn't a huge fan. But then if you say that to someone, they're like, you have the worst taste of all time. And it's like, okay, all right, bud. Okay, chill out. Calm yourself. But if I ever did argue with a One Piece player, it would do the things like when you're losing, when you like are in an argument with somebody and you know you're wrong, but you just double down and just make up the most nonsense arguments of all time. I'd probably do that because my thing with One Piece too is like I don't care about like being correct that One Piece is bad. So like that's why I don't argue with people about it because I don't care. I have nothing. There's no reason to, like prove to people that One Piece is mid. If you're gonna glaze it, you're gonna glaze it. So if someone ever tried to argue with me about it, I would just make them mad the entire time. I would just argue absolute nonsense the whole time. Because there's no point. There's no point in having that debate. It's a matter of whether you like it or not. And I think people that like it are annoying most of the time. Right? And you can't like prove me wrong about that, right? You're like, well, I'm not annoying. And it's like, maybe not, but the majority of people that I interact with are. But regardless, like, no, I don't think I would go like debate someone that One Piece is bad. If I did that, I would just be there to upset them the whole time because like that's a pointless argument. I see some people saying One Piece is better than MTG. One Piece is going to be the MTG Slayer. Like what? It's like that's the thing, right? Like so, like my biggest argument too is like people are like the One Piece game is so good. I'm like no, I'm like they're like the One Piece game is so popular. It's just a side event of this live. It always is. This was just an excuse for me to yap. I'm like I need to cut out these cards. I can yap while doing that. We'll get there eventually. I always get there eventually. But the thing with One Piece is like oh yeah, like it's gonna overtake. Look how popular it is. It's gonna overtake Magic, and it's like no, One Piece isn't popular because it's a really good game. One Piece is really popular because it has Monkey D. Luffy on the card, and it's the most popular media franchise in the world, right? So like, as long as the game is playable, it's going to be popular. It doesn't need to be good. So like, that's the product we have to keep it up. Yeah. So like, that's the issue. Is like One Piece's popularity is because it's good. It's because it's playable, and because it's playable, people have room to enjoy it, and therefore can enjoy Monkey D. Luffy. It's the same thing with like Lorcana. Lorcana is just baby Magic. Literally, Magic pros just walk into Lorcana tournaments, top regionals, and leave. Like Lorcana is not that great, like in skill intensive of a game, but it's Disney, so it's popular. Right? One Piece is the same thing. One Piece is Lorcana for weebs. Instead of Disney, it's Monkey D. Luffy. So like, that's why it's so big. Not because it's good, because there's Monkey D. Luffy on it. And that's like okay, as long as people acknowledge that that's the reason and understand that, because then it's fine. Anyway, plot was part Piss is a parody. Gintama, actually the best anime ever made. I've heard Gintama's really good. I also heard it doesn't actually get like that funny until like the third season or something like that. But I've heard it's like really good. Because it's easy in money. Exactly. It's easy in money. So like, I don't blame Bandai for making the game for a second. Like it's a slam dunk, right? But for sure. What do you think about pacing One Piece planning to release another? I've seen that. I've seen the ZBZ Kai they're supposed to be doing. So, or are they hating because they like made Usopp white or something? I don't really remember. I'll watch it if it's good. We'll see. If they can somehow fix Syrup Village, I'll be down. But it's just, yeah, One Piece, not quite for me. Not quite for me. Yeah, but yeah, Duel Masters was the MTG Slayer, and they said, they axed that. They said, no, Magic's not dying on our watch. We're keeping that. Lorcana is really started in Modern for who doesn't top? Yeah, right. It's, yeah, exactly. Precisely. You don't top, you just walk to a Lorcana regional and make some money. Which is like fine. Ugh. Like, that's okay. It's totally fine. So yeah, One Piece, objective review of One Piece, the game's totally fine, but it's because it's fine and people keep glazing it that I don't like it as much, and that's what makes me upset. But yeah, let's talk about a thing I definitely know nothing about: VTubers. Sort of. So actually, Duel Masters was supposed to get kids into Magic. Wizards thought Magic was going to be too hard for kids to learn, so they needed an easier version to ease them in, and then like as they grew up, they would transition out of Duel Masters into Magic. And they gave it the anime aesthetic to kind of compete with Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Because that's what kids are playing. All the kids are playing Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh. No one is playing Magic. So they wanted to ease kids. So they thought like, oh, well, Magic's too hard for them. So we'll get Duel Masters to ease them in. But kind of what ended up happening was a lot of people, it didn't bring anyone into Magic. And the people that did play Duel Masters kind of just played Duel Masters. Some people even left Magic for Duel Masters. So it didn't really serve the purpose they had intended it to serve. And what ended up happening is they killed it in America. And in Japan, it ended up taking over Magic and is now Japan's Magic the Gathering, which makes a lot of sense. So pretty much, yeah, it was just, but it was meant to, that's why it's like, it was literally designed to be Magic for kids. That's why it's like dumbed down like it is. But it didn't end up attracting any kids to Magic. It actually just made people play Duel Masters and made it a beloved cult classic card game that influenced just about every card game made in Japan afterwards, which is kind of cool. Gintama's only made where the fillers actually enhances the experience. Then again, because of the nature of the show, fillers aren't as drawing. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. They did not. Oh, was that I think I saw something. Was that right now or like yesterday? If it's right now, I might have to live crash out. There's no way it was right now. That had to be like a couple days ago or something. Oh my gosh. Oh, it is. It's like, it's like Rotovisor adjacent support. This is so bad. Oh, this is so bad. Let me pull this up. This is so bad. Ew. Wait, where's Discord? What? I have Opera? Huh? It's card of the day, yeah. Here's a way to piss off OP fans. Tenma can defeat Luffy and Law and... Don't talk about One Piece fans' power scaling. They'll go crazy. It's so annoying. Don't you dare mention power scaling to a One Piece fan. Why can't I window capture Discord? What the heck? Oh, there it goes. I had to like undo it. All right. All right. Oh boy. What is this? Okay, so first up we have a grade 3. Already terrible. Already not playing this. So remember when I complained that the support makes you play a total of like 16 shield, not 16, but it makes you play like 12 to 15 shieldless cards. So yeah, I definitely want to play another grade 3. Absolutely. Definitely want that. Yep. When this unit stands by a card's ability, Energy Blast 3, a resource we already don't have because we have the EB3 for the grade 2 and the grade 3 to reduce our Vanguard cost. So we definitely have no more energy to spare. We don't even have the energy for those two, right? So let alone for this, to choose one of my riggers in the same column and give it 5,000 power. So we get a, yeah, bro, think he's Bastion, for real. So it's a card we can't play because it has no shield. And it's Energy Blast 3 resource we don't have. So we already like can't use it. What could it possibly even do to be worth that? It's 5k. It's 5k. All that for 5. This is the Rotovisor experience. Other decks, you just put the card on the table and it gets 5k. Rotovisor, you gotta work for that. You gotta commit for this fight. You want this 5k? You gotta commit for this 5k. You want 5? You gotta work for this 5k. All right. You want? We're gonna give you your 5k. You can't even play it. You can't even afford 5k. That's how poor you are, Rotovisor. You can't even afford 5k. You're lucky to get 5k. You should feel privileged to get 5k. The Rotovisor gods heard us and gave us great support so you can stream in real time when they announced it. Yup. His on-hit order just energy charge 2. It energy charges 2 and the support charge you was 3. So you have to hit twice. I have to deal 2 damage to get what? 5,000 power. Oh my gosh, by the time you pull off the combo the deck actually wants you to do, you've won the game. You've dealt 8 damage. By the time you actually do what the deck tells you to do, you've dealt 8 damage and won the game. What's the next card? A grade 1. We could actually maybe play this. When the team's placed on rearguard, if you have 2 or more different set orders in order zone, soul charge 1 or energy charge 1. How do they go? We see the problem. I see the problem. Bushy, they saw the Rotovisor video and they went, see the problem. That's a lot of energy to use. It's a lot of energy to use, and you don't quite get the on-hit, you know? I think we should fix that. You can have energy charge 1. Why not energy charge 2? It's because energy charge, you got it, Corpse King. Energy charge 1 plus energy 2 off the set order on-hit is 3. So now you only need 1 on-hit to get, 5k! Ooh! Oh my gosh. Oh. This is so bad. It's so bad. It's like so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. And this, honestly, this is just an insult. It's literally, they literally printed bare minimum improvement. Because it's like, you can't even like be like, this card's terrible. It's like, well, it fixes the on-hit problem. It makes it so that your on-hit does give you energy charge 3 if you find these 2 cards. It does fix the problem. And it's like, yeah, in the most bare minimum worst way possible. So it's like, thanks, Bushy. Thanks for the scraps. Thanks for the absolute scraps. Rotovisor suddenly get a new Vanguard, just like the new Bav we're getting. Oh yeah, Rotovisor was definitely get a new Vanguard, just like Heroes is getting a new Vanguard, right? Right? Just like the new Hero Vanguard. Oh yeah, absolutely. We're definitely gonna get a new Rotovisor Vanguard for sure, dude. But that's the worst. They're like, well, at least it's something, and it's like, I don't want at least it's something. I'm out here begging. I don't want to be out here begging for scraps. Like this is an insult. This is evil. Yeah, we don't even eat. We don't even eat bad, bro. This is no food. We get crumbs. We get crumbs. And then Butchie goes, "Aren't you happy when you get crumbs? Don't you like these crumbs?" Like, oh my gosh, what the heck? What do you mean, Roto? At least I get. You know, at the end of the day, Butchie, thank you for this video. Thank you for the YouTube. Bushy Road. Thank you for the YouTube video. Thank you so much for the YouTube video. Because what the heck is this? What is this? What the heck are you doing? Oh, doesn't matter if it's a new Vanguard's on hit in 2025. I don't know what they're gonna do. I don't know what they're gonna do to fix the on hit mechanic in 2025. You can't. Bushy's like, let's fix the unfixable. Oh, sure. It's like Bushy sold you a car. No, that's a bad example. Like, Bushy's sells you a car with like no engine, no steering wheel, and like one seat, right? They sell you this. And then later on they go, oh shoot, oh yeah, the car doesn't work. All right, well, here's a steering wheel. You're like, what? And you're like, no, it's a steering wheel. So you can steer, you're missing the steering wheel. So now you can steer the car. And you're like, I don't have an engine. You're like, well, you could just push it down a hill. If you push it down a hill, it'll roll and then you can steer it. So the car works, right? The car still works. So the car works. It doesn't need an engine, right? We just forgot to give you the steering wheel, right? We don't need the engine. We just forgot to give you the steering wheel. So here's the steering wheel. Now you can steer it. And like, I kind of need an engine to drive it. Like, no, you just push it down a hill. You push it down a hill, let gravity do the work. You just push it down a hill, and then you can drive it. It's like, that's not the problem. I need an engine to make the car work. So it's just like, man, absolute bare minimum. And then the insult on top of it all is they give us freaking Argo sirens and be like, oh, well, I guess we could have just, like, made this properly the first time. Would you look at that? Looks like we can make an archetype do this and work. Oh, I wonder why we didn't do that the first time. Oh my gosh. So you guys are telling me this guy restands his 2 rear guards for CB2? Yeah, welcome back. Welcome back, Perfect Riser from 2018. Glad to have you, bud. It's good to be back. And it's so, the best part about it all is they printed the grade 3, right? That's like, oh, it makes your Vanguard not CB2. It makes it CB1 and Energy Blast 3, which is funny because at that point, honestly, I'm just gonna pay the CB2. I'd rather pay the CB2 than pay CB1 Energy Blast 3, and I'm not even joking. 100% true. I would, any day of the week, I'll pay CB2 before I pay CB1 Energy Blast 3 in that deck that also needs Unit Energy Blast 3 for the grade 2. So it's great. So thanks, Bushy. Thanks for the useless grade 3 that doesn't even have shield, so I have to take shield out of my deck to play a grade 3 that gives me a worse cost. It's great. It's really great. It's really awesome. I mean, yeah, there's Avant-Garde, right? You can go play that, but like I don't think go play another deck is the answer to my problems. And then yeah, you get Argo Sirens that's like, oh yeah, we could have just done this right in the first place. Huh, we knew how to do this the whole time. Absolute insult to injury, but whatever. Thanks for the video, Bushy Road. That's about all this support's gonna give me. So I get to go edit that now. Oh, I didn't record it, so I have to go. Oh, I just didn't even think about that. I should have recorded that. I have to go grab it from the stream VOD, and it's gonna be like compressed. Ugh. I'll figure it. It'll be fine. I'll figure it out. Don't you don't have to counterblast? Just spend different resource that you. Yeah, right. Spend the other resource you don't have that you need. Great. Instead of the resource that you do have that you just don't feel good about spending 2 of. Awesome. That's super cool. Yes, right? I would much rather pay the CB2 because I need that EB3. I get 3 energy a turn. I need it for my grade 2 to like, draw cards and plus hand and actually get some kind of advantage because this deck doesn't plus at all. You have to just throw your hand on the board and hope for the best. So, like, I need that EB3. I cannot spend all my Vanguard to just restand a couple rear guards. It's so bad. And the on hits. Don't even get me started on the on hits. The on hits are useless. They'll never hit. I'm just going to tell you right now. Your on hits are never hitting. Your opponent can just block them. Never thought of that before. They can just guard my on hits and make them never hit. Oh no! Because you have a finite number of them, so they just wait till you use them all and go, all right, and then just take the things that don't have on hits on them. Cool. It's so bad. It's actually so bad. Just go watch it. I'm not gonna talk about Rotovisor. If you want to hear about it, go watch the video. I can't. I can't talk about it anymore. I hate it so much. That deck gives me night terrors. Okay. It's 10:23. I'm gonna play one game of oshi-push and then go to bed. And then I'm gonna play more. I might play more tomorrow before my thing tomorrow night. If not, I'll be back Thursday playing more because I need to play a lot of this to get the video out. But yeah, jobber character. It's like the most jobber character deck of all time. It's actually so disgustingly terrible. It's not even funny. So I'm not gonna lie. 70% of the reason I want to play oshi-push is because of the resource system, and it lets me use poker chips. So I just get to fiddle with poker chips all game, and that makes me so happy. Ugh. That it tickles such a nice part of my brain. So I literally went out yesterday, and bought poker chips so I can fiddle with them. Cause I'm so excited. But yeah, give Rotovisor Shadow. Don't give him anything. Delete them from the game. Don't give Rotovisor a scent. Take them out of the game. Put them out of their misery. Put me out of my misery, and just get rid of them. Just make them go away forever. I'll have to unwrap these individually. It's so buns. Where's the little tear strip thing? Help me out here. There it is. Maybe. Oh, oh man. No, it's there. I can see it. I can see it with my eyes. Oh, I'm like picking at the actual. Oh, this is terrible. Why is it designed like this? I'm like scratching the chip, trying to get at this. All right. Well, this is why we have scissors. This is why our scissors were invented. The destroy of every Nova main, dude. I'm offended. I'm offended. This is how Bushy treats their Nova mains. This is a hate crime. Honestly, they're the Eugene of Divines. Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty atrocious. Now, granted, I haven't played a lot of Eugene, so this statement might be a little unfounded, but I would dare to say that, like, Eugene is just bad. Rotovisor is, like, actively insulting with how bad it is. Like, Eugene just kind of sucks. Eugene's just like, we have this idea for this retire deck, and it kind of just doesn't work out, and actually ends up not doing anything. But Rotovisor's, like, actively awful, and playing it is, like, the most miserable experience of all time. And then they print Argo Sirens, and you're like, what the heck? You could have just done this the entire time? Like, well, yeah, but that was robots, and these are women, so they get the good cards. Because, you know, we need people to goon. We need those aquatic gooners. And it's like, all right, whatever. Well, we can't print Bermuda anymore, so we got to print Mermaid somehow. Might as well give them the card effects Rotovisor was supposed to have. Okay, sure, I guess. Whatever. All right, those are the only 2 chips I need, so I'll just use those. Bing bong. Oh. Yeah, right. Eugene just, like, wants to be good. Eugene just, like, isn't good. Rotovisor actively, like, doesn't work with itself. Like Rotovisor fights against itself constantly. Oh my gosh. Who did I even say was going first? I think it was Pippa, but I actually don't remember. I'm gonna have to reroll. No, it was Tenma, because I got evens. All right, Tenma goes first. So anyone actually know how to play oshi-push? Or am I just explaining this from scratch? Because I'm down to just go from scratch. Oh, this is a good Pippa start. I'm gonna keep these here and here because they don't fit on the table. Watched the video, forgot, but it's been so long. Oh, the review. I'm like, I streamed it last night. Okay, yeah, no, that's fair. That is totally fine. I will explain as we go. So oshi-push is the VTuber card game. Let's actually talk about oshi-push. That's enough of me, like, actually wanting to explode because of Vanguard. Kind of similar to My Little Pony. I've heard. I don't know about Lorcana, but I don't know about that. It does eventually mean we'll get Gendiver for Brancate. That is true. So, do we want to keep this hand? We do want to keep this hand. This is fine. This is keepable. In this game, you're a VTuber, and you're trying to grow your VTuber platform and reach the grand total of 1 million subscribers. You do that by fighting each other over these platforms. As you can see, they'll have these big numbers you can score called subscribers. And the whole game is about trying to outmaneuver your opponent and score these platforms and get the most subscribers and become the most popular VTuber in the land. And it's really fun, and I like it a lot. But it does have some issues that I'm hopefully looking to highlight here. Yeah, this hand seems fine. I haven't gotten to play Tenma yet. I've only played Pippa. Pippa, my Oshi! Pippa's only my Oshi because she's the only VTuber I know. And then Tenma gets to go first, so she's gonna start with this chip, which is the first player token. So she gets the first move. It's literally VTuber roleplay. It's legit VTuber roleplay. It's extremely thematic, and you're gonna notice a lot of the cards are very like referential to VTuber things. So the first thing you do on your turn is you have your personas, right? These are the VTubers you're playing as. These are the main game pieces you're going to be moving around the board. So the player with the first player token gets to pick which location or platform they want to start at, and they want to try to take. What's this one? You can play a content card. Okay, that's the delete. For Tenma, I probably want to go. There's a lot of thinking in this game too, which is very fun. Probably want to go here. I want to start here. Then the second player gets to choose where they want to go. And they can either go to the same platform to try to fight over that, or they can try to go score some points somewhere else at some other platform if they desire to do so. We're going to look at our hand and see what we can do here. And there's not a lot we can do. I think we just try to win. We can gamble. So something I did last game was I gambled on this upgrade and tried to just immediately score this upgrade. Which I don't know if that's the correct choice. I don't think it is. I think we just want to pitch this. I think hitting this is tough. Yeah, pretty villainous. Yeah, there's some villainous stuff. At the start of your turn, I forgot, at the start of the game, you also get money equal to your little orange money point value. So we each get 3 in our bank to spend. Oh, I love that sound. Yoink. And this is how you're going to pay for cards, is with money. Yeah, and you're just trying to conquer the VTuber world with your Oshi. So they're going to fight, and yeah, I'll have them fight. Tenma's going to get to go first, because she has the first player token, so she gets to make the first action. I'll put the money here. That'll be a little easier to manage, because I don't have the most space in the universe. Gamble, Pippa gets to gamble, basically. You're going to see Pippa's going to end up gambling. So, let's see here. Play Legendary Clash. When it comes to platform gains, 3 money. Oh, other content. We can go. This seems actually a little awkward. We can hit 8. I didn't actually read the hand very well. This hand's actually kind of bad because these confessionals are my only contents that do anything. So they're not very good. And this only hits content cards. So I think we actually give up and we try to just score somewhere else and draw some cards. Yeah, so we're going to hold our actions. We're going to pass here. Pippa, so what you can do, you can either play a card or you can pass. And I think here, Tenma kind of just has to pass because our hand's actually not super great. Yeah, right? I love the get to use the poker chips. It's so cool. So instead, Pippa's going to go. And this card's only good right now. So I think we do just burn it here. Pippa, we're going to spend 2. And we're going to play this you laugh, you lose content. So content, you're not going to be able to see because my face cam, is going to sit below your VTuber. These are sort of like enchantments in Magic in that these will sit on the platform you play them at. You can only play content to the platform your persona is currently at. And then content will stay at the platform. It'll give you points. You'll lose for fighting, and then it'll have an effect. This one says, well, there's no opposing popularity on the platform. It gets +3. So this is at 7. Plus Pippa's 4. That means we're at 11 total star points. Right? And Tenma's only got 4. So now it's going to go back to Tenma. And I get to see if I want an action. And we got to try to beat 11. Which I don't think we can do. We don't have enough money. We cannot beat 11. So instead, we're going to attempt to score somewhere else. So we're going to simply pass. And then Pippa's going to also pass. And then whoever has the first player token gets to choose the order in which they want to resolve the platforms, either right to left or left to right. In this case, we're going to go this way. So then we check the platform and we see if there's any star points on it. We see who has the most and that player scores a point on it. In this case, there's no stars here. There's nothing here, so nothing happens. But during the resolution of a platform, you have the option of playing action cards, activating activate abilities, and discarding cards from your hand. So does order of revolution matter? It is going to matter. So we have this card called Uwu. But what it says, we can discard it to move our persona to this platform, use only during a clash. What this means is that while you're resolving a platform, I can discard from my hand to move my persona to it. What this means is I'm going to choose to resolve this platform first. I'm going to discard this Uwu to move Tenma there. And now she's the only thing with stars, so we get to score this platform. So what that means is we take one of our money chips, we put it on the platform, and that's a popularity point. Now, these platforms have these stars. This is the amount of popularity points you need to score them, which basically means this is the amount of fights you need to win to take the platform and add it to your point total. So we get a popularity point. Once we get 2 of these, we score the platform. And all of our VTubers have this thing called a clash reward. Whenever you win a clash, you get the reward. So Tenma's is to draw a card, which is broken. So we get to draw an extra card, which is very cool. Then we'll continue resolving. So there's nothing here. No one has any actions. We pass. Then we go here. Nothing here. No one has any actions. Pippa will score this. So she'll take one of her money chips. She'll mark it. And then Pippa's clash reward is to get another money. So she'll get economy, which you think is really good. It's not. It's not that great. It's pretty medium, actually. And you're going to see why in a second. Then, once we're done resolving everything, the personas go back to your waiting room area, back to your studio. You then pass the first player token over to the next player. So now Pippa gets to go first. Then we both draw a card. So I'll draw one. Pippa will draw one. And then we both get more of our whatever money stat is on our VTuber. So they're both going to get 3. So Tenma's going to go to 6. And Pippa is going to go to 5. And that's a round. So Tenma pass return says Pippa, this is the most FFTCG thing I've heard all day. It sounds like Final Fantasy once you brick at turn 3 or 4. Oh, so I wouldn't consider that a brick. I read my hand wrong. We're going to play a lot of cards this turn. I wish I had one more income, actually. I would be able to go crazy. So then I can win this as well. The reason we didn't play anything there was because we knew we were going to lose. We couldn't beat Pippa's 11. So we knew we were going to lose this. And this has a clash reward of if you can delete a content where 2 or less in play. So we didn't want to play any cheap content out because it was going to get insta deleted. We were just going to wait and see if we could maybe play one of these to buff our persona up or do some other shenanigans. But we didn't need to do that. We just walked over here, scored a point, drew a card, let Pippa score this one, and then didn't have to pay the consequence of this. So sometimes just straight passing is a pretty viable option. And now we have now for this turn, we have 6 money to work with and 6 cards, where Pippa only has 5 money and 5 cards. So we're up, which is really nice. And this only needs 2 to score it. This needs 3. So we're totally fine J chilling. Pippa needs to score cards really fast. Tenma's fine waiting. Tenma does not care. So Pippa gets the first player token. And then to answer your question earlier, does resolution matter? Yes, it does. Because let's say we went this way first. What could happen is we resolve this. Pippa wins, so she does the thing. Then we go here. Nothing happens. Then we go here. I discard my Uwu to move Tenma. Then Pippa could also have one of the discards. We don't have it in hand, but Pippa also has one that you can discard to move her. She could discard to move this to tie us at 4 to block us from winning. Because if you tie on a platform, nothing happens. So by doing it this way, we guarantee to score this. Because if Pippa does have one of those and wants to stop us from blocking, she could actually just score. We would stay here. And then She would score this. We would stay here. We play our content card that gives us star power equal to the cards in our hands. So we get 4. We go to 8, beating this 7, claiming this, and deleting this. So the order actually really does matter, which is really fun and really cool. It's not just like a stupid, useless thing. The order in which you choose to resolve your platforms is actually very crucial to how turns play out. Because if you choose a wrong order, your opponent can make a play and steal some stuff from you. Wait, this is like the Pokemon field card draw affects both players regardless of who controls the card. Yeah. It's whoever. The Clash reward is, as you can see, it's both sides, symmetrical. It's whoever wins gets the reward. So it's an added incentive to fight over this card specifically. So we do want to be fighting over this because we want to be deleting Pippa's content. But our hand wasn't quite good enough to fight. So now Pippa gets the first player. She gets to choose where she wants to go. So we have 5 monies. What are we looking to play? We're looking to win again. We're looking to win and get more money and try to get to this Pippa upgrade. So I'm thinking we probably just want to play these 2 cards at most. We might even just discard this to win, to keep econ, to win, get a 4th, and then we go to 7 next turn, and then we can upgrade without having to like full pass. So we're going to go here again because this one gets more star if there's no points on this. So we need to try to keep scoring this as much as we can before Tenma scores this and turns this card off. And then Tenma gets to, choose where she wants to go. And again, we don't really want Pippa scoring this for free. So we're also going to go here because we could try to score this. We can score this later. We want to stop Pippa. We want to get this Clash reward to blow this up, get our card advantage, start winning. And I think the way our hand's looking, we can do a lot of damage here. We can play this and get to 10. We can get the 14, which currently Pippa's at 11. So she could beat us. Actually, if I use hand knowledge, can Pippa beat us? Pippa can totally beat us. So that actually might not be the best play. We might want to just wait and econ up. We could go here and try to just score this. And again, not play any content card. We can play like this content, which is a 4, which will dodge this. And then play this to get a bunch of money to refund it. So I think that's what we do. I think we go Tenma here. Pippa gets first player token. She makes the first move. There's really no incentive for her to play cards here at all. Oh, we can get cheeky. I could try to force a response out of Tenma. So here's the fun part about this game. We get to choose. Do we want to gamble or do we want to econ? So what we can do, we can play this broken card called Big Cheese, which is if you're dominating this platform, you get a popularity. Dominating just means you have more content. Colors. When you build your deck, your persona has a color and it has a genre. Pippa's is Zatsudan, which is Japanese for yapper. And then Tenma is green and experience. So your deck can contain any the cards of either your color, any cards of your color, any cards of your genre. So it's like color lock, but way better. So the decks are really, really flexible. Because Pippa can play any red card and any yapper card. There's also only 3 colors. There's green, purple, and red. And they're all like different archetypes. So red is more aggressive. Red wants to play a bunch of content and wants to dominate and wants to win places. Green is the economy color. Green wants to get a bunch of money and just outvalue you and get a bunch of resources, and it's the economy color. And then purple is more about control. Where red wants to win with content and overpower you, purple would rather win by stripping your content away and like bounce it back to your hand and do a bunch of shenanigans. So purple's more the control shenanigan color. Green's economy, red is about winning. So it's really fun. I like it a lot. So what we can do, we have 2 options available to us. We can either Plants vs. Zombies, hero color locking, every hero has 2 colors. I think it's a little bit better than that. It's not just like pick 2 colors. You get your color, which is your deck archetype. So you choose if you want to be control, economy, or aggro. And then your VTuber has its own specific genre that then kind of like takes that deck type a little bit further. But you can play cards from any genre, which means you can play out of color cards. So like these decks have cards of all the colors. Like Tenma is playing like a bunch of purple content cards for some extra control, and like Pippa has some green Zatsudan cards to get a little bit of economy going. So the colors are actually really splashable. Your decks are always going to be 3 colors. Maybe not always, but like for the most part. So I think the deck building in this game is going to be super sick. It's a lot more open than you think than it looks like on first glance, which is super nice. So we have this card called Big Cheese. So for dominating, which means we have more content cards, it gets an extra popularity point. Way better than Lorcana's system. Yeah, Lorcana's system is lazy and dumb. So we could play Big Cheese, get another popularity, and then win the clash and instantly score the card. Or we can not do that. We can simply just go to 2, save our money, and then play our big Pippa upgrade next turn and get big Pippa. What do you want to do, chat? Do we want to go turbo, gamble, and just get 4,000 points, or do we want to get big Pippa? What are we feeling? I know what my choice is. I know what I'm gonna do, but I want to see what chat has to say. Do we want to spend, because we have 5 money, and then next turn we'll go, if we win, we'll go to 2, and the next turn we'll go to 5. So we can't play big Pippa next turn. The only way to play big Pippa next turn is to pass with all our money. Or we can spend 4 of it, go down to 1, not play big Pippa, and then instantly score this card. What is chat thinking? What's chat cooking? What are we cooking, chat? We going Gamba? Pay our money? Big Pippa or no life? I see a lot of big Pippa. All right. Chat, I think you're correct. I think the play is big Pippa. I don't think there's a lot of value in big cheesing right now. I think big cheese is a card we want to hold for later to steal a more important platform. Like we could honestly one-shot this platform later with big. Oh no, Tenma's gonna score this right now. Never mind. But this will be good to yoink another platform later. And honestly, I think Pippa's game plan, she kind of wants to score 2 5,000s and not really take a 4,000. But we're already here. We were trying to delete some content early that in case Tenma tried to establish. So I think we hold the big cheese, and I think we do play for Pippa next turn. So we're just going to pass our initial action. Tenma's going to see that pass and be like, what? But whatever. Tenma already has the plan. We're going to spend 4 to play Rage Game. It's a 4-6, or I guess a 6 for 4. And then when played, each opponent discards a card from their hand. Very strong against Pippa. Very good card. So now we have to discard a card. And I think we discard the Fundraiser. This is probably the most useless card in our hand. It gets us money, but Big Pippa's going to get us a ton of money anyway, so it doesn't super matter. So we're going to discard this. Put that in my little discard pile over here. That'll stay here. Pippa's going to just pass again. They don't think Tenma can do anything. And then, because this is going to blow up, and there's really no better way. I guess there was a better way to do this. We're going to take it back. I forgot. That's not great. We're going to not do that. This is why we play test. We're going to not do that. Because that's not efficient. We're going to do this instead. Instead, we're going to only spend 1. Because we have a brain. Because we're pretty confident Pippa's not going to come over here. We don't think Pippa's coming over here. She'd have to like do the discard thing and then play a bunch of stuff. And even if she does that, it's whatever. She gets a thing on it. We'll just come back later. So if anything, we just kind of want to set up. So we're going to spend 1 to play Depressed Single Divorced Fathers. I guess that has lore. But when we play another content card on this platform, we can move this card to another platform, right? Then we'll play Sponsorship, which is an action. This is play only during a clash. Never mind. We're going to hold that and play that later. Wait for the clash. I can read my cards. Pippa's going to pass back. We're going to pass as well. Once you double pass, we go to the clash. Pippa has the first player token. She's going to resolve this way just to do some shenanigans. Oh, that'll pop. Oh, nuts. That'll pop our thing. Never mind. That's why I did it that way. It is actual chaos for these card names. No, I think we have to do Rage Game to not get popped. Because we'll still win it. but we need to get this Clash reward that's on this card. If we confessional... No, we're still sacking 3 for money. It's better to sack 1. All right, never mind. Original plan. It's super unique. It's so fun. And that's why I'm practicing it, because I have to learn it, because it's very different. So I'm still getting used to it. Like, I'm still making misplays. So we actually do have to rage game here. Our plan is to play this card, this sponsorship card. This is one of your content cards on this platform. Gets Clash Reward, get 3 money. So we're going to be able to up our economy. We're going to be able to not quite up our economy, but reduce our investment. Because the idea is Pippa has the first player token, right? She's going to be able to resolve this first, which is going to pop a 2 or less content. She can pop our content, and this only equips to a content. So we could just let our content get popped and play this later, and just play something cheap. But we don't really want to do that in case Pippa does have a discard, and can just move herself over here and negate this. Because Pippa does still have all our money and stuff. So we play rage game here. We rip a card, which is nice. We're gonna lose our rage game, which is unfortunate, but I think it's what we have to do. I could be wrong, but this is why we're testing. Play a rage game for 4, because then we're going to this for 1. We're gonna get 3, go up to 4. We'll be at 7 next turn. So I think we still plus, because we're only at 5. No, we're at 6. So we'll go up 1 versus... This is tough. We could also get cheeky. Maybe we don't go for econ. Maybe we try to play cheeky. Maybe we combo these together. I think this might be the move. I think we combo these together. I think what we do is we go pay 1. We go depressed single divorced fathers here for 2. But then we pay 2 to play confessional stream. When played, one of our other contents gets plus 4 stars. We're going to give depressed single divorced fathers 4 stars. It's our only other content, so it'll be at 6. And then when you play another content card on this platform, we can move this to another platform. So we're going to move this over here for 6, because we can't beat Pippa's because it's too big. So we're going to score on both of these to kind of start just going a little bit wide. And then when Pippa scores this, she has to choose, does she want to, or no, she just does pop this. No, that sucks. Because yeah, now then if Pippa just pops this, it's gone. This goes, this explodes anyway. And we've paid 3 money for effectively no reason. So that play doesn't do anything. So that play is bad. We're going to not do that. We have to play around Pippa being able to pop something, which is really tough because all of our hand is very low. So what we could do is we could play this, but there's no value. So I think we have to gamble here. We have to assume Pippa isn't going to do anything because we don't have anything we can play at instant speed. Oh no, we have this. Worst comes to worst, we can play this and pump Pippa. Never mind. Or pump Temma, we're fine. So actually we have to pass here. Playing this doesn't get us any actual value when stuff's going to get popped. So we do pass here. Pippa's going to see that, go, okay, resolve this way. Resolve this, can't blow up any content. But is going to get a money from the Clash reward. But doesn't get to pop anything. This does nothing. We go here. We resolve this. Boom. Clash reward. We get to draw an extra card. That's cool. Then, now we have enough chips, we get to score this. So, this is going to go in a little score area. I guess right here. And then when you score a platform, all content on it gets deleted. So that's why we were very apprehensive to play content here, because as soon as we score this, that content goes away. So we don't really want to invest something that's going to get popped right away. Popularity goes away. We did our thing. That's all resolved. And then their little Oshis return to their little areas. We pass the first player token over to Tenma. We draw our cards for turn. We get our money. Tenma gets 3, and now we have all our money stacked up. So we've been saving that cash. But so is Pippa. Okay. So seeing this historical line early makes very unique games because you actually end up stalling a lot. But this is fine. We've scored a point. Pippa's about to score this. Oh, we're pretty even. Both have pretty good economies. We have points scored. Pippa's about to have points scored. So, like, I don't think anyone's, like, in the lead really far. So that's nice. That feels good. Scary thing about the VTuber TCG is that the odds that a key card in your deck is racist are way higher than, like, Buddy Fight. Well, yeah, when Pippa's in your game, yeah, pretty much. But that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it fun and exciting when you open a booster pack and you go, oh, I didn't know you could put that on a card. That's what makes it great. And then to replace this, whenever you score, the player on your left replaces the next card. So in this case, Pippa would put down the next card. So that's this one, which is Clash Reward. You can play a content card or 2 or less on this platform for free. So every time you win here, you get to play stuff for free on this platform. So that's a fun one. All right, so then Tenma is ready to pick where she wants to go. So now we can decide. We can either contest this. I don't know if we want to do, which we could do. We could just play 2 of these and get huge. They're both 6, 12, 16, which is like okay. Oh, I made Pippa discard a card that she did not discard. Because this is going to be tough to beat. I think we have to just give this one up because we're not beating this. This is a 7 on its own. I think we have to go somewhere else. So I think we're going to go here and try to start playing cards out of our hand for free because we get a big hand. Tenma gets a really, really big hand. She's kind of crazy. So we're going to go here. Pippa, pretty confident she's going to score this, seeing as Tenma's going somewhere else. So instead, Pippa's just going to... No, we want this 5. We really want this 5. 5s are good. It doesn't really matter if we score this. We're just kind of trying to go for this 5. Yeah, that feels good. Dragon Iron, 3-Iron Gyro would like to have a word with you. I mean, that's not racist. That's just a different language. It's not racist. Tenma gets to go first. We still have to worry about our cards being popped. So I think actually Tenma takes another... Ooh, we did draw a little discard to move, so we can do some shenanigans. We can try to get quirky. I think we might, again, just econ. We can make Pippa discard a card, but that's not, like, super valuable. I guess we should play something to confirm win this. And then we'll do our little money combo next turn. So we'll rage game here, just because we have money to spend, and we want to establish this. We want to get this built up, and this makes Pippa discard a card. Always good to make Pippa discard cards. Pippa's gonna discard. This card's really expensive, but it's really good when we win with it. And we're gonna get a lot of money from next level Pippa, so we're gonna discard the fundraiser. And then it's gonna be Pippa's turn. Oh, I meant the fact you can only use dragons. Actually, that's good. That's fair. No, you are correct. You make an excellent point. Pippa is going to evolve. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we still have 3 left over, which is really, really good. We're going to evolve into Super Pippa. So some cards you have called upgrades, which, as you can guess, upgrade your persona. They cost money, and they give you better base stats and better rewards. So now, old Pippa gave us 3 money every turn and had 4 stars. New Pippa gives us 5 money every turn and has 7 stars. And instead of a Clash Reward of gaining 1, we have a Clash Reward of gaining 3. So Pippa can gain money like an absolute fiend. And flipping this early really worked out in her favor. So this might actually be a good Pippa game. I was getting trounced as Pippa last night, but this is looking pretty good. But we have a lot of options as Tenma. So we're going to see big Pippa. We can't contend with that. We're just going to keep trying to establish board. We can, so she's a 7. If we moved and played this, we go up to 9. So we can actually hold. Ooh, yeah, we'll have enough. So we're going to pass, and we're going to try to actually steal this away from Pippa. So we'll pass. Pippa, we could play cards. We could play cards as Pippa. But I think we want to keep econing. It's looking pretty good that we're going to win 2. So you don't think we need to really play anything yet. I think we can also pass. So we're going to pass. We're going to go to the clash. Tenma's going to get to resolve the clash. We're going to go this way. We're going to go here first. Because if we resolve this first, we play a 2 or less for free. But when we come down, Pippa's going to score this and blow it up immediately. So we're going to do this first. That way there's nothing that can be blown up. But we'll lose. No. We'll still win here. Because we don't think Pippa... Because Pippa doesn't have the... Pippa's only got 4 cards in hand. That's going to be a high commitment. If Pippa wants to discard a card to move, that's going to be a lot of commitment. So we're confident that she's not going to try to... That we're okay with moving here and splitting our stats. We're perfectly fine with that. So yeah, we'll resolve this way. So Pippa's going to get a thing. It's going to score it. Bing bong. The content on the card's going to get deleted. And Tenma's going to replace it with her card. Ooh, big one. Okay. So we want to look at taking that. Oh, unfortunately, it's a 3,000. If this was... Ooh, that's close. Yep. We're going to resolve this. Here, we're going to say, we have a response. We're going to discard our ooh that we just drew to move Tenma. And they're going to say, well, I'm still winning. I have 7 to your 4. I'm not going to respond. And we're going to say, all right, cool. Play this card. Spend 2. We get 1 persona or content gets stars equal to the number of cards in our hand this round. So we're going to target Tenma and give her +5. So now she'll be at 9, beating out Pippa. And then this will go to our discard pile because we played an action. Pippa's going to look at her hand. And if Pippa wants to, she could actually tie us with Game Flavor of the Week. If she desired. Which is pretty good. We do want this as Pippa. We want to win. We want the Clash Award. We want to get our money up because we have expensive cards we need to play next turn. But we don't win if we do this. We only tie, which is kind of tough. But right now, we also don't want Tenma drawing any cards. And then this is where Pippa gets really tough. As you can see, we're starting to run out of cards really quick. So we have a really weird decision here. If we either discard this to tie, so Tenma gets no value, or we just give it to Tenma, let her draw even more cards, and maintain our hand. And I think the lesson I'm learning from last night is it is better to just maintain our hand and let her win this. Because we can't win it anyway. So we'll just try to win it on another day. Because I don't think losing a card to tie is going to be worth it in the long run. So we're just going to pass as Pippa. Let Tenma win it, because we're going to get a bunch of money next turn anyway. So we'll let Tenma have it. Clash Reward, she'll draw. So good. So good. Go down here. Nothing you can do here. Nothing. Nothing happens in a tie. There's no winners, no losers, which means there's no Clash Rewards. And no chips on things. So sometimes you can do this to just blank the... You can tie it to just blank the thing, but it's not worth losing an entire card. We want to spend this card to win. Because we're going to run out of steam soon. Pippa doesn't have a way to draw cards. She has 1 card if you can find it. So we don't really want to burn 1 card on just blanking a platform. We'd rather just give it away, save our cards, try to win something later. So we're going to score this as Tenma. We're going to get our Clash Reward if we get to play something for 2 for free. We are going to definitely play this one. Yeah, this is all we can do. So we're going to play the Divorced Dad's card, and then we're going to try to pop off with this next turn. And then we get to reset. Draw a card for Tenma. Get our 3 money. Pippa gets to get 5 money. Now she's rich. And also draw a card. Token passes to Pippa. Alright, what do we draw? Oh, hey, the card I was talking about that actually draws you cards. So, this one's going to be tough to play because we need to spread, but we have no cards to spread content. So this is going to be interesting. So we're looking to play this. Problem is we scored a 4,000. Pippa really wants to score 2 5s. If Pippa can score 2 5s, she's looking good. I think we're going to play to dominate the 6. Yeah, Pippa's definitely going to go here. We're going to shoot to play this 6, and we're going to hope we can score this 6 faster than Tenma can score these 2. Which we can maybe do if we can dominate it right. Tenma is going to see this. Do we contest? We might contest. Independent, you gain 2? It's independent? Oh, we're going to contest the ever-living crap out of this, yeah. We contest. All right, Pippa's going to go and play cards. She's going to spend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think the way to actually beat Pippa is you just you just perma contest her. I think if you do that, she can't really do a lot. We're gonna play this big content. You can only play this if your persona is Pippa. So some cards are locked to personas. And this is Clash Reward. You can play a content card with 3 or less on Pippa's platform for free. So when we win with this, we get to play extra stuff for free, which actually is really bad because we're at 5-star Pippa. Our Clash Reward gets 3, which means we get 8 if we win. And also if we win, we play stuff for free, but we're getting 8. So what's the point in playing something for free when we already have all the money in the universe? It's not like we have extra cards to spend the money on. So these cards actually don't really work together at all. Because this gives you all the money in the universe, and this makes stuff cheaper. But like that's like the same thing, and you know, too much of a good thing can be a bad thing when you only have 4 cards in hand. Like, cool, we get to play our whole hand out, and then what? So that's a bit of a rough part with this, but it's 10, so it puts it at 17, and 10 was gonna try to beat 17 with 4. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 money. We're gonna see if we can beat 17. Pippa's only got 2 money left, so probably not a lot else she can do. So if we have 6, we can play this for 4 to hit 14, and we get 2 money back. And then we can play... We can confessional this to 6. That's 20. So I think we can win this. And then maybe even sponsorship for some money. So yeah, I think we're good to fight. Oh, I already played this. Okay, so we're gonna do a little cute combo. We're gonna spend 2. Keep moving these out of the way. We're gonna play Confessional Stream. When played, choose one of your other content cards that gets +4. We're gonna give this +4, and then when we play a content card, we can bounce this to another location. So we're gonna bounce this over here. Because remember, you can only play content. Oh wait, nope, that doesn't work. Nope, that doesn't work. Because you can only play content cards to the platform you're currently on. So we don't get to do that. Instead, we get to go. This is 6. So we can spend all of our money for $1 billion. This is 12, 18. Against 17, but only wins by 1. That's not very good. So maybe contesting wasn't that great. So we can go instant replay for 10. Cost 2. 4 more to work with. We can go... the fact that this is other is really tough. So we can get 20 and make Pippa discard a card, which is really good. So it's either 20 or we play this for 18. See, this is where we get kind of stuck. This is where we get a little stuck. We're not hitting the content we want. We can go really big next turn. So I think we just want to set up for next turn. I think we're going to go... so we have to also set up for this action. Oh no, if we do this, we can't play the action. Because the action refunds later. We want to... So we need this 4 for our action phase. So we only actually have 2 to work with for this. Which means we can either drop this 4 and hit 18 and try to barely win. Oh, I guess it turns into this. So we'd actually get 3. We can go to 21. Yeah. We can play that for 4. Hit 21. Maybe the better plan is to just race Pippa. I think we're actually supposed to go here. But we do want to set up. That's the thing. We have to contest her eventually. Well, we only need 2 turns. I think we can just try to race her. Yeah, not using hand knowledge, we can just try to race Pippa. Because with this board, we only need 2 turns to actually win the game. If we score these 2, we'll be at 1 million. Actually, we'll be over 1 million. So I think we just stay here. I think we do this. We do this and we just pass. We're like, we don't need to play anything. We're going to wait until we need to fight to play anything. We're just going to build up our economy. This is a super weird game. The games last night did not play out like this, but this early location really just made it so we just kind of like sat there and stalled, and then we were building up for Big Pippa. So Pippa's going to say, cool. Has 2 money that we could play in case of shenanigans, but there's no way. Just knowing what we know about the deck, if Tenma has a discard to move, it's 4, and let's say like the money thing for 10 is 14. Money thing for 10 is 14. She'll get 2, and then she could play this to get 4, to go 18, to beat our 17 exactly. So we do need to double. So yeah, we want to make sure. But we could discard this to win. No, we get 5. Yeah, never mind. We need to guarantee win this because our Clash Reward, I forget how much money we get from Clash Reward. We're going to play Courtroom Roleplay. This card's great. When any opponent has more than 3 or more cards in their hand, it gets +3 stars. So this is also a 7. So we're at 21. 21. So for fun fact, the number for Tenma to beat would have been 23 then. I don't think we beat 23. So this was the correct decision, which is nice. Tenma's going to pass, Pippa's going to pass, and we're just going to resolve. Pippa goes first. We want to go first just to see if they have to move. Pippa's going to pass in the action phase. Tenma's also going to pass in the action phase. So sick. We're going to score and then get $1 bajillion. So we get our Clash Reward of 3. And then this lets us play a content to this platform for free. The fun fact here is we don't really have a lot of content to play to this platform. So we'll just play this for an extra 3 because we can, and it makes us big. Oh, we're just shadow boxing, so I was trying to learn. Who are we playing against? We're playing against me, the other me. I just need to practice for a video, so I know what I'm talking about. Because there's some issues I was finding last night that I need to see if I can fix. We're gonna go, and then Tenma is going to score, draw a card, and then no interaction here. Tenma's gonna score. And what's this one? Play something to this platform for free if we choose to do so. There isn't actually a really good reason to do that. I guess we can play this because we're never gonna double confessional. So sure, we can do that. And then when we play a content, we can move this. So we'll move this here. Move this here. Yeah. Then everything falls off. Oh. See, this is why I need that table. I need to go buy one. Boop, boop, boop. Everything falls off. Token gets passed. We all draw for turn. Oops. Can I link summon Fire Princess? Absolutely no, you cannot. No, no, no. Naughty, naughty. Tenma gets her money. And then Pippa gets freaking 5 monies. Boom. Oh, yeah, no, Tenma wins this. Tenma absolutely wins this. I miscounted on Pippa. Yeah, no, Tenma wins. Was there anything Pippa could do to stop it? I should say was. Like, if we go somewhere else, if we contest. Probably could have contested the middle. Oh, that's so bad. What did we draw? Ugh, drop and call. Okay. We can attempt to. We can stick this here. Tenma's gonna go again, try to just win. Pippa's going to contest it. Tenma gets to go first. And then yeah, Tenma's gonna try to just like go for game here. We're going to go 2. Confessional stream. We're not going to move this. We're just going to give it +4. So we're at a total of 14. So 14 to 7. Spend 4. And play drop-in call here. So we're at 14 to 12. Oh, you know, Tenma wins this like all day. 3, 4. We can play this 4, still have 2 for an extra one. Tenma's gonna pass. Pippa's gonna roll the dice with React meta. We draw 1 card for each platform we have a content card at, so we're just gonna draw 2. Okay, that's something. Pippa's gonna pass. We're gonna go to resolution. We're gonna resolve this way. No, we're gonna go this way, so Pippa can't. Or it doesn't matter if she goes here. We're gonna go this way, so Pippa can't go over here if she really wants to. No action, no action. Don't take from my actual money stack. Nope, that's my spent. Or no, I haven't spent any of that. Yeah. We're gonna get a thing. Boom. Score some points. We're gonna go here. Right now it's 12. Pippa's gonna pass. Pippa's gonna say, I have a card to play. We're gonna spend 1. We're gonna play hype. We're gonna give a platform +5, so we're gonna get +5, so we'll be at 17. Yep, doesn't do anything. 17 to 14. We can totally beat that by just saying 24. And then Pippa can do absolutely nothing. So Tenma scores. And that's a million, baby. And Tenma wins. Yet again. So there was a slight misplay in going for this on that last turn. Should have went for like a middle one to contest it, but like... So here's the problem with this deck, right? Here are the problem with these decks that I want to highlight. And I think I've played not enough games to make a final decision, right? But I've played a lot of games. I've played 4. Played 4 games. And that's like a pretty healthy amount. Let me... Oh, then I have to remember which one of these is which is actually a nightmare. Should have used different sleeves. I'll figure that out in a second. So, let me shuffle these up. I need these. Oh, and I put my hand back? No, I didn't want to do that. I can remember what my hand was. I played that. I had this. That's my discard. So that's my discard. That's also my discard. Where'd my hand go? It was this. So I had double that. Yeah, I didn't have that. Yeah, I think it was that. I think that was my hand. So, in a game where both players were like kind of passing pretty early on, building up economy, not really doing too much, we ended the game with Tenma at like 7 money and 4 cards, and Pippa ended with 1 money and 2 cards. So, there's a problem I noticed with these starter decks when I was playing last night. When you read the personas, right? Tenma, Clash Reward, draw a card. Pippa, Clash Reward, get a money. Okay, so each of the starter deck personas, whenever they win a fight, they get a resource. I'm going to see if I can put these platforms back in order. So any platform upside down I know is Tenma's. So those are Tenma's. I took care to play the... Oh, wait, no. These are also, like, upside down. So those could be anything. Okay. This has to be Tenma's. Tenma went first, so she has that one. 2. Oh, nuts. Are any of these 6? None of these are 6. Which one's Pip? Which one's Tenma? Which one of these is Tenma? One of the, okay, two of those have effects. I'm assuming this one's here. And then it's a 5 and a 3. I think it goes like this. I can double check later. Just like Vandus couldn't such thing as a rush deck or combo deck. So oshi-push. Okay, so we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that, right? We're gonna get to that. You're correct, doesn't have a combo deck. So here's the thing. These two personas, right? They have the same stats, and they both get a resource when you win. One gets cards, one gets money, right? The problem is that one of these is way better than the other. So Pippa gets money. That's cool. Tenma gets cards. The problem is that Tenma is green. And Tenma has a lot of these cards that say discard to get a money. And so when you have cards that can discard to get money, this means that every time Tenma wins, she's drawing cards that also get her money. So while Pippa's just getting money, Tenma's getting money and cards. So a big issue that happens is when you'll split off and you'll start winning. Pippa gets a lot of money, right? But she doesn't get a lot of cards, which means the more money you have, the more cards you can play, but also the more money you spend, the faster you run out of cards. So very quickly on Pippa, you'll get to points where it's like last night we played, I got the big level Pippa out really early, and I ended the game with 20 gold. But I had no cards in my hand for about 4 turns. So money is great until you have nothing to spend money on, which in this game, very, very quick. Whereas Tenma, every time she wins, is always drawing cards, which means that even in the event that she doesn't find her economy cards, she also has cards to give her money back when you play them, and cards that gain 2 money on when you lose, right? Because green's the economy color, right? So even if Tenma doesn't hit any of her economy cards, right? What ends up happening then, as you'd imagine, is that you'll get to a board state kind of like this. These are kind of tightly packed. We'll get to a board state like this. Tenma has 3 money and like 6 cards. Whereas Pippa has like 7 money and only 2 cards. Now, an even worse scenario actually, isn't it? Because this card's kind of cute because you can like rob people with this card. You'll hit stuff like this. Now, even though, right, Tenma doesn't have a lot of money, she can only play about 1 card per turn, and Pippa can play whatever she wants. Well, Pippa only has 2 cards. So she could just play both of these, but then for the rest of the game, she's stuck drawing 1 card a turn. So what ends up happening is you'll get to situations like this. Let me not get a big, there we go. Where both players are stuck playing 1 card per turn. Pippa can only play 1 card because she only has 1 card, and Tenma can only play 1 card because she can only afford 1 card. The big problem is that Pippa just has to play off the top of her deck. Pippa just has to pray she gets lucky and just finds the exact card she needs off the top, whereas Tenma has all these options. So while it looks kind of fair, we're like, yeah, Tenma gets a lot of cards, Pippa gets a lot of money. It's really not fair because they're both in the exact same spot of 1 card per turn, but one player has the option of 6 cards where the other player is at the mercy of their deck. And that's what a lot of these games end up boiling down to, is you try, because Pippa's worded like you want to go like an aggro deck. Like you want to play out your hand as fast as possible and score points really early. And you want to try to score stuff that has really low conditions to win, like this 2, right? I think the actual optimal method for Pippa is scoring to 5,000 pointers, because then it's only 6 total wins. If you try going wide, you need 7. So I think optimal Pippa play is actually to try to get 2 5s to hit 1,000,000. But she just wants to score as fast as possible before she runs out of steam, because you're going to run out of gas really fast because you have no way to get cards. So Pippa needs to score really early and really quick. A big problem with this, though, there's a really weird issue. And let me find it. This is a bad. That's a bad example. Let me pull out all the cards for this. That card's really bad. Oh, that is art now. And then I need one more. Where's the red one? I need the one red one. This one. Okay. So here's the thing, right? There's no color. There is. So you can play cards. So your persona, you can play any card that's the same color as your persona or the same genre, which is this little symbol here. So Tenma is a green experience, and Pippa is a red Zatsudan, which is Japanese for yapper. So Pippa gets to play any red card and any Zatsudan card. So there's kind of no color limit as long as the colors you're playing fit your genre, is the way to look at it. So a lot of decks will end up just being all three colors, but your off colors all have to be of the same genre, right? And then your main deck can be whatever genre you want as long as it's the same colors. So the deck building is really open. So here's the thing with Pippa. Pippa has a lot of these cards that incentivize you to spread them, right? She has these two, which say you can play them to any platform. So you can put Pippa somewhere and then put these somewhere else to try to score 2 points at once, right? This card lets you draw cards for every content you have on different platforms. So again, incentivizes spread. My Time lets you move content to this platform. So you shuffle your content around and spread it out to try to go wide and score a lot of points, right? Let 'em Cook is a 13 for 5 that says delete all of your other content cards on this platform, so you want to play this alone and then let your other stuff spread, right? Like, okay, that makes sense, because that's how Tenma won that last one, was she kind of spread and took 2. So you kind of want to go Pippa and just be playing like, I need to invest in this strategy more. Yeah, the system's really nice. So there's a part of Pippa that wants to spread and try to like yoink 2 at once, right? And score really fast. And then you also have cards like these that care about if you're dominating, which makes it sound like you actually want to stack all your content on 2 5s and just yoink them. So it's really hard to tell what you're supposed to do with Pippa. It's either you play a series of low win cards and you try to score them really fast and try to score like 3 or 4. You'll probably end up needing 3 to 4, right? And try to go wide and score them really quick. Or you play a bunch of 5s that cost 3, just stack your cards on them, score 2 of them and win. It's hard to tell what you're supposed to do. This really does feel like, yeah, it's definitely not knockoff Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Magic. It's really nice. It's definitely its own thing, which is so fun. So it's really hard to tell what you're supposed to do. A big issue is I'm more on team dominate but granted, there's less dominate cards than there are spread cards. Kind of like UVS, as long as your cards, yes, it's a lot like the UVS system. Yeah, as long as they have the same icons, you can play whatever you want, which is so nice. It's so cool. So you can play red, but you can also tech in purple control cards and green economy cards to kind of like smooth out your decks. Like mid-range is a lot more achievable. It's a lot more, I think a lot of decks are going to play pretty close to mid-range with like their persona influencing like what side they lean towards. Because when you score a content card, when you score a platform card, all your content on it gets deleted, right? Spread feels really bad because yeah, you'll be committing low, but if you score quick, your cards are also getting deleted really quick. So you're running out of cards really, really quick. When you do dominate, you just get to invest all your cards on the one thing, and they only get deleted once, right? They're going to get deleted for this first 5, and then the next time they ever get deleted, you win the game. So you lose a lot less card advantage by doing this, right? To spread, you want to draw, you kind of need cards to be able to keep chucking stuff on a bunch of different platforms. What would Pippa do to gain an audience when she only uploads once a year? Pippa? Doesn't she stream like regularly? I thought she streams regularly. I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't follow VTubers. Right? So she kind of wants to play aggro. She wants to score very, very fast before she gasses out. You can do that by going really wide onto really quick scoring platforms, or you can go tall on some mid scoring platforms and just go tall twice. My big issue, and the thing I'm going to put in the video, I think these leaders have the wrong effects. I think they need to swap these effects. Because the problem is, so we've already went over Tenma getting money or Pippa getting money. Who cares? If you have one card in hand, it doesn't matter if you have a pot of gold. You still can only pay 3 to play one card. It literally is irrelevant. With Tenma, what ends up happening is like you have so many cards in your hand, you're almost incentivized to play more aggro because like the more cards you chuck onto the as the flavor. Oh, I think I see what you mean. I see what you're saying. Tenma, you get kind of incentivized to just play out your hand as much as you can, because whenever you win, the cards that you dump get refunded. So you're incentivized to just dump as many cards as you hand to win as much as you can, because even if you're dumping extra cards to like ensure you win, you get it refunded. So having a Clash Reward that draws a card really incentivizes you. High but not wide. Yeah, you can either go high or wide with Pippa. With red, I guess I should say. So having an effect that when you win a clash, having an effect that lets you draw a card lets you play aggro, because you don't care if you dump a lot of cards on a content, right? Let's say I dump a bunch of cards on a platform, and then when I score it, they get deleted. You don't care because you're gaining cards when you win. So Tenma actually really gets advantage in going really wide, because if she loses a bunch of cards, she does not care because she just gets them back when she wins. Pippa really cares about losing cards because she can't get them back. She can play a bunch, but you can't get it back. So draw a card on a persona is very aggro supportive. It supports the aggro plan of I want to just spread my cards along a bunch of platforms, and then when I score them and they get deleted, I get value by replacing those cards to refill my hand to keep dumping them out to try to score more aggressively. I think the point here is that Tenma has more friends than Pippa. Pippa has more money than Tenma, lore-wise. That might be what the lore is. We need a TikTok Shorts content farm that's just cheap content, lol. I hate that. I'll never do that. I'll just quit before I do that. What does this say about VTubing? Hey, Pippa's friends with Fillions. That's all I care about. You don't need a lot of friends. You just need a couple. Here's the thing, right? You don't need a lot of friends. You just need a couple really good ones. So like you can have all the friends in the world, but like how are you gonna really get close with like 50 people? That's really hard. But like 10, you can do that with 10. So I think having a small amount of friends is nice. It's not an excuse. I think it's nice. But so at the same time, right? So like draw a card is really good for aggro. Well, red's kind of supposed to be the aggro color. What color is green supposed to be? The economy color. Green is clearly the color that gets money. Sponsorship gives you more money. Kickback, you have a kickback that gets you money. This refunds money when you play it, and you have cards that you can discard for money. So what ends up happening is this ends up being a more complete strategy because you're drawing a bunch of cards and those cards are giving you money to play them. Whereas Pippa's pretty half-baked where you have a bunch of money but no cards to spend it on. And if Pippa wants to be the go-wide aggro deck, she needs an effect that lets her draw cards to keep refunding her aggression, or else she's going to burn out and not be able to win. The only way I've been able to win with Pippa is by playing Big Cheese, which you only get one of, is by stealing platforms of Big Cheese. This lets you cheat an entire battle, because if you're dominating, you get a popularity, so you get to skip a whole battle. Said like a true Rotovisor main. And of course, Pippa's the one I like. Pippa's my Oshi. And so, of course, I get to play her, the deck that doesn't work. The only way I've ever been able to win is by using this to just essentially turn skip and cheat a win. Now, I'm sure there's other things I need to try. I need to try going wide a bit more, right? I need to try multi-scoring things a bit more aggressively and not dominating. I think Pippa dominate doesn't work because you don't have but it's like if I go wide, I feel like I just need to play more. I just need to play more to figure it out, because like looking at it through a vacuum objectively, this doesn't make any sense. These feel like they should be switched. Pippa needs to draw cards, right? Tenma's the money deck. She can, but then again, I don't even think they're swapped. I think Clash Reward gain of money is just bad. I think it's just not great. Maybe it's not bad, but like you need a way to like profit off of having a bunch of money, right? And it's like, okay, well, maybe we can build the green deck to play a lot more high cost cards, like 6s. And it works because it has green cards to let it get money and a Oshi ability that also lets you get money when you win. So once you start getting your big stuff out, you can snowball these wins into more money to keep playing really big stuff. And the idea is to just go really tall. And you go really tall on one of these 6,000 points that take 4 wins. You just keep stacking these humongous ones on these to slowly win them. And then you only need one of these, and then an easy 4, and 4s normally have effects on them. So you'll try to, like, early game, go for a 4 to get some effects and bonuses, and then just stick your whole board on a 6k and win off of these 2. So Tenma could really benefit from having the money gain skill to just keep playing big bombs because she wants to stack all on one thing. Wait, so the big budget influencer got a grief to win? Yeah, pretty much. It's really tough. I think there's a world where the idea is that Pippa's like, you're supposed to like gas out, live on the edge, and then win off of a top deck that like steals you the game. And I guess that's fine casually, but like, I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that style of gameplay where like, all right, I'm just going to try to like steal some wins early, throw my hand on the table, and just be hellbent for the rest of the game and just be like, oh, look at that, I get the win, right? Whereas Tenma, you just get to draw a bunch of cards, make a bunch of money, and then you hit the late game, you're like, I'm in total control. I can do literally whatever I want. You can't stop me. So maybe that's the idea, is that Pippa's just supposed to be more gambly, live on the edge, and Tenma's supposed to be more slow control-y. The problem is Tenma just gets such a big advantage. Like, Pippa's at the will at the top of her deck, right? So a lot of these games are going to be very RNG based because it just comes down to whatever Pippa sees, right? Does she see the card she needs to win? No, cool. Tenma's in full control. She takes the game. But you get down to the very end of the game, you have some stuff left on board. You just you can just big cheese steal something. GG's. So maybe that's what it's supposed to be. I don't know though. These feel like they should have been switched. And Tenma should have been get money, go tall, and Pippa should have been draw cards, go wide. I feel like that would have been more conducive to deck strategy instead of this, where this deck works way too well and this deck doesn't work at all. Unless this deck working is gassing out and going to top deck mode and just hitting exactly what you need off the top. Because Pippa plays like a mono red deck. It plays like a mono red deck in Magic that's like missing a lightning bolt. Like you get your opponent right down to 3, and then you're just like, hope I draw the bolt off the top. And if you do, you win. And if you draw land, you die. Pippa gets like really, so Pippa will score like 2. Pippa will score like a 4 and a 4, and then be like, all right, I just got to score 1 more to win. And then you're just praying that one of these like little baby ones gets flipped up that you can take easily, and just steal it with the top of your deck. So like maybe that's what's supposed to be the plan for Pippa. She's supposed to be very gambly, but like, man, I don't like it. And then when you read it surface level, it looks like these should be swapped. So I don't know. I need to play more, figure it out. But to me, it feels like these both have the wrong effects. Making the Yank Master? Why do we call it the Yank Master? I mean, oh, you mean Jank? Do you mean the Jank Master? Because Rotovisor, and then so story time about my life. I'm really good whenever I start something new. This doesn't apply to Vanguard because I didn't start it new, but I'm really good at picking the worst possible option on accident. Y'all like Beyblades? Whenever Metal Fight came out in America, I found Beyblade. I'm like, these are awesome. And I remember being in the Walmart for like 20 minutes trying to figure out which one I should pick because I couldn't decide because they're all cool, but I grabbed one. And I went to my friends and I showed it to them, and we're like, this is the sickest thing ever. And the Beyblade I grabbed was Storm Pegasus. Now, if you don't know, Storm Pegasus, when you don't own a stadium and you're just kind of fighting on the pavement and like on linoleum tiles with mostly stamina battles, even if you do have a stadium, Storm Pegasus, probably one of the worst Beyblades released at the time, hands down one of the worst. But it was the first one I had, so it's all I knew, and I thought this thing was crazy. Then I went to Toys R Us and I purchased a stadium and Rock Leone. And let me tell you, when I let Rock Leone rip, I thought that was the best dang Beyblade of all time. That thing felt like it spun for years. But then as I kept playing and bought more Beyblades, I soon realized Rock Leone's not the GOAT. It's just that Pegasus is so terrible and it was my base level introduction. So playing anything but Pegasus felt incredible. And now we're here, and of course I started with Pippa and went, man, this deck feels bad. What am I gonna be, a VTuber? Dude, I don't know. Do people want me to be a VTuber? I'll do it. I know nothing about like VTuber, how to be a VTuber, but I'll do it for y'all. If y'all want me to do it, I'll do it. Gosh dang it. If y'all want me to be a dang VTuber, I'll be a VTuber. I'll be a VTuber. I do have this thing. I have this little bacon saver PNG I made. Because I thought I was going to be using a table and wasn't going to be able to have a face cam. So I had this set up, and then I realized I don't actually own the table I thought I was going to be using. So that's nice. But I have this guy. But if I was a VTuber, I wouldn't want to use this. A, IP infringement. But B, I would probably want to actually be like an anime character. I feel like that's a little cooler. But I have this. I have it, and I'll use it eventually. I also made this little... I don't know if you saw it, this little standby stream starting screen. I should probably edit it a little bit. I should like move some stuff around. I should probably like put this over here, right? And then I should put like this over here. But anytime I need to like pause the stream, there we go. But like anytime I need to pause the stream, I have this that I can do. But yeah, I think the webcam's fine. But if people are like, you should be a VTuber, we want VTuber, I don't know, I'll be a VTuber. I'll figure something out. I'll put something together, maybe. Proud to say there's an active area for Beyblade around 1 hour it lives. Sure to find another game still a thing. Yes, dude, Beyblade X is the coolest thing ever. I want to play Beyblade X so bad. I want to play competitive Beyblade X so bad. I need to find somewhere or like friends to do it because it's so cool. It looks so fun. It looks like it's so fun. So I really want to play competitive Beyblade. But yeah, that's my oshi-push rant. I'm gonna be playtesting more tomorrow, maybe on stream if I have time, and then probably Thursday on stream. Just really hammer it out, and then over the weekend I'll make a oshi-push video. Ooh, oshi-push video. Isn't that what everyone wants? Everyone wants oshi-push video. Yeah, we want oshi-push video. I have a crash out, so that's nice. I'll post that like Thursday or something. Or no, I'll post that probably tomorrow. What does Poggers content mean, man? Poggers is actually one of the things, is one of the contents. Do you have any Poggers cards? Yeah, this one. This is a Poggers card. Let me focus because my camera doesn't want to work. Focus. Look, it says Poggers. It's a Poggers card. It says Poggers. Ah! Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? Now play Rift Runners. I'll play Rift Runners if someone plays it with me. I'd have to like collab for Rift Runners, dude. I would blow myself up. I get Zotsidon in creative. You can't have two. You get one. You get one genre. You can only get one. You get one wife. That's the way the world works. You get one. There's a sort of new Rotovisor support. I see you're streaming. Oh, we've been the crash out coming tomorrow. I've seen, I've sawn, I've lived, I've loved, I've experienced. Yeah, no, I saw it. It's something. It's something. W Slasher in the house. Let's go. W Slasher. No way. Yeah, it's just gaming. It's just, yeah, Poggers is just gaming. Oh, I get, you understand outside on creative. I see what you're saying. Yeah, Poggers is gaming. I don't quite get experience. I feel like it's like IRL streaming, but they're VTubers, so I don't quite know, but well, whatever. But yeah, that's my oshi-push rant. Whew, that's the oshi-push rant. Okay, chat. I gotta go to bed. It's 11:43, but I'll be back possibly tomorrow with some oshi-push playtesting to try to really sort out how the heck we can make Pippa work. The name of the game is Make Pippa Function. I want to get a 50% win rate. Thank you. So if we can do that, I'll be satisfied. And if not, I will complain about it in the video that I make. But yeah, I guess it's either chilling or just lazy. But yeah, so I'll post the crash out tomorrow. I might stream if I can find time. If not, definitely Thursday playtesting, and then over the weekend I'll make an Oshi-push video. But thank you all for watching, coming to the stream. The streams are great. Filion's not in the game, and it's so sad. I wish Pippa was in. I wish Filion was in the game. I love Filion. If she's in the game, I'll definitely play it. She's in V card technically. If I can fix Pippa, I can. There's no fixing Rotovisor. I can fix Pippa. I can't fix Rotovisor. Rotovisor's cooked. Rotovisor's cooked forever, but I can fix Pippa. We'll make Pippa work. If I can build a deck, I can make Pippa work, but otherwise, it's whatever. So yeah, thank y'all for watching. I will see y'all maybe tomorrow, if not Thursday. Have a good night.